You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo! What's up, fools? Today is 2/23/2026. It is 10:13 p.m. Eastern Time. I just looked at my Twitter and saw that Lauren Chen replied to me about her tenant case. It's a trap. Wait, what's the trap? Lauren Chen? You think she's trans? Oh. Chinese finger trap. Because he's Asian. I gotcha. That's good. I gotcha. Yeah, and there's a bunch of people quote tweeting me asking for like my channel to get banned and shit. So I guess I'll just go over this real quick because yeah, I just saw this and I didn't really even get a chance to read it. But okay, so Lauren Chen is still claiming that like she had nothing to do with the tenant media thing, that this is all just a lie. She doesn't even like do the thing that Tim Pool and the others did where they're like, we're victims of a Russian hoax. Like they're like she said like the whole thing is a lie. The whole thing was a lie, that the Biden DOJ just lied and made it up, and you know, we were completely innocent the whole time and they just set us up. So so she went on Project Veritas and talked to James O'Keefe and posted this on Twitter. She said in 2024, Biden's DOJ alleged that our company spread foreign propaganda. What propaganda exactly? A clip from TCN, this Tucker Carlson network, of Tucker Carlson going to a Russian grocery store. Seriously, that is in a federal indictment. A clip from my chat with James O'Keefe in O'Keefe Media. So
the allegation is that, you know, there are these Russians who are controlling things. The FBI, like I mentioned, had access to all of our our internal communications. They knew exactly how our workflow worked, and our creators had 100% editorial freedom over everything that they put out. We were actually licensing their content. So, I mean, we worked with people like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin. These people had their own production workflows that we were not involved in at all. We often didn't see the content until they were the ones uploading it. So for this to be spun as somehow this is propaganda, or I've even heard after it was like pretty clear, the creators came out and said we weren't told to say anything. They changed it to they were unwitting propagandists, which as a concept makes no sense. I'm sorry, that doesn't. But
unwitting propagandists.
Unwitting propagandists.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
They argue that they argue in this indictment that
the unwitting propagandist thing makes total sense. I don't know why they would act like that. Doesn't make sense. The claim is that they're just too stupid to know what the fuck is going on, and that they're just there helping people push the propaganda without even knowing. They're fucking useful idiots. That makes perfect sense. I don't know why the fuck. I maybe if you are actually an unwitting propagandist, you might be too stupid to know what an unwitting propagandist is. So
you knew about, or this indictment against these two Russians, that you knew that you were spreading propaganda?
Well, so it's interesting. If there is this big propaganda operation, you would assume that there's a lot of proof of what the propaganda is, right? Especially since this was a media channel. We're putting out content every day. They should have a wealth of examples to choose from. One of the examples of propaganda was the fact that, do you remember Tucker Carlson did a trip to Russia, and there was this clip that he did where he went to a Russian grocery store, and he was impressed because I think it was cheap and people were putting the grocery carts away. So we shared that clip, and that is in the indictment.
Do we have that picture of that, producer, from the indictment?
So she she looks a little blown away here. She's like, oh shit, are they gonna show this? Because she just acted like there's absolutely no reason for them to mention this clip of Tucker Carlson. She's acting like, can you believe it? They actually put in the indictment that we just shared a clip of Tucker Carlson going to a Russian grocery store. Can you believe that? Wow. Isn't that ridiculous? All we did is just share a clip of Tucker Carlson. And they put that in the indictment. And then he's like, oh yeah, could we show the part of the indictment where that's wait. Oh shit. I just acted like this is just a random thing for them to do.
Trip to Russia, and there was this clip
Yes.
that he did where
Yes.
he went to a Russian grocery store, and he was impressed because I think it was cheap and people were putting the grocery carts away. So we shared that clip, and that is in the indictment.
Do we have that picture of that producer from the indictment? This is the
Careful,
Tucker Carlson.
you may be sharing
I
propaganda
might be
here.
committing a felony. Let's
Yeah.
play the tape.
So we thought it would be interesting to take a look at a contemporary, modern-day, 2024 Russian grocery store 2 years into sanctions. Here we go. All right. There we go. So I guess you put in 10 rubles here, and you get it back when you put
Anyway,
the
so
cart
this
back.
is a longer clip, but Tucker is kind of taking you through the grocery store, saying this isn't so.
He acts like this is such like a novel idea that you put a coin into the rolling cart. We had these in New York, like when I was in New York, where I lived in New York City and grew up there, and we always had to put coins into the fucking grocery carts in order to get them out. And then when you put it back in, the coin pops back out. And it's just like a thing to try to stop people from stealing the grocery carts, which is a common thing, especially with a lot of homeless people around, that they would come over and just take the grocery carts and leave with them. So they started putting them on chains locked together, and you can only unlock it from the chain with a quarter. Before Biden ruined the economy and added all this inflation, and now a quarter is just nothing. Any homeless person can have a quarter, but that was back in the good old days when you could go to a movie for a quarter.
So bad. And this is one of the clips
From
that,
Russia with love.
but this is something
apparently.
Tucker produced.
Oh yeah.
And you guys distributed or reproduced or disseminated.
So it was going viral, and we were, we would share clips that were getting a lot of attention, as a lot of these other outlets do. This was one of them, and it's funny because as we were going to share it, one of our producers said, like, he's getting kind of flack for this. People are saying he's shilling. Should we still
Right.
share it? And this is like how I know that they were definitely trying to paint us in a certain way. We had internal discussions about it. We agreed that we would share it, but we also, when we did share it, we mentioned that some people are criticizing this as being, I guess, not telling the whole story. What do you think? So we were actually we tried to include that in when we shared.
They just said that there's some people who disagree with this. That's fucking wow. That's crazy. Well, that's fair and balanced journalism right there. He just said there's some people who disagree with this. That's it. But then we shared the video where it is Tucker Carlson just praising how great Russia is the whole time. But just said, hey, there's some controversy over this. We let people know that there is controversy over it. We didn't really explain what the controversy was, why there was a controversy, we didn't give like a full argument for that, but we did give the full video from Tucker Carlson.
The fact that there are people who say this isn't representative of Russia, or who feel that he's maybe trying to put a better foot forward than is actually the case with these grocery stores. They didn't include that either. They were just like, nope, they just shared it. They're just trying to propagandize Americans into.
This is from the indictment. This is, I can put the screenshot on the screen. On there about February 15th, 2024, a video of well-known U.S. political commentator visiting grocery store. That's Tucker. Who's Afanasvena? What is that?
That's one of the people who's indicted.
Indicted.
Yeah.
Posted the video in the producer
Afanasvena.
Discord channel. What's the producer Discord channel?
So this is,
So just to be clear, it says in the producer Afanasvena, who was one of the Russian handlers. She was one of the people who the investors sent to be a producer for Tenet Media. Shared in the producer Discord channel a video of the March 22nd, 2024 terrorist attack on a music venue in Moscow, which killed approximately 145 people and injured hundreds. So this is one thing. I didn't even see this on here, so I didn't read this before I posted on here. But and then it also says, February 15th, 2024, Afanasvena shared with U.S. Company One, which is Tenet Media, a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia, Afanasyeva posted the video in the producer Discord channel. Later that day, producer 1 privately messaged founder 2 on Discord. They want me to post this, referencing the video of Afanasyeva had posted. But it just feels like overshilling. Founder 2 replied that founder 1 thinks we should put it out there. Producer 1 acquiesced, responding, all right, I'll put it out tomorrow. So they think they felt like it was overshilling. They felt like it was too much. They felt like it was a little desperate putting out this video of Tucker Carlson just being a full-on simp for Russia. And this is their Russian handler telling them to fucking do it. And then them arguing with each other after they're told to do it, being like, dude, I don't know about this one. Like, this seems a little too straightforward.
Video in the producer Discord channel. What's the producer Discord channel?
So this is, I mean, we had an internal company Discord channel. It's basically kind of like Slack. Yeah,
okay.
but not Slack.
It's
so
a different name.
We would have a channel where people would give pitches, where we would share different clips that were getting a lot of attention. Hey, do we want to share this? Does anyone want to cover this? That type of thing. So we were operating that way for about a year, and this is the story that they chose to highlight as proof of our.
So this is what they say in the indictment. This is the FBI or the prosecutors in SDNY, and the SDNY is perniciously all about power, as Matt Tiermont said. I agree with him on that. They are really. It's really a dark kind of place, the SDNY.
It is.
It's not justice-based. It's power and control. But this is what they write. Quote, and this is producer 1 privately messaged founder 2. They always use these metonyms instead of your real name. You're founder 1, my assumption is?
Yes, I think so.
Founder 2 is your husband?
Yes. Who also, for the record, has never been charged with anything.
Right.
And
I mean, I was never charged. They raided my home.
Yeah, they don't really care about that. They just want to.
It's kind of wild they raid newsrooms, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So, quote, they want me to post this, that's your husband, referencing the video that the Russian had posted. But, quote, it just feels like overt shilling. They're referencing something your husband wrote in the Slack or Discord channel. Now, founder 2, that's you, replied.
Founder 2 is my husband.
Pardon me. Founder 2 is your husband, replied that founder 1, that's you, thinks we should put it out there. Producer acquiesced, okay. So they're trying to use this as justification for what? What exactly is the...
That this is a covert propaganda outlet. The fact that we shared this Tucker Carlson clip that we weren't even involved in producing. It was just kind of, it was topical, it was going viral. And again, that's not even the full story. We agreed that we would share it, but also mentioned that there was some controversy over the clip. So we were trying to cover all of our bases and just kind of present it as is.
So stupid. So fucking stupid. There was controversy over the clip. We told people. We mentioned that. So fucking stupid. She said here, go read more about what the feds put us through. You can check out our legal fees fundraiser. And you can watch the full episode of My Price is My Life right here on X. And she says, thanks to James O'Keefe for having me on. So I replied, all I saw was the video, okay? I didn't really read much, and all I saw was like the beginning of the video. I only made it to before he's like, well, let's put that up. And so I went ahead and just replied, said, why are you lying? You didn't just share the clip of Tucker. You were told to by your handler, or you were told by your handler to share the clip. You also asked Benny Johnson to doubt the U.S. statement that ISIS was responsible for the terrorist attack in Russia. And obviously, unwitting propagandist just means you're a useful idiot. And now I see that
one of the
I see that here they do show that this second part of the let's see, where is it?
That's one.
Yeah. So this second part down here where it says, as another example, Afanasyeva shared in the producer channel a video of March 22nd, 2024 terrorist attack on a music venue in Moscow, which killed approximately 45 people and injured hundreds. That is the terrorist attack by ISIS that they were told to doubt in this. And they told the Afanasyeva went to Lauren Chen and said, hey, I need you to find somebody who can doubt the terrorist attack. The United States has come out and said that this is ISIS. We just want somebody to kind of put out another theory that it could have been the United States or Ukraine. And then she says, I think I know who can do it. And then comes back and says they've agreed they'll do it. And then fucking Benny Johnson goes live and covers the fucking the terrorist attack at the music festival. So this is something that they did, okay? Like, this is not the way that she puts this in the fucking in the video is just bullshit. So after I said this, Lauren Chen replied and said, "This is BS. There were no handlers. There's nothing wrong with sharing a clip by an American creator. And I never asked any of our talent to take any specific stance on an issue." I holy shit, she doesn't even reply to like what the claim is. Like, she doesn't even reply to the fucking claim. It's so insane. It's so fucking insane, dude. Like, she doesn't actually reply to the fucking claim. Like in the video with James O'Keefe, she just sits there just giving a very general explanation of what happened without like the details. Then I add in the details, and instead of her replying to like the actual claims and the details, she's just, again, just kind of just throwing shit out there. So whatever. And then I think this person right here like quote tweeted me a couple of times, adding YouTube, telling them to ban me because I'm sharing propaganda that should be against TOS. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this, but you guys remember the Houthi who went on to Hassan's show a while ago. There was the Houthi terrorist. He is now accusing Ethan Klein of slandering him. He is, and I think he's even saying he's gonna sue him. So this is Rashad Al-Haddad. He is what was the name that they gave him? There was like a name to say like how good looking he was. He like they gave him a name that kind of sounded like it was like a mix between Houthi and an actor or something like that. You guys know who I'm talking about. There was the Charlemagne, Tim Houthi Charlemagne. Okay. So yeah, something like that. He says, get this, okay? Get this, all right? He says, I call on all LGBT people and all Jews and Muslims to support my case against Ethan Klein. We're off to a strong start, guys. We're off to a strong start, all right? He doesn't like LGBT people. He doesn't like the fucking Jews. But he is calling on the Jews and the LGBT people to come support his case against Ethan Klein, okay? He is also racist towards you and must be held accountable by law. LGBT people, Ethan is racist towards you, all right? Just know that. He is racist towards you. He hates you, including the Jews. All right? Yes, he is racist towards you and must be held accountable by law. We are approaching justice. I swear to you, I live in the worst possible situation, and my whole life is destroyed because Ethan Klein called me a terrorist. I just want justice. Civil complaint for defamation and illegal behavior. Before the Supreme Court of California, plaintiff Rashad al-Haddad, nationality Yemeni, residence, is it Sana'a, Republic of Yemen, defendant Ethan Klein, individual residing in the state of California, public personality and digital media content creator. Second, jurisdiction and place. This court has personal and subject matter jurisdiction over this proceeding because the defendant resides in the state of California and manages business from its publishes media content, state of California. The relevant defamatory statements were created, published, and broadcast from California and caused reputational, emotional, and personal damage to the plaintiff. Venue is appropriate. Third, real claims. Defendant Ethan Klein made and published public statements about the plaintiff through widely accessible media platforms. These statements include false, misleading, and defamatory assertions, including but not limited to the following: false accusations of terrorism. The defendant was falsely charged or implied that the plaintiff was linked to terrorism or extremist activity. Linked to terrorism or extremist activity. Linked to it. It was Ethan Klein who linked him to the Houthis, not the video that he recorded of himself with the Houthis taking over boats, pointing guns at people. That was not him. That was Ethan who did that. Ethan was recording that video. Ethan published that video online. Ethan linked him to the terrorists. Wow, that's fucked up. Such charges are objectively false, unsupported by any evidence, and constitute defamation in themselves under U.S. and California law. B. Distortion of cultural practices. The defendant deliberately misrescribed legal and traditional cultural practices within the Yemeni society, specifically the legal and customary load of firearms as evidence of terrorism or criminal behavior. They were pirates taking over a fucking boat. They were Houthi pirates taking over a boat with guns. The guns were not them just like doing some fucking shooting practice like that. They were taking over a boat. Bro, dude. All right. Specifically, the legal and customary load of firearms as evidence of terrorism and criminal behavior. This behavior constitutes cultural distortion and knowingly misleading representation aimed at portraying the plaintiff as dangerous or criminal. C. Public targeting and incitement. The defendant's statements were made publicly to a large audience and had the expected effect of exposing the plaintiff to hatred, hostility, and reputational damage and potential physical danger. Fourth, malice and reckless disregard for truth. The defendant acted with actual malice, or at least with a reckless disregard for truth. The defendant failed to verify the facts, ignored readily available information, and published false statements despite the high probability of serious harm to the plaintiff. Has anybody else covered this today? I haven't really been online at all today, but I would assume other people saw this, but I came in late. What the fuck is this? This is the Houthi terrorist guy that went on to Hassan's show saying that he's suing Ethan Klein for defamation. Probably thinks that saying he's suing on Twitter means he's actually doing it. Yeah, well, that's what, yes, like I declare bankruptcy from Michael Scott, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's a little weird that this is all just like what looks like a copy and paste or just a random statement made instead of like him just actually posting screenshots or pictures of the statement. But defendant acted with actual malice, or at least with reckless disregard for the truth. The defendant failed to verify the facts, ignored readily available information, and published false statements despite the high probability of serious harm to the plaintiff. The defendant's conduct exceeds the limits of protected speech and constitutes illegal defamation. Fifth, legal status of the plaintiff. The plaintiff has not been convicted, charged, investigated, or associated with terrorism or extremist activity by any court, authority, or governmental, local, or international. Any assertion to the contrary is false, defamatory, or illegal. Sixth, First Amendment restrictions. The defendant's conduct is not protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Freedom of expression does not protect false statements about the truth. Okay, so the freedom of speech, freedom of expression does not protect false statements, but not just false statements. It's only false statements about the truth. If it is a false statement about the truth, now you're fucked. Okay? Now you're fucked. You can make false statements all you want. You can make false statements all you want. Freedom of speech, it protects that. Freedom of expression, you got no problem there. But once you make a false statement about the truth, now you're in trouble. Now you got problems, all right? Now you got big problems. This is the guy who goes on to Hassan's show. The guy who goes on Hassan's show says, you know, you're not allowed to lie, okay? You're not allowed to make false statements, okay? You're not allowed to be wrong. You can't do that in the United States. You're not allowed to be wrong. That's a thing that is not allowed. Defamation, targeted incitement, or harassment, statements made maliciously or recklessly ignored the truth. Terrorism charges are one of the most serious forms of damage to reputation and expose the speaker to great civil liability. Seventh, reasons for work. The respondent is responsible under the law of California, including but not limited to defamation, and slander, the invasion of false light of privacy. Link to support my cause. So this is a post from Ethan Klein. He showed a screenshot of Rashad al-Haddad. I always want to say Hadid. And then if I say Hadid, I want to say Habibi. But it's not any of those things. It's Haddad. Rashad al-Haddad said, I will not give up my case against Ethan Klein when he described me as a terrorist who caused me problems, and I closed all my accounts and I couldn't travel to other countries because of this. You couldn't travel to other countries because of this, but just a little bit ago you said that like no governments or government entities, local or federal or by any jurisdiction have ever accused you of being a terrorist, but you weren't allowed to travel to any other countries. I would love to see Tom making a coherent post in his second language. Hold on. This is meant to be like legal jargon of like this is meant to sound like this is like a legal statement, right? This is not this I don't think the implication is that we're supposed to assume he posted this. I don't think we're supposed to assume he wrote this. I don't think that's supposed to be the thought process. I think the thought process is supposed to be like this is like a legal statement from like a lawyer. Not him. I don't think this is like, I don't think the implication is that he just wrote all of this himself and went and did all the fucking research on the law and all of that. The guy who literally couldn't speak English at all in the conversation with his son in their interview, that he went and wrote all of this? I don't think so. But yeah, so he said this on Twitter, and then Ethan Klein just reposted that on Instagram with the caption, "You are a terrorist." Let's see. So yeah, I quote tweeted, "Freedom of expression does not protect false statements about the truth," and said this motherfucker went on Hassan's show yet is saying shit like this. Baked Grizz said, "So America is bad while you are trying to engagement farm on TikTok and Twitter, but you decided that you need the American court systems to solve your problems for you instead of your counterparts. This terrorist wants justice. Send him to Gitmo." Wasn't Ethan Klein guy who admitted watching children's sexual abuse videos, yet is still not banned or jailed? You should actually sue Hassanabi. Hassan introduced you in his interview as a Houthi terrorist. Hassan called you a terrorist. If you actually had a case, you would be laughed out of the courtroom and probably arrested as well, since you know you are a terrorist. Aren't you a Houthi pirate, though? You are a terrorist, then. Should have realized there's freedom of speech here, dumb fuck. He can call you whatever the fuck he wants. You introduced yourself to the world as a terrorist. Sorry. Can't go back now. Also, people hear how hateful you are, especially that bit with the knife. Why would they want you in their country? Okay, terrorist, your boyfriend Hassan branded you a Houthi. It's what you are now. Rashad, you are an actual terrorist. It is not a lie. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, one that you are a part of. Hezbollah. Oh, this person fucked up the H words. They fucked up their H words. You fucking idiot. It's right. They're probably from like Australia or some shit. We don't want to. Like to see me try to speak Australian. These responses are cringe as fuck. Yes, these are all. I mean, the ones where they say, so some of them say, Hassan introduced you as a terrorist. Obviously, that's not true. But Hassan did introduce him as a Houthi. Hassan did call him a Houthi. And then afterwards, acted like it was crazy that people were calling this guy a Houthi. But Hassan called him a Houthi. And so when Hassan calls him a Houthi, and Houthis are designated a terrorist organization, it's not a fucking crazy stretch for people to start calling him a terrorist. That is not a that's not a wild stretch for people. But that is Tom at 109.28 on Tim's show tonight. What the fuck does that mean? Are you telling me to watch Tim Pool at 109.28? You tell me to go to Tim's stream from tonight and go to the timestamp 109.28, or am I on Tim's show at 109.28. Crazy claim about Biden and immigrants. I commented about it earlier, but it didn't show up on the feed for some reason. Girl, drop it to the floor. I love the way your booty go. All I wanna do is sit back and watch you move.
Not true, Warren. It's not true.
No, people navigate the world based on past experiences, patterns. So if I see someone, whether they're white or black, a kid, given I've worked with them as well, dressed like Eminem, I'm going to probably subconsciously behave differently. Is it dark out?
So this says, this triggered multiple audience members to call in and request I not be allowed back on the show. The host said I was racist to treat someone dressed like a gangbanger as a potential gangbanger. An example of suicidal empathy. Is this a term that he's made up? Suicidal empathy? Is this a new term for him? Suicidal empathy. It's the thing he's trying to push out there. Listen, it's not it's not as good as tomfoolery lighting, nor is it anywhere near as good as the what's the other one? The Overton depth perception. Okay. Overton depth perception. Just you can't come anywhere close, buddy. All right. Suicidal empathy is just not on the fucking level, bro.
If I just cross the street to avoid a kid with his pants sagged.
That's not against the law. As long as you're not,
it was, but is that wrong?
Yes, it is wrong to treat somebody different.
How's
just
that treating them differently? And why do
just,
I not have the freedom to act accordingly based on my rational thinking? I've encountered this
if I wear my
so
hat
many
like
times.
This,
that's not what we're talking about. That looks ridiculous. There's not a mimetic pattern behind you wearing your hat like that. I've never seen anyone wear a hat like that. I have seen kids with their pants dangling below their butt, and it indicates something. It indicates a larger pattern of behavior. And you're telling me that if I pay attention to that pattern, I am morally wrong for using my rational pattern recognition.
Yeah, because there's no stats that you can provide that would say if you're dressing with baggy pants, that means that there's a better chance that you're committing a crime. So as law enforcement, I'm going to treat you.
I'm not pulling up stats when I make that decision. I'm basing it based on my past experiences, given the people I've worked with, the kids I've encountered.
So based on that theory, if black people as a whole commit more crime than white people, should they be treated differently?
I'm going to treat the kid wearing the pants in that way differently. That has nothing to do with what you just said. And you still haven't told me why he's wearing his pants like that.
First of all, maybe you should talk to somebody who dresses differently than you. Now, I
taught them.
But they're not wearing their pants differently.
They say that white people have empathy for minorities. That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. Yeah, this is a thing that's kind of gone back and forth in the Republican circles over the last month. Is a lot of them are saying, like, one of the things that makes Republicans better than Democrats is that we don't have empathy. The Democrats just have too much empathy, and it's their downfall. It's just being too empathetic. We're not empathetic like them. And then there's other Republicans who come back and they're like, wait, no, hold on. It's like a part of like our religion that we ought to be empathetic, that we ought to care about others, and we ought to feel for others and want to help them. It is that Democrats have misplaced empathy, not that they have empathy. This is like the problem is not empathizing. The problem is having misplaced empathy, and then others come. No. It's having too much empathy. There's a spectrum of empathy here, and they are too empathetic, and they like, and they're all having like these back and forths and arguments within about where the empathy line ought to be drawn, and it's it's been a conversation
because they're trying to commit a crime.
So I guess he's ended up on the suicidal empathy side of the conversation.
Or they want to be a
never said they were.
Okay, but there are all sorts of different reasons why people
I just acknowledged that. I told you about how many of my students were trying to fit in and cosplaying this gang culture. They would go home and they'd be like the opposite when they were home. They would come in and act like they were these little gangsters, these little hard kids, and they were completely like the opposite when no one was looking. I understand it can be faked, but what are they signaling?
And I think what you're doing is an harassment.
How is it
Because you're
irrational?
trying to
what I'm
make a
doing?
connection between somebody that's wearing baggy pants and they must be gay.
Yeah, the point that that Brian should be making here is that there isn't that like your personal experience is not like necessarily indicative of a wider trend. So that's the point that he should be making, but you can have personal experiences, and it doesn't mean that that you understand like what is indicative. Like I can have like been all around America and seen lots of people who were white people with bleach blonde hair, and those people, every time I met somebody with bleach blonde hair, they pick their nose. Every fucking time they pick their nose. But it doesn't mean that now I can just jump to the conclusion that like people with bleach blonde hair just happen to always pick their nose more. They pick their nose more than everybody else, because it's just not, your personal experience is not indicative of a wider trend. So
for another person and everything else, but suicidal empathy. When you put empathy at the top of that hierarchy, right? You can think about it in a Jordan Peterson-esque way. Like you have the pyramid, the hierarchy of importance, and empathy should be there, but it can't be the highest possible thing, because you will ultimately allow every bad idea and you will allow every bad.
So yeah, so suicidal empathy is the spectrum conversation. That is the liberals, they end up too far on the spectrum when it comes to empathy. They end up too empathetic.
Person in, and you will be able to defend nothing in the name of being good and being empathetic and all those things. That's what makes it suicidal. So this whole segment really is dedicated to that. And I want to start with a clip of Kentucky governor. It's so bizarre to me that empathy, that these people have it's good to have empathy. It's good to have empathy and feel the pain of your co-citizen, your friend, your family member, but not suicidal empathy. And he's so concerned of my body, my choice, but as a Democrat voter, he probably was for forcing people to be injected with things. When the state came around and said, you better force your daughters to get injected with an experimental vaccine that actually isn't a vaccine, he probably was for it. I think actually when
Musk breaks it down. Go ahead, Rob.
There's a guy who posts on X who's great, Godsad, and he talks about basically suicidal empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there's so much empathy that you actually suicide yourself.
Yeah.
So that we've got civilizational suicidal empathy going on. And it's like, I believe in empathy. Like I think you should care about other people, but you need to have empathy for civilization as a whole and not commit to a civilizational suicide.
Also, don't let someone use your empathy against you so they can completely control your state and then do an insanely bad job of managing it and never get removed.
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. The empathy exploit. They're exploiting a bug in Western civilization, which is the empathy response. I think empathy is good, but you need to think it through and not just be programmed like a robot.
Right. Understand when empathy has been actually used as a tool.
Yes. It's weaponized empathy is the issue.
Okay, so he's explaining this. There's two clips I want to go through with this. Suicidal empathy, right? Suicidal empathy. There's a guy that's going around, okay, Rob, if you have that clip, there's a guy that's going around asking people if they're willing to take a refugee in. And he's got a little clipboard with him, this guy right here, YouTuber. He's asking protesters, okay, hey, we know you're out here because it's not fair what they're doing to refugees. Well, I'm with you guys. But hey, he's got a clipboard to say, are you willing to adopt a refugee? Look, this is the part where people will act until there's the action, and I'll look how they react to this. Go ahead, Rob.
Would you like to go down on a list saying you're willing to take the refugees into your home?
Of course not. The problem is I rent.
You rent?
Yeah.
Maybe an issue?
Yeah, because they've got,
going on a list of people that's actually willing to adopt a refugee and take them into your home?
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
You can't take one. You don't have the space. My name's Jim. Just because you've got that refugee's welcome here.
This is always so stupid, dude. I hate it when people do this. They act like bringing somebody into your home is the same as like wanting them to come into the country, but obviously drastic differences.
Criminals that literally just broke her arm. This is suicidal empathy, and I would like to take this moment to remind you that men fought for women to have the right to vote. But then again, men have had many battles that they ultimately...
You guys remember the Civil War over women's right to vote? Oof. All the men who had to die for women's right to vote. Alright. Yeah, I guess back to the... for just a second with the thing with Warren Chen. I don't know. Am I able to... I guess not. Am I not able to look at this on... How do I look at quote tweets on here? If I have other people who are quote tweeting me on here, how do I look at those? What the fuck? I don't know how to navigate Twitter anymore. You have no idea? I have no idea either. View activity on the right. Ah, nice, nice, nice. Okay. So this same person quote tweeted me, Jeff Yeager, said, I know we want to protect free speech and all, but should some piece of shit with a large following be able to provably slander / libel somebody on social media just the target of his lies, can't currently afford to sue his ass? And then they did it again. Said, at Team YouTube, we now know that Warren Chen was never indicted, charged, or found guilty of anything. Yet this guy who has a big YouTube channel seems to be outright libeling her, lying about her. How come you won't give her channels back, but this guy is allowed to keep his? I got a big YouTube channel, guys. I'm a big YouTuber. I'm personally taking down Warren Chen. Notifications? It's not in my notifications. It shows Warren Chen replying to me, but it doesn't show. It doesn't show any quote tweets. It doesn't seem to ever show that shit, so I don't know. Yeah, for the last video with Warren Smith, Abaddon added me on that and said he shouldn't have called you a racist. He should have called you a fucking fraud, poser, intellectual who's scared of tomfoolery instead. True. True. If you guys weren't here, like about a year ago, I emailed him a couple of times trying to get him to come onto the show. And he wasn't coming, and so eventually I was like, all right. I was like, I think I'm going to reach out to Destiny and ask him to like moderate a conversation between us because he refuses to reply to me. And so I think if we get Destiny to host the conversation, then he'll do it. But then like 2 days later, Destiny had him on to have a conversation. I was like, fuck on like the same topic. So then it would have been weird to have Destiny moderate a conversation between the two of us on a topic that they had already talked about. So I just had to fucking let it go. But then I did keep like adding him on Twitter for a little bit, just like pointing out these he's running, he's scared. What is the shit with Mom Donnie? I keep seeing videos. So I saw a couple of videos, and one of them said that Mom Donnie is forcing people to bring their IDs with them if they go outside, and then making everybody shovel snow. But now I keep seeing other videos just referencing this, but I have no idea what they are. Like even liberals seem to be making fun of him for this, so I have no idea what the fuck is going on here.
Mayor Mamdani, thanks so much for joining us. The storm is New York City's 9th snowiest since 1869. Earlier today, there were reports of some power outages in some parts of your city. What can you tell us about that? And has anyone been hurt in the storm to your knowledge?
So it's a real pleasure to be on, Jake, and I can just start with the power outages.
You said this is the most snow since 1969? I lived through the fucking blizzards in New York. Our house was literally covered. We literally could not go out of our front door. Unironically, the entire house was covered with snow. You could not get out the front door. Like, it was like 5-10 feet of snow. And this is the snowiest since 9th most? Okay, you said 9th most? Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, bro, there's no fucking way.
What can you tell us about that? And has anyone been hurt in the storm to your knowledge?
So it's a real pleasure to be on, Jake, and I can just start with the power outages. So we were alerted to the fact about 10,000 New Yorkers lost power, mostly concentrated in the Rockaways, and this
I'm pretty sure his socialism caused the snow. And we are all under socialism. Yeah, okay. So it's turning into Russia. He's trying to turn New York into Russia by having it snow so much.
time, about 8,000 of them have recovered that power. We sent out emergency personnel to inspect the conditions, as well as opened up 3 warming centers to ensure that for any New Yorker who was without power, they had a place to stay warm and to stay safe. Because as you said, this is one of the largest amounts of snowfall the city has ever received. This is the first blizzard since 2016. And citywide, we saw about 19 to 20 inches. There were parts of New York City, like eastern Staten Island, we saw 24 inches of snow. Now, thankfully, that snow has come to an end at this time, and now it's a question of response. And I can tell you that we don't have any indications.
Who is she? I almost feel like this stick right here is giving the same pose, making the snowman kind of have the same, almost like the same looking pose. You got a butt crack right here on the snowman.
Come to an end at this time, and now it's a question of response. And I can tell you that we don't have any indications that anyone has lost their life as a result of this blizzard. We have been using every tool we have to try and get homeless New Yorkers inside over the course of this snow, where they can be safe and they can be warm.
The storm's also, of course, having a major impact on air travel. The last flight to depart New York's LaGuardia Airport was a Southwest Airlines flight to Nashville at 8:19 p.m. last night. Do you have a sense of when airlines might feel it will be safe to resume travel?
I can't tell you an exact time. I can just tell you that we're going to be using every tool that we have to make sure that it is safe to travel, whether by air, whether by bus, whether by train, whether by bike, or whether by foot or by car. And frankly, we're very lucky here in New York City that we have the incredible men and women of the DSNY, our Department of Sanitation. I began my day today with them at around 6:30 a.m. seeing their Blade Runner 2.0 system, where they showed me that by 5:30 a.m. this morning, they had hit more than 99% of our city's streets with a first plow attempt. And that continues through the day as they have 2,500 1,800 hardworking men and women on every single 12-hour shift. Right now, actually, there will be about more than 2,000 who are returning from a shift, more than 2,000 about to go on another shift.
Your city's urgently hiring emergency snow shovelers to help remove snow and ice from public areas, offering people $30 an hour. House Republicans are criticizing you for requiring workers to bring multiple forms of identification to sign up for that job. They tweeted, quote, "Let's get this straight. In Zohran Mamdani's socialist utopia, it takes 2 forms of ID to shovel snow, but no ID to vote."
I would assume the ID is for the shoveling equipment, right? I would assume if they're giving you, because anybody can shovel. Anybody can shovel anytime they want to. If you have a fucking shovel, you can just go shovel. You don't have to have an ID to go fucking shovel. But I'm assuming it's for the equipment, right? Like you just give the ID for the equipment. That way, if you try to steal the equipment, they can come get it from you. Yeah?
Make it make sense, unquote. What's your response to that, sir?
Well, here in New York City, we follow the law, and it's federal law to require certain forms of identification in order for someone to actually be paid for this kind of a job. And so that's what we're asking for, 2 forms of identification.
Oh, okay, and yeah, they're paying them. Okay.
It's a long-standing city program. It's a long-standing city policy. And thanks to the hard work of DSNY, they've expanded their capacity for how many New Yorkers they can supervise at a time, now up to 1,800 per shift. And so these hardworking men and women who've signed up over the course of the last few days and last few weeks, they've joined the work that sanitation has been doing, and they're clearing crosswalks, bus stops, fire hydrants, helping our city get back on its feet.
President Trump today briefly brought up the snow shoveling situation in your city. Take a listen.
It's so crazy. You know, the mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now, and I've heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell? You're not going to help too much, but you can help.
President,
I saw the longer version of this. This, like, he's getting worse, dude. He's getting so much worse. Like, the incoherent rambling from him that we normally get, where he's just saying shit. And, like, it's not coherent whatsoever. He's not, like, explaining something. He's not, like, heading in a direction. It's just, like, pure fucking squirrel brain, ADHD, just all over the place. Just old man sitting and rambling, has no idea what he's saying, has no idea what he's talking about. It's like that. Like, he went from, I think, tariffs to that, to talking to somebody in the crowd and talking about how he gave that person money for their, like, cataracts, and then moved to something totally different. Like, he was all over the place. It was, he just started on, like, Mamdani, and then it's just like, oh yeah, like, you can show, you're not gonna help too much. Hey, oh yeah, you okay? Yeah, no, not you. No, not you. No, yeah. No, not, yes. Yeah, I gave you money for cataracts. You doing okay? Gave you a lot of money. Your doctor ripped me off. It's expensive, but yeah, you okay? Like, it was just, it's so fucking wild, dude.
Actually praising you in there for being nice while kind of dismissing your snow shoveling plan. Have you talked to him at all about the storm? If you need federal assistance, how often do you talk or text with him?
You know, I will keep those conversations private. However, what I will tell you is that the conversations that I have had in the past with the president, including that at the Oval Office, as he had shared right after, we're always focused on New York City and how we can make sure that we are actually helping New York City. And frankly, this emergency snow shoveler program is one that allows every single sanitation worker to be on the plow.
This is odd. I don't know what they're doing here, but this is really strange looking. They cropped the video from CNN. And you can see, like, it cuts off, like, here. And then they have just, like, a blur in the background. They put this on top. And then they added the lower thirds to the bottom with the logo down here. And then they added today on the screen. But this is strange looking.
To be on the salt spreaders to get this city back up and running. It's why they've been able to disperse about 50 million pounds of salt. And then these snow shovelers are the ones who supplement the work, frankly, of the department. And what we've seen is here in New York City, as is the law, property owners have to clear the sidewalk in front of their property. They have to clear the crosswalk that's abutting them. And yet there were about 4,000 violations in the last storm of this. Our interest, frankly, is not in issuing violations. It's in finding compliance. And so this is also work to assist.
Meanwhile, here in my city, it was 80 and sunny. Dude, like 2 days ago, it was over 80 degrees here. And then yesterday, it got down to 24. It was so cold, which is why yesterday, so I had a fire going before the stream, and I went and got on the panel. And then while I was on the panel, I think somebody closed the flue. And my eyes, like you can see, like by the end of the panel, my eyes are just like all red and kind of like this. And I couldn't see. It was just too far. Everything was burning. And so I had to get off stream because of how bad my fucking eyes were burning, and opened up the flue again. And then eventually, like, it was freezing, dude, so fucking cold. I had to turn the heat on again. I had the and then I eventually just like got under my covers to like try to warm up while I waited for the heat to come on. But my eyes were burning and I couldn't keep my fucking eyes open because they burnt from the fucking smoke in the house. So then I had to just close my eyes and ended up falling asleep for a long period of time. So that was no fun. But yeah, the weather has been all over the place here in Georgia.
Just in that.
While I have you, there are a couple of things going on in your city I want to ask you about. Starting this month, New York City is hosting a rental rip-off hearing in each borough to address so-called bad landlords and predatory management companies. What will the city do in response to serious complaints? Obviously, it's not nothing to allow venting and allow people to bring things to the attention of...
Yeah, $30 for show snubbling is... Did I just say show snubbling? Did I actually just say show snubbling? I didn't say that shit, right?
Bad landlords and predatory management companies. What will the city do in response to serious complaints? Obviously, it's not nothing to allow venting and allow people to bring things to the attention of...
Yeah, $30 for show snubbling is... I said show snubbling. All right, well, that's a wrap. Later, fools. Fucking show snubbling.
Authorities, but what are the authorities going to do with that? Is there going to be legal action? Are there going to be new policies developed? What will it ultimately actually mean?
So it's exactly that, Jake. It's actually to inform a lot of the new policies we're going to be putting together. We want to make sure that those policies are reflections of what so many tenants have had to go through time and time again, whether it be the kind of absurd junk fees they're forced to pay or the kind of conditions that they're forced to consider to be habitable when they know that they are anything but that. I mean, when I was running for this office, I remember standing in front of a building where the landlord had been found guilty of having a beehive that was not actually addressed over the course of many, many months. This is what many tenants are living through. We're going to have one of these in each borough to make sure that when we are putting together our comprehensive housing plan, when we're putting together our accountability mechanisms for bad landlords, that they're actually a reflection of what tenants are having to live through.
We've also seen in recent weeks anti-Israel protests take place in New York City right outside synagogues. One explicitly pro-Hamas, which the U.S. government considers a terrorist group, and it's a group that has killed innocent Americans. In response, the new Speaker of the New York City Council formally introduced a bill to allow the police department to ban protests within a perimeter of up to 100 feet from any houses of worship to protect congregants' rights to peacefully pray and avoid, quote, injury, intimidation, and interference from demonstrations. A hearing on the bill is scheduled for Wednesday. What's your position on the bill?
So, I've said time and time again that this is a city where we can hold many things at the same time. One of them being that this is a city where every single New Yorker, that includes Jewish New Yorkers, as well as Muslim New Yorkers, Christian New Yorkers of any faith or no faith at all, can be able to go and worship freely in a house of worship. And it's also a city where New Yorkers should be able to exercise their First Amendment rights. So upon becoming the mayor of our incredible city, I directed my law department and my police department to investigate the legality of this specific proposal as well as other related ones and to come back to me with a review. And what I can tell you is my police commissioner has shared some concerns about the way in which this legislation was initially written as per its actual operability.
All right, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, thank you. Good luck with the storm. We appreciate your coming on the show today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Jake. Real pleasure.
Real pleasure.
Male, female, and we have non-binary, and we have trans, and those are all.
But what
parts
if
of
I
the
make
gender
up cat?
spectrum. You're not going to.
Okay.
Close to home, and
President Trump has called your teammate Hunter Hess a real loser. Would anybody like to address that or talk about how you feel representing Team USA right now?
my parents being immigrants, this one.
President Trump said that you guys are losers. Would anybody like to address that? Or you can talk about what it feels like to be on Team USA instead.
Definitely hits pretty close to home, and I think in moments like these, it is really important for us to unite and kind of stand up for one another, for all that's going on. And I think that I'm really proud to represent the United States. The U.S. has given my family and I so much opportunity, but I also think that we are allowed to voice our opinions on what's going on, and I think that we need to lead with love and compassion, and I would love to see some more of that.
President Trump has called your teammate Hunter.
Beautiful. She said, "Look, Ma, no hands."
Who pays tariffs, Mr. Secretary?
So, Congressman, if the Congressman, if I think what you're trying to get me to say.
Did you remember the question? I'm not sure you did. Who pays tariffs?
It's a very complicated question.
It's not complicated. Consumers pay Trump's tariff tax. Who pays?
So you don't know what the hell Donald Trump's board of Peace is and why it's meeting for the first time in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. But you don't want to look like a thicky dum-dum in front of all your mates. Here's a quick rundown before you get charged $1 billion to join the sodding thing as well. You'll remember that back in October, Donald Trump brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas to stop Israel's genocide in Gaza. A ceasefire that's going so well that over 600 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since then. So basically, back in October, the United Nations said, all right, Donald, you can have your little board of peace if you sort out Gaza and don't start meddling around in the rest of the world. Oh, for fuck's sake! Boom! He started meddling around in the rest of the world. Because when Donald published the board's charter back in January, it made no mention of Gaza or Palestine, and instead said that it was going to be an international organisation promoting stability, peace and governance in areas affected or threatened by conflict. To which the UN said, wait, Donald, you don't have to do that. We already do that. We're the UN. That's literally the job of the UN. To which Donald says, guess what, UN? You can fuck off. I'm going to make myself the chairman of this board of peace and write it into the charter that I can never be replaced. Unless I voluntarily step down or the executive board deems me incapacitated.
Yeah, this is weird as hell, dude. This is weird as hell. Like we have the board of peace, right? He makes the board of peace. Okay, whatever the fuck that's for. Like when you're not working with the UN, you're not like NATO's falling apart right now. You go and create this other thing that is full of all of your billionaire friends. Okay, odd. And you make all of them pay $1 billion to join the board. Which I don't know if that part's even real. Is that fucking real? Did he really charge people $1 billion each to join the board? That seems insane. Okay. Then you send money from the government and take like something like $10 billion or something like that, and use Americans' money and send that to your board of peace. Just I don't know how the fuck you just have like Americans' money that you can just send to whatever the fuck you want. But okay, so he can just send $10 million to the board of peace that he is the head chairman on, that now he's the one who chooses what does and doesn't happen with the money. And that when if he like after the next election, if he's no longer in office, then he's still the head chair of the board of peace. That doesn't change. It doesn't like move to the next US president. It's still him. And then he gets to choose his own successor afterwards, not the board. The board doesn't choose, the board doesn't vote, the board doesn't, again, it has nothing to do with who's the president, who's not the president. No, he gets to choose his own successor afterwards. Shouldn't Congress have to approve that? Well, this is the thing, is that it doesn't actually have any sort of authority whatsoever. It has no authority. It has no ability to make decisions. Nobody, but I think like even the U.S. signing onto it, yeah, I think Congress would have to approve that in order for them to like agree to some sort of like charter. But I don't think that's happened. So it's just a useless thing that will stop existing once Trump's no longer president. And or it'll continue existing, like let's say like somebody like JD Vance wins, it'll continue existing and continue getting money. Like I have no fucking idea.
Which feels unlikely because the executive board is made up of haunted forehead Marco Rubio, MAGA head Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, and Tony fucking Blair. What the tits is he doing there? At which point the UN were like, Donald, we think this might be getting out of hand. We only gave you the authority to sort out Gaza, but now it looks like you've set yourself up as the unelected leader of an organisation whose sole purpose is to rival the United Nations, and that makes us feel a bit weird. Also, unelected leader doesn't exactly gel with the remit of bringing peace to the world. Also, WTF, you've just invaded Venezuela and kidnapped their president. What are you doing? At which point, Donald Trump acquired permanent citizenship to batshit land because he started sending out invitations for people to join his board of peace. People like Vladimir Putin, who've been waging an illegal war against Ukraine for 4 years. The aforementioned Tony Twatting Blair, who's got a fantastic peacekeeping record. Belarus, a country largely seen as Europe's last dictatorship. And Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, who currently faces an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court for war crimes. At which point, most European countries like the UK, France, Sweden and Norway said, thanks for the invite, Donald, but we don't really like the location of this board of peace, which appears to be in and around your anus. So out of the 65 countries that Donald Trump invited to be a part of the board, only 20 have accepted, and most of those aren't even democracies. Plus, permanent membership of the board costs $1 billion. Where's the money going? Towards rebuilding Gaza, said Donald Trump. Only earlier in the week, he said that only $5 billion will go towards rebuilding the Strip, which has been destroyed by Israel using weapons sold to them by the US for $20 billion. So those figures don't really stack up. Now the UN are like, what the fuck has just happened? We now have an...
Wait. What?
Location of this board of peace, which appears to be in and around your anus. So out of the 65 countries that Donald Trump invited to be a part of the board, only 20 have accepted, and most of those aren't even democracies. Plus, permanent membership of the board costs $1 billion. Where's the money going? Towards rebuilding Gaza, said Donald Trump. Only earlier in the week, he said that only $5 billion will go towards rebuilding the Strip, which has been destroyed by Israel using weapons sold to them by the US for $20 billion.
I don't know why I keep missing that.
Was rebuilding the Strip, which has been destroyed by Israel using weapons sold to them by the US for $20 billion. So those figures don't really stack up. Now the UN are like, what the fuck has just happened?
I'm so lost. Is anybody else understanding what the fuck he's saying there? They've made $20 billion off of people joining the board. So they have 20 people, 20 chairs who have joined the board, $1 billion each. So now they have $20 billion. Trump said the money is going to go towards rebuilding Gaza, but he said that only 5 billion is going towards building Gaza, which leaves another 15 billion. But he finds it ironic that there's been billions of dollars put into giving Israel weapons to bomb Gaza, but they only get 5 billion. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? I don't understand. Is he saying the rest of the money is going towards Israel to give them more money for weapons? He's saying that we're profiting 15 billions because we're only putting 5 billion into rebuilding of Gaza. No. The part that I'm confused on is the part with 5 billion going to Gaza while some amount has gone towards bombs. Like, however much it takes to rebuild Gaza has nothing to do with how much money was spent on bombs. Those two are not correlated. Like, they have no relation. You could have spent like a bajillion dollars on bombs, and then it could only cost like $1 million to rebuild Gaza. Like, whatever the amount is to rebuild Gaza is the amount to rebuild Gaza. How much you spent on bombs is not related. But it sounds like he's trying to draw this correlation between, like, well, if you spent this much on bombs, you got to spend that same amount on rebuilding Gaza. Like, this is what it sounds like, right? Am I crazy?
The board costs $1 billion. Where's the money going? Towards rebuilding Gaza, said Donald Trump. Only earlier in the week, he said that only $5 billion will go towards rebuilding the Strip, which has been destroyed by Israel using weapons sold to them by the US for $20 billion. So those figures don't really stack up.
Yeah, using weapons that were sold to them for $20 billion. So those figures don't stack up. How do they... What the fuck is happening? Maybe he's talking about the bombs that we paid for Israel to have. That is what he's talking about. That's what I'm saying. That he's saying we gave Israel $20 billion for bombs, but we're only spending $5 billion on rebuilding Gaza. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? Maybe he's saying like it's like about like priorities. Like if you're willing to spend this much on bombs, but you're not willing to spend that much on Gaza. Like maybe that's what he's saying. I'm so confused on like what the argument is there, where he says those figures don't stack up. Like, what do you mean they don't stack up? Like it doesn't. I'm so fucking lost on this, dude. We gave Israel pew-pews, funded it. Gave them money. We even pay them single-payer healthcare. Okay, Polly, why do you always do this? Why do you always fucking do this? That has nothing to do with what we're fucking talking about. I don't know why the fuck you always have to, like, change the fucking topic and just schizo post about something unrelated to the fucking topic. Like, holy shit, dude.
Now the UN are like, what the fuck has just happened? We now have an organisation headed up by an increasingly senile Donald Trump who can't be replaced. So now even when Donald Trump isn't president...
You missed the point. There's 3 layers of fraud. None of that is fraud. The one part is fraud, where we say that, like, hey, all of these people are paying billions of dollars to be in the organization. They've made $20 billion in funding or money or, like, you know, fees. And then when we ask where that $20 billion is going, Trump says it's all going towards Gaza. But then it turns out they're only giving $5 billion to Gaza. Okay, that part makes sense. Then when you throw in, but the US spent $20 billion on Israel's bombs, so those numbers don't stack up, that last part, $20 billion on bombs, is so unrelated. There is no like layer of fraud there. That's not fraud. That's congressionally approved funding. That is democratically approved funding. That has nothing to do with fraud. That's not fraud. It's not fraudulent. Has nothing to do with fraud whatsoever. The amount of money that we spent on bombs has nothing to do with the rest of it. So where I'm talking about where he just throws in how much we spent on bombs, that has nothing to do with fraud. It's just, he just throws it in and then says those numbers don't stack up. Like, what what's missing
anymore, he'll still be able to slide around the geopolitical bum farting out poopies. Hold on to your horses and pray they kick you in the head.
That's a manner of perspective, I would say. It's not a matter of perspective. Like, fraud is fraud. Like, it's like illegal or unethical practices. But if it's actually like approved by Congress, like, you can disagree with Congress sending the money, that's fine, but that wouldn't be fraud, and it still wouldn't have anything to do with how much money is being spent on fixing Gaza. Like, those numbers stack up just fine. There's nothing unstacked about them. They seem stacked to me.
Never before in the history of the Senate has a president of the United States sought to jail members of this body based upon their political opposition to the president of the United States. All that our colleagues did was record a video in which they simply repeated the law of the land, the existing military code, said things into a camera that the current Secretary of Defense has said himself, almost verbatim. But because he was reciting...
They serve the rich, that's fraud. They are defrauding the taxpayer. Okay. The majority of that money being sent to Israel at the points which it was voted on, by far the majority of Americans were in favor of the money being sent to Israel. So that, I don't know how we could call this fraud when at the times when the majority of this money was voted on, the majority of the Americans were in favor of the money being sent. It was only within the last 6 months that even like Democrats have gotten to the point where they're not in favor of it. But we just went over the numbers recently that still it's about like 80% of Republicans that are still in favor of sending aid to Israel. I wasn't asked if I wanted to support other countries' healthcare before mine. Well, Israel does not have traditional single-payer system, but rather a universal mandatory national health insurance (NHI) system established in 1995. It is a hybrid model where residents are covered through one of 4 competing nonprofit health plans funded by income-based taxes, ensuring universal coverage. Okay, this is... So you said that they have single payer. That doesn't seem to be the case. The United States uses a mixed funding model where healthcare is financed by a combination of public government. In 2026, federal government and households. Wait. No, the United States does not fund Israel's universal healthcare system. Israel's healthcare is primarily financed by its own citizens through a mandatory national health tax and general government revenue. While the U.S. provides billions in annual foreign aid to Israel, this funding is almost entirely restricted to military and security assistance. The Israeli system, known as Kupat Holam, is a self-sustaining universal model. As of 2026, its primarily funding sources include the Commonwealth Fund. Let's see. We fund it basically is the issue. But we don't, though. That's the point. We just went over it. We don't fund it. If we're going to play dumb about, oh, we can't afford things, we need to start cutting back on giving selective states money versus building long-term. You understand that that's not the issue here. You have said this numerous times in my chat, and I've heard Hassan say this. I've heard tons of leftists say this. It's just a fucking lie. We do not, one, they don't have single payer. Two, we do not fund their health system, their healthcare system. It's not a thing. So, like, you can still be upset that we give them money for the war, but you can't keep saying that we fund their single-payer healthcare system. It's just not true. And I'm trying to look at this fucking website, but it won't let me. Let's see if we can get it through archive. Nope. Okay. So yeah. So it doesn't seem. Israel gets 2 times as much money as the next country and its massive military funding, but it is not all. We have just sent them $100 billion in money since 47, it looks like. Again, we're not trying to fund more. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why this happens every single time. We're talking about whether or not they have single payer and whether or not the United States funds it. I don't know why, again, you're just pivoting to something totally different than what it is that we're talking about. It's impossible to get fucking lefties to stay on a single fucking topic. They make a claim, you engage with their claim, they move on to new claims instead of actually having any willingness to back up the initial claim they made, which, again, sorry, but this is a thing that I only end up with MAGA. Like, this is just a... This is a thing. How do we know Israel didn't manipulate it? Yeah, true. Israel's in charge of Google AI.
All right, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was at the Supreme Court to watch the discussion today and joins us now. Sir, good to have you back on. What did you see today? What do you think? How do you think they're leaning?
Well, I think.
Oh, we watched this yesterday.
But here's the good news, Laura. As cowardly, as horrendous as the Supreme Court ruling was, as poorly as it reflects on John Roberts' court and the continued torturing of our statutes and our Constitution, here's the good news. The court also affirmed the president has the authority under Section 301, Section 232, Section 122, Section 338, and many other provisions of federal law that the president can levy tariffs on foreign nations. So his program will not only be fully reconstituted, but it will be expanded. And one more point, Laura. The Supreme Court also affirmed that under IEPA, the president has authority to restrict, impede, deny, license, or...
You said lefties, then MAGA? Correct. Yes. Which one is it? It's both. I'm saying with leftists and MAGA, I only have these problems with them. The fact that, like, when I try to, like, engage with them on certain topics, they make a claim, I go and engage with that claim, and then they move on to new claims and refuse to either admit they're wrong or explain why I'm wrong or like anything. They just move on to new things, and then as I keep asking them to engage with my claim, they're still off in Never Never Land, just spouting off new fucking claims over and over and over, to where there's no way that I can fucking keep up with all the fucking claims that are made over and over. So this is yes, I am comparing leftists and MAGA. in the way that they engage with claims. Hey Tom, last time I made the claim about healthcare that single payer was supported. It was true? Yes or no? About healthcare that single payer was supported. Kind of. Again, hold on. Again, supported. The claim that I was making is that a public option was more supported than single payer. That more people support a public option than they support single payer. That like people are more in favor of this than that. And if you ask them which one they would rather, the majority rather a public option. That is the claim that I made. You said I was wrong. We looked it up. I was right. So, no, you were not correct. Okay, here's the Israel stuff. Israeli settlers on native Palestinian land enjoy free universal health care paid for by the state's payroll taxes and general tax revenue. 5 Palestinians are suing the U.S. government for breaking the Leahy law, which would require transparency on where our tax dollars are going, unit by unit, regardless of the $17.9 billion the U.S. is. Okay. I'm sorry, again, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Even right. Fully embargo any foreign trade. So the net result of all this is we're going to keep and grow the tariffs to bring back American manufacturing, which keeps prices low by incentivizing products to be made here in America. But it also means that President Trump has even more tools when it comes to dealing with foreign countries that undermine our security.
That nothing he said just now is true. Like, they didn't say that the president isn't allowed to charge other countries, that he's not allowed to embargo. That what they said is that he's not allowed to tax Americans. That's what they said. They said the president is not allowed to decide on taxing Americans. That is not the president's job. That is Congress's job. Only Congress can tax Americans. And Donald Trump has continuously lied to MAGA over and over and over, telling them that this is something that he's charging other countries. That he's making other countries pay the tariff. And it's just bullshit. It is just bullshit. Other countries do not pay the tariff. It is United States countries that pay the tariff. Now, or sorry, United States businesses that pay the tariffs. A lot of people keep putting out this stat that like 2% of the tariffs are paid for by foreign countries or foreign businesses, but those are foreign businesses that are still importing into the United States. So they're like, I believe that the reason that it's paid for by foreign businesses is because it's just businesses that are run in the United States that are still importing here. I believe that's the claim. I'm not positive, but that's like the first thing that comes to mind when I keep hearing people throw this stat around. Well, 2% was, even if that's true, that's still a fucking tiny little number, but whatever. It's explaining that we funnel $100 billion to the country of over 50 plus years, that we're funding all sorts of stuff, while we also, in addition, fund their military setup. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't. Polly, I'm gonna just start ignoring you, okay? I said, you made the claim about single payer and the United States funding it. 2 claims there. Both of them seem to be wrong. You refuse to engage with that, and you are continuing to deflect and move to everything else but that. So I'm done with whatever bullshit you're spouting on top of that. That is the topic that we were on. That is the thing that I was challenging you on. That is the thing that you refuse to engage with. So
facts show otherwise. In fact, tariffs have failed to achieve virtually all of the president's stated objectives for them. Let's take a closer look. New numbers today show the U.S. economy grew at 1.4% in the fourth quarter, brought down in part by the government shutdown. GDP rose just 2.2% for all of 2025. That is the slowest pace since 2020. Tariffs, as you heard there, were supposed to raise growth significantly. The U.S. trade deficit spiked in December, and for all of 2025, imports rose to record highs. Tariffs were supposed to reduce or eliminate the U.S. trade deficit. Manufacturing employment fell by 5,000 in November to the lowest level since March 2022 and was down 7 months in a row, each month since Trump rolled out his Liberation Day tariffs. Trump, you'll remember, promised a massive reshoring of manufacturing jobs from overseas due to tariffs. And who paid for them? A new study by the New York Fed shows that U.S. consumers and businesses footed the bill, paying some 90% of the tariffs, which is exactly what many economists predicted. President Trump has insisted that foreign governments and companies would pay for his global tariffs. As for the debt, the Supreme Court ruling now throws U.S. fiscal policy into confusion. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says the ruling will increase projected budget deficits by some $2 trillion. Harder to measure is the long-term effect on U.S. trading relationships. Even many of America's closest allies, including Canada and the EU, have deliberately pursued trade deals with other nations other than the U.S. as they seek friendlier and more reliable trading partners. Joining me now is Adam Posen. He's the president of the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Good to have you, Adam. Listen, you know this better than me, but all the reasons Trump said tariffs were good, the economic numbers have shown they just haven't delivered. Is the Supreme Court decision, in your view, good news for the U.S. economy?
Jim, I want to compliment you and your team. What you just listed was all fact-based and would summarize the situation very accurately, what the president claimed, what actually happened, the outcome. So
yeah, this is one of the real complications with all of the new, or with the new decision from the Supreme Court, is a lot of people wanting to get refunds now for the money that they spent. And there's, you know, there's stats have been put out that Americans have spent about $1,000 per household on goods, $1,000 extra because of tariffs. Again, that's an average. Some people have spent, like, you know, somewhere around 200. Some people have spent somewhere around 2,000. Like, there's a pretty big spectrum there, but an average of about $1,000. And a lot of people are upset that this money would go back to American businesses, which I think is the claim, is that like they're going to have to send money back to American businesses. But the American businesses already raised their prices to cover the tariffs, right? They already raised their prices to cover the money that they were spending on tariffs. So if they raise their price to where they don't lose any money on the tariff, but then the American spender, the American consumer, ends up paying more money to cover that tariff, and then the business gets that money back, they're just making insane amounts of fucking money now. Like, this is it almost seems like it was a fucking ploy just to help businesses make more money. Like, the whole thing was just like, yeah, we're gonna do this thing. It's obviously gonna fail. It's pretty blatant that the Supreme Court will disagree with this, and then we'll have to send you guys money back, and then you guys will just get even more fucking money, and you'll be able to charge Americans more the whole way through. And what do you think? Do you think prices are gonna go down? Do you think all the prices are gonna drop once the tariffs go away? Probably not. So now we'll continue to spend more money for things that went up just because of Trump's tariffs, and then we still won't get our money back that we spent on tariffs. So probably the United States didn't start help sending money until 1967, give or take. Do some study instead of, that's not true. That's not true. The United States started helping Israel like in 1948 when they claimed independence. That was, the United States was immediately helping Israel from the beginning. I think it was Truman who was in office at the time that was immediately there to help Israel. That is totally incorrect. Like, we've been helping them since the start. Republicans are furious about this.
Who are you talking to like that?
Just another example.
Among many.
Who are you talking to like that?
Who the fuck are you talking to like that? What you looking at? I know you're not talking to me like that. I know you're not talking to me like that. You don't talk to me like that. What you gonna do? Really? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Ready? What you gonna do? Go ahead. What you gonna do? Okay, let's go. Hey. Hey. What? Hey. Hey. What? What? Hey. 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 What? 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 Oh, man. I think I know how to do this. Woo! Woo!
Brilliant, dude. Fucking brilliant.
What I'm saying is, as a guest, right? Because we are guests here. I think
what does that mean? We're guests.
We're guests. This is not a Muslim country. This is not a Muslim country.
Oh, then you could make an argument that's a Jewish country if they control 98% of the politicians.
Oh my God, this guy.
Oh, 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 yeah. All white people are guests here too. According to Myron, Jews control everything. It's a Jew-controlled country, Jew-controlled government. It's all fucking Jew-controlled. Which, by the way, I'm a little embarrassed about this. Okay, I'm a little embarrassed about this. You guys know the song by Michael Jackson? Fuck, what is it? There's a song by Michael Jackson that is like highly anti-Semitic that I just saw like somebody playing the song the other day. And I had no fucking idea that they said those words. I think I've only ever heard the edited version where he says at points like I think the whole song's supposed to be about like coming together and like, you know, all this shit, but it's like they don't care about us. But he says we're gonna kick me, kike me, they don't want to fight me. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. He says, kick me, kike me, they don't want to fight me. He says, Jew me, sue me, as well. Like, it's in the song, like, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us. But in that song, he has numerous lines about fucking Jewish people. And I didn't know this because I think the only version that I've ever heard is an edited version where he says like, do me, sue me, instead of Jew me, sue me. And then I think he says like, kick me, hit me. All I want to say is they don't really care about it. So I think like the edited version cuts all that out. But I had no idea, and so I saw this the other day, and I thought, this is AI edited, right? This is like some fucking like neo-Nazi went and changed these fucking lyrics and put these words in there. There's no way he said kike in a fucking song. There's no way he said that. There's no way he said Jew me. And then I was like, wait. Michael Jackson was like really paranoid about the Jews right before he died. Was he always like that? Was he always like paranoid about Jews? This is even something that Candace Owens has brought up a bunch, and I even played it in my documentary where she's talking about like the Jews killing him and shit like that because he had stuff to say. And they're like the same Jews who went after Michael Jackson are the ones who went after Kanye West and blah blah blah. But yeah, then I went and looked it up. And yeah, no, he actually says, yeah, it's like in the fucking lyrics. And at the time, there was like a whole fucking blow up about it in the media, and like it was all over the papers, and it was there was like, you know, associations coming out and like condemning him and his music, and it's fucking crazy that this song was like a mainstream fucking song that was played all over the radio, and all they did was just edit the words to where the stuff about Jews weren't in there anymore. And then this becomes like a fucking national treasure. Like, this is just a song that everybody knows and loves, and they don't fucking know that the lyrics in it, the main fucking unedited lyrics, are about the fucking Jews. Nobody fucking knows this shit. Like, does anybody in chat, are there people in chat who didn't know about this? Like, I see that like the anti-Semites knew about it, but are there other people here who knew about this? Because I'm sure like everybody who doesn't, they play the fucking song all the time. They're like, yes, fucking, yeah, they don't really care about us. Let's go. But does anybody else know that this song is about the fucking Jews? Is it just me just now figuring this out? Am I the only one? Or is there anybody else in chat who had no fucking idea that this song is about the fucking Jews? It's not about Jews. They're just smearing MJ. Okay. LOL, it's pretty funny. But did you guys know that? I think it was critique, but public saw it anti-Semitism. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a critique. He didn't like the Jews. It was a critique of the Jews, like of like the Jews in the music industry and them like owning the labels, owning the record industry. Like, it was a critique of like that. It wasn't a critique of anti-Semites, if that's what you're saying. It was a critique of everyone knew, Tom. I'm a plural anti-Semite. No, you and Polly. Everyone knew what? I was asking, did you guys know that Michael Jackson's song, all I want to say is they don't really care about us. Did you guys know that that song is about the Jews? And that like it's an anti-Semitic song. Like, the song is about the fucking Jews not caring about people. It's about like them ruling the world, and they don't care about anybody else. They don't care about the people in the music industry. They don't care about the people in the NBA. They don't care about the people in the NFL. But they like own all of this shit. But they don't give a fuck about them. That like the song. I'll help you, Tom. I had no clue. All right, thank you. Bro, that was his final song. Was it? What was the last song by Michael Jackson's last song performed just hours before his death, Earth Song, during his This Is It rehearsal at the Staples Center, June 24th, 2009. It was his final poignant rehearsal performance. Let's see, song released. Yeah, Earth Song is his last song. Because I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that song came out well before he died. Because he died in like 2000 something. This song came out in like 94, 96, something like that. Following backlash and accusations of anti-Semitism, Jackson apologized and clarified that the song was intended to highlight rather than promote prejudice. Nah, dude. Jew me, sue me. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. Kick me, kike me. They don't want to fight me. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. That is not That is not like just trying to point out that anti-Semitism exists. Nah, bro, that's some fucking cope right there. That motherfucker was calling out the Jews. And again, we know that before he died, he believed that his Jewish doctor was poisoning him. And that he thought it was the Jews coming after him. We know that like he was like super paranoid about the fucking Jews at the end. Which did turn out to be true. I think it did turn out to be true that I think there was evidence that his doctor was actually engaging in some unethical behavior. But Jew me, sue me, everybody do me, kick me, kike me, don't you black or white me. Like, bro. You could for sure be right. I don't know. I mean, we'll pull up the fucking... Okay. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. Don't worry what people say. We know the truth. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. Enough is enough of this garbage. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. Verse 1, skinhead, deadhead, everybody gone bad. Situation, aggravation, everybody allegation. In the suit, on the news, everybody dog food. Bang, bang, shot dead. Everybody's gone mad. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. Beat me, hate me. You can never break me. Will me, thrill me. You can never kill me. Jew me, sue me. Everybody do me. Kick me, kike me. You, don't you black or white me. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. Nah, dude. Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. No shot, dude. No fucking shot. Like, all these other things are, like, about unethical behavior and shit like that, right? Like, skinhead, dead, everybody gone bad. Situation, aggravation, everybody allegation. In the suit, on the news, everybody dog food. Bang, bang, shot dead. Everybody's gone mad. Okay? So this one, like, seems to be pretty clearly about, like, white people killing black people and, like, you know, neo-Nazis and shit like that. Then this one seems to be about the fucking Jews. Beat me, hate me, you can never break me. Will me, thrill me, you can never kill me. Jew me, sue me, everybody do me. Kick me, kike me, don't you black or white me. Tell me what has become of my life. I have a wife and 2 children who love me. I am the victim of police brutality now. I'm tired of being the victim of hate. You're ripping me of my pride. Oh, for God's sake. I look to heaven to fulfill its prophecy. Set me free. Skinhead, dead. Everybody's gone bad. Blah, blah, blah. Tell me what has become of my rights. Am I invisible because you ignore me? Your proclamation promised me free liberty. Now I'm tired of being the victim of shame. They are throwing me in a class with a bad name. I can't believe this is the land from which I came. You know, I really do hate to say it. The government don't want to see. But if Roosevelt was living, you wouldn't let this be. No. Some things in life they just don't want to see. But if Martin Luther King was living, you wouldn't let this be. No. Yeah. The song explains his victim mentality mindset. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, again, like before he died, like he was complaining about the Jews. This is in my documentary about Candace Owens. This is like there's numerous clips about it in there where she's like repeating the stuff that Michael Jackson said about the Jews, and that, again, the same people who Michael Jackson had a problem with, the same Jews, or the same Jews that Kanye West had a problem with, that then ended up being the same ones that came after Candace Owens. And so she's like kind of pointing out this pattern that exists. And wait, you're Terminally Online Media? Yes, I am Terminally Online Media. That's my channel. I made the documentary on Candace Owens, and if you go to the channel on Terminally Online Media, you can find my documentary on Candace Owens there. It's full-fledged, production that was movie theater quality. Coincidence? I think it's not a coincidence that I made that channel, because the Terminally Online Media, it stands, the initials stand for TOM, T-O-M. It is an acronym, T-O-M, Terminally Online Media. So yes, it's not a coincidence. You are correct, Pepe. Well done.
What I'm saying is, as a guest, right? Because we are guests here. I think
what does that mean? We're guests.
We're guests. This is not a Muslim country. This is not a Muslim country.
Oh, then you could make an argument that's a Jewish country if they control 98% of the politicians.
Oh my God, this guy.
So, I mean, it's a freedom of religion country. It's a secular country.
Okay,
what do you mean we're guests? I'm a citizen here. I'm not a.
It is a secular country. Like, this is the thing that, like, a lot of people, the Christians definitely, like, get annoyed with. The idea that it was built on Judeo-Christian values, this is true, okay? This is true. This is the thing that is just, it's like obviously, or Christian values, we'll say. It is obviously true to an extent, but that doesn't make it a Christian country. Like, the government is not Christian. A lot of our, like, cultural values were Christian. Like, that is a real thing. And even, like, Christianity with liberalism, like, there was a lot of overlap with, like, freedom and equality and rights and things like this. And so there was it was considered to be like a good like system for Christians, but it wasn't it was not we're not a religious country. We don't have a state religion, separation of church and state. Separation of church and state isn't really a good argument. So first off, separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. A lot of people think it is. It seems like really common on the left that people on the left are like, oh yeah, well then why is separation of church and state in the Constitution? It's not. It's not in our laws. It's not a thing anywhere. It is separation of church and state was a letter that was written that was just kind of explaining why they think there ought to be separation of church and state. And it became like a value that was part of the First Amendment at some point, where that value led into Congress shall not respect one religion or acknowledge one religion above another. That is like now the part that we should be referencing, is that like the First Amendment says that the Congress cannot respect one religion above another. But it is like our government is meant to be secular. It is meant to be a secular government. And the idea that like we're any sort of like religious country is kind of annoying. Tom, can we get an on-screen Candace counter? There is a website that counts the amount of words that you say most, okay? And it's kind of embarrassing what the word is that I say most. I have my own guess of what I think it would be. All right? Let's get everybody, what do you guys think? Let's what do you guys think the most common word is that I would say before I pull this up? What do you think? What is a word that I would say that you think is the most common word from me? Show snubbling? No. I would think it would be something like that. But my guess would be like. That's what I thought. I thought like. I say like a lot. So I thought the word like would be the most common word that I would use. Now, it's not just me. It's just what's said on my channel, okay? It's not just me. It's not just something that I say. It's just a word that is said on my channel more than anything else. Like I said, it's actually fucking embarrassing. Tom's most common word is like. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I would say too. Yeah, I would say like. All right, let me pull it up. Seriously, it's kind of fucking embarrassing what the word is, because it's again, it's not just a word that I say. So I just want to be clear. This can be anything that is just said on my channel. It just searches my okay, how do I pull this part up? Here you go. Again, it's not just me, all right? It's not just something that I say. It's just a word that is said. Like if it's like a video that I'm reviewing, other people that come onto the platform, other debates that we have, like things of that nature. This includes all of it. And then Tom. So like again, you know, Tom being a word that is said a lot. This is, although the word Tom, actually a lot of that probably comes from my BRB screen. But it also comes from, because there's a part where I play a compilation of a girl who just, in one debate, kept saying my name at the beginning of it. Tom, 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 Tom. Like, and I just turned this, like, every time she was so condescending in this fucking debate that I went and made a compilation of her just repeating my name over and over and over at the beginning of every. Katie, yes, it was fucking Katie. And so at the beginning of this, I just went and made a compilation of this, and it was my BRB screen for a long time. And so that being on my channel all the time now probably also adds to it. But also, anytime I'm in a debate and like talking to people, they say my name a lot. When I read chats and it says at Tom Foolery Show, I will read at Tom Foolery Show, and so there's a lot of times that Tom comes up, and so this is obviously, I don't say the word Tom all that much, but it's on there for because of these other things. Dude, gender, conversation, agree, chat, freaking, stream, relationship, trans, debate, bro, crap, pill, hell, society, bunch, sexual, Twitter, Twitch, MLD, sheesh, thinks, posted, Sunday, Nick, assume, hunter, abusive, abuse, seem, female, weird, definition, who's, foreign, argument, shouldn't, generally, context, stupid, feminine, relationships, drama, Katie, engaged, dumb, male, discord, masculine, damn, dating, hate, like gay is on there. Somebody said gay is on there. That's mid, not MLD. No, that's MLD. It does say MLD. I try to make this bigger. Yeah, there you go. Oh shit, when I change the size, it moves everything around. Blah? Blah? Okay. Maybe I say blah blah blah. Porn? Based. Let's go. Let's fucking go. DMs. Lying behavior. Anna. There's Destinies. Apostrophe S. Insane. Is wild on here? Do we have wild? I don't think wild is on there. Nope. Not on there. Crazy. Yeah, this is my channel subscribers for years because I didn't use YouTube as much. It was like a second or third platform that I used for years. And then I think it was 2020. I think it was 2021 where I got banned from Twitch. Or no, it's 20. Yeah, like 20. It was 2022. 2022, I get banned from Twitch. Go up a little bit where I'm only streaming on YouTube, and then late 2023 is where I go from 700 to 1,000, and then just shoot straight up from there. So yeah. But went the first. Well, I created the channel in January of I think 2019 or 2020, and it stayed below 600 for the first 3 years.
Guest?
Yeah.
Wait, no. Hold on. I'm not a guest. I have a passport. I was born here.
Of course.
I have my birth
But
certificate.
what I'm saying is,
my
the
country.
Islamic faith, is of course it's your country. But what I'm saying is that the Islamic faith is not a part of the American infrastructure.
Neither is Christianity.
It's not. This country was founded by Christians.
But it's not part of the American doctrine.
The people that founded this country,
it's not
Christians.
It's not of the doctrine. Just because
the separation of church and state was put in place so that either would not corrupt each other, but it's still a Christian country founded by Christian people, right? Because you can make the argument.
It's not
you can make the argument like Syria wasn't a Muslim.
Yeah, so he is correct. That was the idea of separation of church and state. Separation of church and state was worried about in the past with European countries. Obviously, the Vatican had been able to kind of corrupt different kingdoms and kind of hold them hostage and say that they were going to take away their ability to go to heaven and things like that. And so they were able to kind of force everybody to obey them. And so this was like a fear that the founding fathers had. And so they wanted to make sure that there was always a separation of church and state and that there was not this corrupting behavior from any religious group. But again, the First Amendment, when we talk about like no religion being respected above another, that is not just avoiding corruption. That is making sure that anybody and everybody is able to practice all religions freely, regardless of what it is, as long as it's an approved religion. You know, if I come up with a religion where I say that I get to have sex with your mom whenever I feel like, and this is part of our religious beliefs, if your mom doesn't consent, I still don't get to just say, well, this is part of my religious beliefs. It's my religious belief. I can't be arrested for my religious beliefs. I get to have sex with your mom anytime I want. Like, that's just what it is. So it's an unfortunate part of the law.
Isn't a Muslim country because Bashar al-Assad was a secularist, or Saddam Hussein was a secularist. It's still a Muslim country majority, and they're going to play that then.
I'll say that, yeah, it's a Christian majority country, but it's not a Christian country by definition.
I think this is a Christian country.
But there's no paperwork or any, like, it's not in the Constitution.
It was found, it's not, well, they have God in it.
Even when you pledge allegiance, as an American, I grew up
pledge allegiance saying, but God, God is mentioned in the
Do you say Jesus?
They believe. You say God.
You don't say Jesus.
You say God. You don't have to say Jesus because
you don't say the Holy Spirit.
To them, God and Jesus are synonymous.
Yes and no. Actually, if you talk to a Christian,
it depends on who you talk to. Yes.
Being honest, bro.
They look at God and Jesus as the same. Like, because he's the Son of God. So
he's also God's only begotten Son. So they are separate entities.
It depends on who you look at. Who you're asking.
That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
But the reason that this is in God we trust is because it's the most universal statement.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is that regardless, this country was founded by Christians. They reserve the right to run the country however they want. And if they do want to play church, I take it a step further. If they want to play the church bells, I think they can because it's a Christian country. Just like in a
yeah, it doesn't, like, even if you're pagan, you believe in a god or gods. Like, even if you're, like, it doesn't matter who you are, you believe in a god. And so to just say God doesn't necessarily entail the Christian God. I do think that that's obviously the implication, but it also may be, like, part of the thought process is, like, just putting God instead of, like, you know, the Christian God or Yahweh or anything like this. Like, this may be the more generic form.
Muslim country, if they want to play that Dan 10 times a day, you got to shut up and take it.
Okay, so if it's a Christian country, then why do you not support Israel? Doesn't the Bible for evangelical Christians say God blesses those who bless the state of Israel?
Because we
by
know
that definition,
we know that evangelicals is cap.
Okay, well, I mean, it was founded by Protestant Christians. That's what Protestants believe. If you're if you're following your logic that you want to be a patriot and a nationalist, then you should support Israel.
Actually, Protestants don't really fuck with what's his name, The Jews and Their Lies, by who wrote he was the head of he was the founder of Protestantism. Something Luther.
Martin Luther?
No,
Luther.
I think it was Martin Luther. Yeah, dude. Only evangelical Christians like observe Israel as like real. Everyone else, like all real niggas, Christians, like Catholics, Orthodox Christians.
What do Protestants think?
They don't fuck with Jews either.
They don't say God bless the state of Israel.
No, that's just evangelical retards.
Okay, so what?
And Schofield Bible reader niggas, but most Christians are that aren't retarded, right? And remember, this is just American Christians. Christians all over the place don't. If you look at Eastern Europe, they're all super anti-Semitic. They're real niggas.
Okay, so wait.
This is also talked about in the documentary, is the fact that, like, younger generations of Christians don't actually believe this anymore. The evangelical idea of Jews being the chosen people, that is not as much it's not as common with younger Christians anymore. Younger Christians believe that Christians are the chosen people, that at the point when Jesus died for our sins and Christianity was born, that at this point Jews were no longer the chosen people. The second that they denounced Jesus and refused to believe that he died for their sins, they were no longer the chosen people, and that the Christians became like the Israelites. And so this is a fading belief.
So
Orthodox Christians are super anti-Semitic. Shout out to them.
Yeah, but like
they don't fuck with the Jews. Let me just say that, because anti-Semitism is a fake word.
But it's your mentality approaching thinking that
it's a fake word, dude. These people are too stupid, dude. It's a fake word. Like, every time somebody says, like, that word's just made up, or it's just a made up word, or that word's fake, like, there's no any issue that you have with a word that you're calling like a fake word or a made up word, any argument that you're going to make to apply to that will apply to every other fucking word that has ever been in existence. Like, it will always apply. There is no argument that you can make for this that will not apply to every other word. Like, so you cannot, like, the idea that, like, that's just a fake word. That's just a fake thing. Like, those words are fake. Those are made up words. Like, all fucking words are made up. They're all made up. This is all made up. Like, it's so stupid. But it's something that's, like, really, like, popular on the right, is where they say shit like, you know, oh, those are gendered. That's just a fake made up word. Or, like, that's just a fake made up that, like, yeah, that's all of them, bro. There's a fake made up ideology, bro. All fucking ideologies are made up. What do you mean? That's nothing to do with anything. You're just fucking talking out your ass right now. It doesn't mean anything.
That we're guests here.
Yeah, I think we're guests here. That is
Dude, we were born here.
No, the Islamic faith and the religion of Islam. You are a guest as a Muslim in the United States.
I'm not a guest in my home,
bro. We are guests here.
What do you? We are guests here. We were born here.
It's like when Trump called borders fake lines drawn on a map. Didn't he said that about Greenland, right? Or no, I don't know if he said borders were fake lines drawn on a map. I remember him saying that there was no reason, like reason to believe that who is it? The Danish had is it Danish? Who is it that has rights over Greenland? I can't remember, but that, like, there's no reason that they have any sort of rights over Greenland. And it's like, what argument could you possibly make that does not apply to the United States and, like, all of our Denmark? But yeah, like, what possible argument could you make that doesn't apply to the United States and, like, every fucking government and every one of our territories? And, like, what possible argument could you make that doesn't just apply across the board?
Yes, but our religion.
So now your faith makes you a guest.
Okay.
Yes, if you're gonna open, yes, to a degree, yes.
To a degree, or
yeah, because obviously everything is, like, nuanced, like nothing is absolute. But, like, the point I'm trying to make is that the Islamic faith, as this is not a Muslim country, so therefore,
so what about Catholics? Are Catholics guests because it was founded by Protestants?
I would say they're closer to.
So they're still guests.
I would say they're, because here's the thing with Catholicism, Christianity, all of it, it's all kind of one. I look at them all as the same. Like, they all believe in Jesus. They all believe in Jesus.
They disagree with each other,
of course.
Fundamentally.
Bro, Sneako's fucking cooking here. Sneako is fucking cooking here. This is actually, that is so fucking true, dude. That is so fucking true. He is fucking cooking here, dude. Like, Catholics are not Protestants, and if the country is founded by Protestant Christians, and this is a Christian Protestant country, and everybody else is a guest, then fucking Catholics are guests, dude. Catholics are guests. And this whole, like, thing from Nick Fuentes and like, you know, Andrew Wilson and all of these people are like, oh, this is a Christian country, we're Catholics. And we're like, well, hold on, buddy, you're fucking invaders, all right? You guys are foreign invaders, like the fucking Jews trying to take over and push your ideology on the rest of us. We don't need all that shit, all right? You guys are. Andrew's Orthodox, correct? Yeah, you guys are like the fucking Jews, dude, trying to come and push your ideology on the rest of us, trying to take over and force your fucking shit on everybody else.
But I would say
a lot of them say that each other are.
If they believe in Christ, they're a Christian to a degree. What denomination isn't really as relevant is if they believe in Jesus as their Lord and Savior, that makes them a Christian.
The Protestants criticize the Catholics for praying to Mary.
See, that's arguments within themselves. But in general, they're all Christians because they all believe in Jesus. There's different.
Yeah,
like,
but by your
Muslims,
logic,
for example, right? There's Sunnis and there's
Shia.
But we don't look at them differently with our faith. Honestly,
Why did you say what the fuck, Tom? Andrew is Orthodox. What the fuck, Tom? Why did you say that? What? What do you think? What the fuck, Tom? Yeah. What the fuck, Tom?
We really don't. They pray in the same mosque. They do some funny shit praying on rocks.
That's not all true.
But they.
You said Andrew was Catholic. I believe he is Orthodox Catholic. I'm almost positive he said numerous times recently that he switched to Catholicism. That wasn't what I was saying. I was saying that him and I did say Nick is Catholic, like Andrew Wilson, but I was saying the two of them are Orthodox. They're not Protestants, is what I was saying. But I'm almost Catholic is Orthodox, kind of. That like there's Orthodox Catholic, and then there's I think Roman Catholic. I think are they're separate churches. Maybe if it was hyper recent, I believe it was within like the last like 3 or 4 months that I heard him say that he switched to Catholicism. I could be wrong. I could be mistaken, but yeah, I'm fairly certain that he said that he was. Because I remember talking about it. Yeah, well, and I think a lot of that had to do with what's his name? That Jay Dyer. I think Jay Dyer is like hardcore Orthodox, and the argument, like, obviously the Sola Scriptura debate, I think, convinced him of orthodoxy, when to me it doesn't make sense at all. It makes absolutely no sense at all. I've said this 1,000 times. I am either like Protestant, and then like the Bible is the ultimate authority, and if the Bible is the ultimate authority, then like we take it as literally as possible, or we scrap it all. As soon as you start making the argument that we shouldn't take the Bible as literally as possible, okay, so that's it, then I'm out. And I've had this conversation with like Kyla a couple of times where like I start to explain that, and she's like, but Tom, you don't understand. Like,
Aram Sound tipped $20. Tom providing a safe place to shit on Andrew is based. Public service and shit.
Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. No. Andrew is a friend of the channel. We love Andrew here. This is not a safe space to shit on Andrew. But no, Kyla, I've had this conversation with her a couple of times. Not so erudite, if you guys don't know. I've had this conversation with her a couple of times where she's a Christian, and she starts saying like, but Tom, the problem is that back then when they wrote these sorts of like scriptures, they didn't ever talk the way that you think that they would talk. Like, it wasn't, all writing was very like poetic and artistic, and it was meant to give a broader concept of things. It was never like a journal of like, you know, like, unless you were writing history, like the writings like this is how it was all done. This is just how it was done. It was all written in ways to kind of tell a story, to give you an idea of what was happening, but it's not meant to actually like convey history to you. And so you shouldn't take it literally. And I was like, okay, then I'm out. Like, that's what I'm telling you. I'm out then. If you're telling me that like God is saying, hey, this is the Holy Bible. This is the Bible that is supposed to be like my message to my people. I'm giving you something that is supposed to explain to you everything that you're supposed to know about Christianity, everything you're supposed to know about God, everything you're supposed to know about Jesus, everything you're supposed to know about what it is he wants of you. And then you're telling me it's all written in fucking parables and shit? Okay, well then I'm out. Yeah, that's stupid. That's insane. I could never believe that this guy who is trying to give us a message is not going to make it as literal and as straightforward as possible. Instead, he's going to invoke these like prophecies that where he wants like these people to write this stuff down on behalf of him, but he wants them to write it down in a fucking poetic parable, or in a like in a broad, like, you know, in like almost like a play for you to. But Tom, that contradicts faith. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. The idea that this is a message from God, you still have to have the faith that that is the case. I have no evidence that that's the case. I have no reason to believe that that's the case. I have no, like, faith. You still have to have a thing to have faith in, right? There still has to be a thing to have faith in. So if you're telling me that this is not actually what it says, it's supposed to be like what you get out of it, not what it actually says, okay, well then I don't know what the fuck that is anymore. So I don't think that that makes sense. But I could still, like, the fact that, like, faith is about whether or not Jesus died on the cross, whether or not God exists, whether or not like he died for your sins and you're going to heaven as long as you follow Christ and blah blah. Like, you have to have faith in that. But faith doesn't have to do with, like, how the Bible was written and in what format it was written and the type of communication. Like, that's not. I don't know, that's what Christians always say to me when I make similar arguments. Oh yeah, no. It, like, faith is about, like Jesus dying on the cross. That's not about, or like God's existence at all. Like, it's not about, like, the way that the Bible was written.
They pray in the same mosque in general.
Sometimes there's some Shia mosques, but
they can pray alongside.
By your logic,
they're not considered kuffars. They're not considered kafirs. They're just misguided.
By your logic, then only Protestant Christians should be the non-guests in America if it was founded by Protestant Christians.
No, because they're all Christians. I look at them all as Christians. Denominations. This is literally why the whole separation of church and state was a thing, was to avoid that problem, fights between themselves. So they literally instructed that in place to deal with that very problem you're talking about, which is, like, the different sects in Christianity.
Okay.
That's why the separation of church and state was instilled, was to keep Baptists, Protestants, Catholics, and all these other guys from fighting each other, because this is the problem that they had in England. With the Catholic.
That's not true. First of all, separation of church and state was not instilled in anything. He's fucking stupid. Okay, here. Separation of church and state originates from the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment, which prevents the government from establishing a religious. Okay, that's not true. Holy shit, that's not okay. Which prevents the government from establishing a religion or prohibiting its free exercise. The specific iconic phrase "wall of separation between church and state" was coined by Thomas Jefferson in 1802 letter to the Danbury Baptist Association to reassure them of religious freedom. Early roots. Roger William, founder of Rhode Island, first used the metaphor of a wall or hedge of separation between the wilderness or wilderness of the world and the garden of the church in 1644 to protect the church from state corruption. Oh, maybe he's right. Jefferson's intent. Jefferson sought to separate the church from religious influence driven by his own belief and desire to prevent the government from controlling conscience. Historical context. The concept gained popularity in the 19th century as a tool against perceived Catholic influence, particularly used by nativist Protestants. While not explicitly in the Constitution, thank you, the phrase has been interpreted by the Supreme Court as an authoritative guide to the First Amendment's meaning. The principle was further cemented by Jefferson's earlier work, the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, 1977. The phrase separation of church and state does not appear in the U.S. Constitution, but the principle is derived from the First Amendment, which prohibits the government from establishing a religious established clause or prohibiting its free exercise clause. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion above another, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Specifies that no religious test shall ever be required as qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. clause prevents government from creating an official state church favoring one religion over another or coercing participation in religious activities. The Supreme Court has applied the protection to both federal and state governments, although interpretations of the wall have evolved over time. Where does the Bible say to separate church and state? Holy shit. While the specific phrase separation of church and state does not appear in the Bible, the foundational verse often cited is Matthew 22:21. Render to Caesar the things that I was, that's what I was going to say. That's what I normally use. Render to Caesar, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Like that is the, when I was a Christian, I used to have a bunch of debates with Christian nationalists who would say that they thought that the government should enforce Christianity and should use Christian rules and Christian law, Abrahamic law, as like a way to govern, and that I would always say, like, that's against Christianity. Like, Christians don't believe in this. Like, we believe in freedom to choose. They're like, where's that come from? Like, well, literally the entire idea of getting saved is that, like, they're saying God is real, Jesus is real, but you have to choose Jesus. You have to choose to get saved. You have to choose to find him. He's not going to force you to be a Christian. You're not just born a Christian and he's like forcing you to be a Christian the whole time. You are born secular and you choose for yourself. You choose, you find it yourself. That is, like, you have this freedom to make your own decision. Why the hell would God not do this? But he wants the church to do this, or the government to do this, or any other being to do this, to force people into a religion. That's fucking insane. And so they say, well, you're not going to be forced to be a Christian, but you're going to be forced to abide by Christian rules. Like, how does that make sense? The Bible literally talks about the fact that, like, you shouldn't act like a Christian if you're not a Christian. There should be a big separation between a Christian and a non-Christian. And it talks about a lukewarm Christian in the Bible, which is one who believes that, like, Christianity is done by works, and that they will act as a Christian. They will do nice things. They will do good things, and they'll go to church and they'll do all these things, but they're not saved. They're not going to heaven. They're not a real Christian, and they're not like, and they'll pick and choose when it's time to be Christian, when it's time not to be a Christian. Like, this is literally condemned by God. It, like, says that he vomits you out of his mouth. Like, this is the exact opposite of what he wants. He does not want you to act like a Christian if you're not a fucking Christian. So, like, you're, again, going against everything that the fucking Bible says. So yeah, this is a debate that I had all the time, and I would say, you know, the Bible says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. That means that, like, there's a place for the government and there's a place for religion. These are their own things. Damn.
So you believe we're guests in our own country?
I believe as Muslims we are guests in America. Yes, because America is not a Muslim country like Saudi Arabia, like Egypt, like Sudan, like UAE, like Qatar. These are Muslim countries. When we go there, we respect and we don't say a word. When we were in Dubai, we had jalabiyas on. I spoke Arabic whenever I had a chance. Right? We assimilated. We respected that culture. Right? As even the first time before you reverted, we respected that culture because we understood we are guests there. I think Muslims need to exercise the same thing in the United States.
Imagine being John the Baptist and having your entire movement stolen out from under you by some punk out of Nazareth. It's his fucking cousin, dude. Your own family, dude. Your own fam. You're not fam anymore. You got weak moves. Your moves are weak. You're not fam anymore. You guys know that reference, right? Everybody knows the fucking reference, right? We all know the reference. Your moves are weak. You're not fam anymore.
Roger? Roger?
What do you want, bitch?
How dare you?
Yeah? I said it.
How dare you?
Yeah, I said it.
How dare you?
I don't even care. And he agrees with me.
Oh.
Yeah, what do you want, bitch?
Will you shut the fuck up? Who do you think you are?
I'm the man of the house.
Dad, I'm the boy of the house. Will you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, okay, Dad.
What has gotten into this family?
You're not fam anymore.
Yeah, you're not fam anymore. Will you shut the fuck up? Oh, really? Why's that?
Because your moves are weak, babe, okay?
Your moves are weak.
Okay, bitch?
Hey, you don't call her bitch.
But Dad, I mean, come on.
I'm not your dad.
Honey,
what are you doing?
I'm telling him once and for all, right? What do you mean?
I'm not your dad. You were adopted.
What? No, what? No.
Look at your hair and then look at mine. Mom, what are you doing?
Let me handle this, okay, bitch?
Yeah,
fam only.
I'm your mother.
No, you're not. Not anymore. We decided you're out.
Will you shut the fuck up with that, please? Jesus Christ.
What happened? Why am I not fam anymore?
I'm not your fucking dad, okay? Look at you.
I look exactly like you, dude.
You look like a bird.
He does not look like a bird.
Will you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, this is a family issue, okay? This is a family issue, you bitch.
What did I tell you about calling your mother a bitch?
Why am I not fam anymore?
Because your moves are weak. Because your moves are weak.
What?
Your moves are weak, Mom. Will you stop calling her mom?
But Dad,
I'm not your dad, and she's not your mom.
He's right. What? Come on, fam.
We're not your fam.
That's right.
We're not
What?
your fam.
We're fam, right?
No, you're adopted. I'm not your fucking dad.
Yeah, we found you. In a park, on a swing set. You were taped to it. What? This family doesn't want me.
You know what? I'm out of here.
What do you mean?
My wife and I are getting a divorce.
Oh, Dad.
I'm not your fucking dad.
Mom, come on.
She's not your mom. I'm not your fucking mom, okay?
But, Dad, what about the moves?
There were no moves. There were no moves.
Dad. Come on.
Why are you talking to him?
What?
That's my adopted son, okay?
What? Let's go. Okay. I know.
Yeah, you don't talk to him like that. He's my adopted son, too.
Okay.
Not anymore. I'm leaving.
What? You're leaving Mom?
She's not your fucking mom.
What do you mean? You guys are getting into a divorce?
I'm leaving with Mark. I like penis now.
What you're gay?
Oh, you like penis now? Yeah, I like big fat penis, okay?
Dad, what the what's going on? Well, hopefully it's bigger than yours.
Oh, it is. Bigger than, both of ours are bigger than yours.
What the frick am I supposed to do?
You're coming with me. No, he's coming with me and Mark, okay?
No, I'm not going with you, Dad. I like penis.
There's nothing wrong with liking a little penis.
So you said it was a big penis.
It is a big penis. Mark's got the biggest penis in the world. Besides mine.
What am I supposed to do?
You're dying. You're dying.
What? It's true. First I was Mom and Dad. Then my dad's gay with Mark. He's got a big penis. Now I'm dying.
He's got a big penis.
Okay. He's not gay, son. Son? I thought I was adopted.
You're not.
So you guys aren't getting a divorce?
No, we just wanted to make it easier on you.
We figured we've got this news. Just make things a little bit smoother. What, so you dropped a bomb that I'm divorced and you guys are getting adopted?
You're adopted.
I am divorced and you guys are getting adopted.
We're getting a divorce.
Wait, but I thought you guys. Wait, I thought you said you weren't.
We're not. I'm just explaining it. We just wanted to lighten the load. We love you, son.
Am I dying?
Yes.
What?
You're just dying.
You're just dying. What do you mean?
You're just fucking dying, okay?
Jesus, you're gonna die. When?
I don't know. Someday. Everybody dies.
Are you? What? Are you dying? And you?
Yes. What the fuck? Don't they teach you this shit in school? I mean,
want to die?
Yeah. When you're old. Yeah.
What?
Word. No.
You're not fam anymore, bro. So John the Baptist told Jesus, dude. You're not fam anymore. Your moves are weak.
Yeah, I know, because we're literally visiting Dubai.
Yeah,
I was born here. Like, what do you? It doesn't.
Yeah, but the Islamic faith. We're American citizens, but the Islamic faith is not.
There's nothing. I mean, you're just making up America. Like
we're 1% of the population. That in itself proves that this is not a Muslim country.
You can single out anybody and say that they're a minority to some extent. It's not. You don't need to describe somebody just by their faith. You could say that you're.
Bro, there's somebody who's like spamming this over and over in the chat. And it's something about like Andrew Tate.
Single out any.
Stretching out Sneeko's asshole. Tate stretched out Sneeko's asshole. Tate stretched out Sneeko's asshole.
And say that they're a minority to some extent. It's not. You don't need to describe somebody just
spamming it over and over.
You can say that your skin color.
Every fucking time I see Sneeko's chat, it's literally taken up by like a couple of people who are just all caps spamming in chat. This is gonna be Pisco's chat in another week or two.
Or where you're from, or
but when we're talking about
people have glasses.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hindus, Jews, Muslims, we're all guests in America. Being honest, we all are. There's not. I'm not just saying this is as Muslims were guests. I think.
What about minorities? Are minorities guests in America?
Like, what do you mean minorities? Like blacks and shit like that? Or
anybody not
Asians?
White? Anybody not white?
Yeah, I mean, I would say yeah.
Also guests.
Yeah, white people built and founded this country.
At some point, you gotta ask them what the fuck a guest means. Like, what the fuck does that mean to be a guest? Like, when you say white people founded and built this country, this is an annoying thing that everybody does, okay? Everybody fucking does this, and it drives me fucking crazy. I just heard somebody the other day saying that Asians built this country. Like, holy shit, dude. Everybody thinks that they built this country, okay? Everybody built the country. Everybody built it. Literally everybody. White people didn't build the country. Black people didn't build the country. Asians did not build the country. Like, everybody built the country. Like, there's no, like, group that built the country. There's no one group that fucking built this country. Everybody built the fucking country. Native Americans, everybody fucking built the country, okay? There's a group project, all right? Everybody, it was the Mexicans built this country. Yeah. Everybody built the country, dude. It's not rocket science over here. It's not. I don't know why everybody has to. The gays built this country, dude. Like, we fucking. And they always want to find like black people always want to. Oh yeah, who built the fucking railroad system? Really? That's the conclusion you're gonna get. The railroad is building the whole country. Like, even I don't even think black people were the majority of the people who worked on the fucking railroad either. They weren't even the majority of the people who worked on the railroad. They literally had fucking prisoners and people working on the railroad as well, which were large part white people. Like, I don't even think black people were the majority of the folks who worked on the railroad, yet they still say that they built the country because they worked on the railroad, and then the railroad was what delivered objects all over the place to build the fucking country, and so they built the country because they built the railroad, but they weren't even the majority of the people on the railroad. Like, holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. Like, everybody's like, we built this country. No, you didn't. Native Americans are guests. Yeah, Native Americans are guests here, dude. All right, because they're not white Christians. They're not white Christians, so they're guests here.
Bro, we're all guests here.
Okay, so America is entitled to white Christians only. They're the only non-guests here. So you have to be founders. To be a true American, you need to be a white Christian.
I never said that. I never.
You said everyone else is not a guest.
We are Americans, but we.
This is why I'm saying he needs to ask him what the fuck a guest means. What does it mean to be a guest? And what is the term for, like, the opposite of a guest? Like, what is if you're not a guest, then what are you?
We are guests here because we did not found this country. We're Americans, but, like, we're not the, I guess, original Americans.
Okay, and again, so what about, like, white Europeans who move here from, like like Switzerland or something like that? Like, what are they? But they're like third, fourth generation white people now. Are they also guests here? This is so fucking stupid.
So what about Europeans, like people with second generation Europeans who came here?
Well, I'm talking about, like, the people here that, like, their family's been here for generations, fought in the Revolutionary Wars, whatever.
Okay, so if I'm a white guy and my parents immigrated here after World War II, and I'm a white Christian.
Tom, this is boring. Watch the Live and Learn so you can argue with Polygraph for the next 4 hours about the horrible guest. I heard they had my buddy on. And the last couple of times that I talked to him and saw him, he used to seem super fucking chill. Now, again, this is just what I heard. I'm just maybe we'll watch it. We'll see. But Rashad Crenshaw, had him on a couple of times. Love him, fucking cool guy. But the last couple of times we saw him, he was like full on fucking schizo, like going off about some shit that made absolutely no sense, and just seemed like he like didn't take his meds or something. I don't know. And I heard that seems to be the case again here. So I'm interested to see it. I wanted to lay off live and learn content for a little bit, but I am interested to see what happened.
And my parents are from Germany. All right.
And you came here after World War II.
Yeah, am I a guest?
I would say from a framer's perspective. If you came like you were here in the 1700s, like if you have lineage back to like the colonial individuals.
What is that, like 5% of the country?
Probably not as much, yeah. I mean, probably
so
not.
everyone's a guest here?
A lot, yeah.
So whose country is it? It's just those 5% of people?
I would say it's America is a white majority Christian country, and we are guests here. Yeah, that's what I would say.
So the only thing,
so 95% of the country are guests here. So I just said a minute ago. Dude was nuts, so let me call in. Right now or when we cover it? This is earlier where I was saying, like, you know, I gave the example of somebody coming over from Switzerland and like they're like 4th generation. He is saying yes, they are also guests here. So okay, so all right, so that we have a bunch of like Japanese people who have been here from the beginning and have helped build the country, so they're not guests here. Black people who helped build the country, they can't be guests here. They have to. Then we have Native Americans, been here the whole time. They help build the country. They're not guests here. This is so fucking stupid. But then you add in, because he says like they built the country, so they're not guests here. But then you add in, well, no, the framers were white Christian males. So now it is like white Christians, even men. Okay, so even women are guests here. All women are guests here now too. And I may have started a war. Nice. Did you see Lauren Chen replied to my tweet, and now there's people calling for me to get banned on YouTube? They say I'm a massive YouTuber who's spreading propaganda about Lauren Chen. Okay, we can get into it as long as you're not going to be mad if it turns out that I disagree with you. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't seen it yet. Just don't come on here and bring it up, and then we get into it, and you get mad if it turns out that I'm like, I don't know. Then we can fight it out. You're a cuck, you'll definitely side with them because you have ODD. All right. I would be disagreeing with somebody one way or the other, okay? So ODD does not play into this, as I can disagree with either side and still be ODD. All right. So
95% of people here are guests.
Yeah, dude. Nowadays, yeah, with the mass immigration, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
95% of people.
A lot of them, yeah, a lot of them are guests.
Okay, so then...
And this is why we have a lot of the problems we have, because we have all these people coming in, bringing their cultures.
All right. Hello.
Hello. That was quick, actually. Sorry. I didn't think you would actually say yes.
If you're fucking all capsing in my chat before I even finish the thing that I'm on right now, and then it immediately finishes, then yeah, I'm just gonna hop in.
Okay, well, it's not even a big deal, but I think Pisco is fucking so mad about getting called out by Hutch and Destiny the other day. Because he's like, you know how Pisco does this thing where, well, this is not just Pisco, but like people in general, when they get a criticism that they don't like or they feel resentful about or they're bitter about, they try and like facetiously spin that and use it on other people afterwards to try and like, I guess, make them see how dumb it is. Like, he's calling me, he says I'm snarking on SoyPill now and I'm a snarker and that I should apologize for my bad faith like attack on his co-host at Live and Learn. And he's just doing the whole like using all the criticisms that were levied against him like against me now.
Yeah, they strawman they strawman the argument to which makes it seem as though they don't actually understand the complaint. And when he did this to Hutch as well, he kept doing it to Destiny. When Destiny was on there, he kept saying, oh, so I just have to ban anybody who says anything that like people don't like or hurts their feelings. Or and then when Hutch was on there and he started saying to Hutch, oh, okay, so are you gonna ban all of these people who say X, Y, and Z about me? And like how about I won't ban them until you ban these people? And like it's like, wow, dude, like it really, like you can, those are fine things to bring up too. Like those are fine things to bring up, but in the context of like, you're denying that this is a thing. And then Hutch comes on to explain to you, this is a thing. It would make sense that in that moment, you're like, okay, like I guess I can see that. And like, I'll try to like, you know, take a step back and look at this a little bit more seriously. But he does kind of say that and then starts like throwing in these other things that makes it seem like now he's just being overly defensive about it at the same time, and kind of goes back and forth from, you know, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you want me to do that. Like, I'll work on this. We should have a conversation about it. He goes back and forth between those to like, oh yeah, well, people in your chat said this, what about that? And like, why didn't you ban them? And it's like, I didn't say ban anybody, but I do regularly like stop stream and like address things that people say about you, like being a fucking tanky and, you know, being a Hassan simp and grifter and shit like that. Like I do address those things. So it just, yeah, it makes it seem as though
it's just manipulative. It's like he plays language games, and it's pretty manipulative in my opinion. But like I feel like
this isn't
it's very easy.
Game.
Well, it's pedantry. Like you can play language games all the time with like facts, like because it's a lawyery thing to do, where you take something somebody said and you drill down to find technically how it could be interpreted in many thousands of different ways. But what did you actually mean by this? And that's not how it's defined. So we have to get specific about this thing so that we know what we're. But in like real life, when you're talking to people. Like, this is where I think Hutch and Pisco, like, talk past each other a lot. And Hutch is just, like, a normal dude who's, like, speaking normal, like, in normal language. And then Pisco has to, like, get very granular on things to the point where it reduces what Hutch was saying to nonsense. Like, well, you said that, but what you really mean is this then. And it's like, okay, yeah, what I really mean is this. It's like, but you said this word, so it's actually not this word, is it? It's not actually snarking, is it? Well, like, do you know what I mean? I don't know how to do it because I'm not a fucking lawyer, but I don't know how to explain, but that's kind of what he does.
Yeah, it's not lawyery. I don't like when people always do this, like, he's lawyer brained. Like, I don't think any of this is lawyery. I think it's all
he is lawyer brained.
Like, it's I don't think so. I think it's all. I think the things that everybody
calls
lawyers
are
is the
like
same
experts
shit
in
that,
debate,
like,
though. That's their job. Their job is to argue the best in court.
The problem is that everything that he does is literally shit that we call debate broing. Like, it's literally just a concept that has always existed on the internet, that none of the other people were lawyers. Like, none of the, you know, Ask Yourself isn't a lawyer.
Okay,
Andrew Wilson
You're
isn't
doing
a
it right
lawyer.
now. Okay, you're doing it right now. I get it.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
you know what I mean? Okay,
I'm not.
Agreed.
I'm not. Hold on.
I won't say lawyering. We can just say debate drawing.
Hold on. Listen, the reason that I'm pointing this out is because I for like weeks, I have continuously pointed this out. Like every time somebody says something about,
Okay,
like,
that's fine. I
oh,
get
he's
it.
a
We
lawyer
can
brain.
move on.
Okay, that's
Okay.
cool. Just shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Okay. All right. So the reason that
No,
I've said
because you're
this
just going
is
to go off
because
into why you don't want to call it lawyering. We can just call it debate broing then. That's fine. We don't have to get into a whole semantics thing about like why it's not lawyering. That's fine.
okay. I'm just gonna mute you for a minute. So as I was saying, the thing that I was saying is that it is just debating, like it's just debate broing, and that like this is stuff that like we talk about as a concept with tons of people. So when people keep trying to make it seem as though Pisco is doing this lawyery thing, he's lawyering, he's a lawyer brain, like they try to like separate what he does from everybody else as though it's something special that isn't all that fucking different. It's not that big of a difference from everybody. And so when I keep like pointing this out, that people keep trying to make it about like, oh, it's the fucking lawyer brain over and over. It's the point is that anytime it's said in chat or somewhere else, I do kind of like point it out that that's a ridiculous thing to say, because it is just a debate community and debate brain thing. And so when I'm doing this right now, it's not me doing the same thing. It is me pointing out the same problem that I have with everybody else saying it too. And it would be weird if I keep doing that, but I don't do it here as well.
Okay, but you get my point, right?
I think so. So you posted on Twitter, you said it's one thing to go at Pisco for his unhinged chat, and it is, but has anyone seen SoyPill's LMAO? Just a commie socialist leftist cesspool of fuckwits. I'd kill myself if that was the audience I'd built. Where did this come from?
So I was watching Live and Learn today, and they had Rashad Crenshaw on. You should watch it. I mean, I think you're going to get to it later, right? Because it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, somebody else said to watch it, so we'll probably look at it. Because I like Rashad as well. Like I've always liked Rashad. So
yeah, I don't like Rashad. I used to like him like when he first came out or he first started. I guess he was popping up on the timeline. I would see his stuff, and like I agree with a lot of his takes about Trump and MAGA, right? So I was like, oh, cool, based another lib who like disagrees with MAGA and stuff. But the more I listened to his videos, the more I was like, this guy is just kind of annoying. Like he's kind of unhinged. He's a little on the radical, or like, you know, when someone just complains a lot, but you're not really getting anything else from them, just a lot of complaining. So but then today I mean, you can watch it. And this was like 2 years ago when I stopped watching anything from him. So you can just watch this.
Yeah, he
Live
did
and Learn
his Why I Left
today.
the Right video. And then, but before that, he was already like doing debates on Wick's channel. And he always said he was Republican. And I kept telling him, like, bro, you got like
yeah, that's right.
before you're a fucking liberal. And he's like, nah, dude, nah, I'm not doing that. Like, nah, this is just, I have right-wing values. I just disagree with people on Trump. And then, yes, a couple months later, he does his Why I Left the Right video. He fucking blows up, pops off. Like, he went from like a 100 subscriber Andy on YouTube to like getting hundreds of thousands of views from there. And then we had a couple more conversations, and he was always chilling those. But he had like 1 or 2 videos that we covered here that were a little. I don't even remember what they were about. I just remember they were kind of fucking unhinged. But
yeah,
Pisco's.
Well, anyway,
please stop being mean to Tom Mantis. Yeah, see, Pisco said to stop being mean to me.
So I can't see any of Pisco's messages. Did he block me or something? That's pretty funny. Oh, that was from ages ago. So that basically that was happening while I was tweeting today. So there's a few other tweets, like a couple other tweets before that, where I was like, bro, this Rashad guy is fucking depressing. And then I said something else, and then I don't know what I said, but I said something else, and then I said the SoyPill one. Yeah, and so you just read like SoyPill's response.
But I still don't understand what are you getting? What does this have? I asked the question was, where did this come from? Like, what does this have to do with SoyPill's chat? What did they say that made you say this?
I was in. So right now there's a lot of discourse on like the chats and the Live and Learn chat being unhinged and Pisco's chat being unhinged, and like the chats, like the audience is just being like a little unhinged in certain people's things. So I was watching today, and I was watching from Hutch's, I think, and then I went to IRIs after that. After I finished doing something, I was like, oh, fuck, I've got to IRIs. I was like, actually, I'm going to look at all their chats. So I went to Pisco's, whatever. Pisco's doing his thing. He's got his new rule. And then I went to SoyPill, and the first names I see are like Straighterade, Ogre Boy, like a bunch of names. I don't know who most of the people are. I know those two names in particular. But the comments that I was reading, because of the stuff that SoyPill was saying on the panel as well, where he's kind of agreeing a bit with Rashad in some ways, where I'm like, bro, this is so crazy. This is like radical stuff. And yeah, it's like SoyPill's community, I don't really know them that well, but I just tweeted out a fucking thing saying they seem like a bunch of leftists to me. Socialists, commies. The commie is Straighterade. I don't know what the fuck Ogre Boy is. I would say he's a far leftist though. Right?
Yeah, I think he's a communist, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know if he's an actual communist, but we don't like the problem with communists is you don't actually know who the fuck's a communist because they all call themselves socialists. And the problem with lefties is you don't know where the fuck they sit because they could be either.
I don't know anything about, like, I don't think I've ever seen SoyPill's chat. I saw it once when he was on my panel a couple weeks ago. I pull everybody's chats up on my screen. So while I'm doing the panel and I have chat up on screen, I have all of their chats flooded into one chat. And people that I hadn't seen in years, people that were all like part of like Ico's community, part of like a lot of like those I think it was Joe Lewis's communities, like the no comment chicks community, like a lot of the fucking crazy unhinged like leftist people. These people I hadn't seen in years. I thought they were all gone. I thought they all disappeared. And then all of a sudden there they are, all in SoyPill's chat. And a lot of them were saying a bunch of shit about me, that like I was this like some of them were saying, at least Tom admits he's a right-winger, blah blah blah, like shit like that, which
yeah,
I guess
dumb shit
they
like
haven't
that.
seen me. They haven't seen me since, you know, like 3 years ago. Fair enough. Like if that's their you know what they remember, but the fact that they thought anything I was saying on the panel was representative of being a right-winger, just like again, like me asking.
I mean, it kind of tells you a lot.
Yeah, it says, well, I think, again, the thing that, like, annoyed me was that every time I asked a question trying to, like, steelman the right-winger side to get them to respond to the question, the people are like, oh, that's Tom, like, Tom's position, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, that was annoying. And all of that did come from SoyPill's chat, but I don't know that, like, that's representative of him or his overall community. Those are just, like,
look, I'm not, it's not deep. It's not fucking deep. It's a tweet. It's obviously an inflammatory tweet to the people who follow me, and it's like a handful of people who usually like my tweets. I don't normally go viral with like massive tweets or anything, but it's like usually it's like 6 to 12 of the same people who just like my tweets. And I didn't tag anyone, like I just kept it on my page. But you should see Pisco's response, dude. He's so fucking angry. You can tell he's so bitter about how he got called out.
Okay, so I see SoyPill said, I don't think I've expressed one communist policy in any of my videos. LOL. You said, I didn't say you did. And then he said that I'm confused as to why you think there are commies there. And then
I quote tweeted that. You should look at the quote
Pisco
tweet.
said, okay, Pisco said, holy shit, why are you being so intentionally obtuse? Why are you asking such a pointless question? Isn't it weird how these communists congregate in your community? Don't you think that creators have some responsibility for their communist community?
Bro is so mad. He's so mad, dude.
Okay, and then he said, in all seriousness, I want to state unequivocally, I stand by my lib and learn co-host SoyPill against this vicious snarking attack by Mantis sprays. He has 100%. He has my 100% support against this bad faith smear with no prescription and which is only designed to hurt Democrats. Oh, got you. He fucking got you. You're attacking the liberals.
Yeah, true. He's a real lib, that SoyPill.
And then First Pitch said, I'm curious, you guys had Rokana on the show a year ago. Do you think most mainstream Dems would be welcome and appreciated on your show currently? Let's just say Alyssa Slotkin. And SoyPill said, of course. Okay. How do I look at the... Okay,
just go to my page because there's like a bunch of quote tweets that I did of Pisco and SoyPill.
You said literally the first person I saw in your chat was Straighterade, the self-admitted communist. The second person was Ogre Boy. And also I said commies, socialists, lefties. Why are you only focused on one category? Well, the point that he's asking is, he's like, you're saying this as though I do something to like promote communism or like attract communists into my community. And so he's saying like, I've never said anything that is like promoting communism. So why would you describe this to me?
Yeah, of course, I'm not retarded. I know what he's saying, but it's stupid because, like, you don't have to. It's so dumb. You can make a welcoming space for communists without like putting communist policies and preaching. I am also a communist. Yay! Let's suck communist dicks. Like Pisco's literally doing it, right? And he doesn't advocate for communist policies, but he's definitely got an audience that feels very welcome in his community. There's ways you can make people feel welcome.
Sure, but I think that's the thing that you would.
There's a reason why IRA doesn't get those people.
Sure, but I think that's the thing that he's asking for, is like, what is it that he's done that makes you think he's doing something to attract them? So like, there was a long period of time where I had a lot of right wingers in my community. It was like a disproportionate amount, and it would like often be a criticism that people had, where I had a lot of right wingers. Every time they said it, I always thought it was a compliment, because I'm like, yeah, I have a very diverse community. Thank you for noticing. But I realized later it was not a compliment. It was something that people were pointing out as like a problematic aspect to my community.
Okay. I mean, I just think SoyPill is like more of a leftist. So he's more welcoming to people who are like socialisty, lefties, like communists. It's not like communists are all running around. A lot of the communists online just sound like socialists, so they're going to congregate together. A lot of the socialists are just with lefties, so they all congregate together. Like, there's a reason why IRA's chat doesn't have them. He doesn't like them. He gets rid of them. He doesn't like the whining. He doesn't like the complaining. So he usually just bans them and gets rid of them. Or he definitely like says, you're annoying. I don't even know if he swears or says anything nasty about them, because it's just not IRA's style. But he definitely says that they're fucking annoying. And then, yeah, I mean, he is a leftist. SoyPill is a leftist.
Is he? What?
He's a prog. No, he's a progressive.
Maybe. Yeah, like he might be like more of like a liberal progressive, like following that or like
I would say he's not. Yeah. Sock them, yeah, maybe. But I mean, yeah, okay. That's. Are you gonna keep reading?
Yep. Sheesh. Okay. So Pisco said, in all seriousness, I want to state unequivocally that I stand with my Live and Learn co-host. You quote tweeted that and said, no prescription. I would agree, but I thought you falsely accused me of prescribing suicide. Wait, what? Where the fuck did that come from?
Go down, because this is the way he's trying to get. He's trying to turn this into like this huge fucking thing by being bitter. Oh, I thought I didn't realize you're not on my page. Or are you?
I am on your page. This is all your replies.
My quote tweets.
All of your posts, replies, quote tweets, everything. I'm in your replies section.
I'll send it to you then.
Minutes, yes. Oh wait, I would go up, not down. Okay, so So yeah, somebody here said, I agree that kill himself stuff is cringe, but I'm more so talking about the whole general discourse that's been going on for the past few days. And you said, I never said he should kill himself. I don't get manipulated by his scummy language games. I said I'd kill myself. Okay. So in your original post, you said if you
I don't understand how
that,
if you're on my page, you can't see all of the quote tweets I've done of Pisco.
I
really?
can.
If you're on my
I don't know why
Twitter
you keep
page.
saying this. I am. I can. I don't know where you're getting this from. I can see them.
What the hell? Where are they?
They're here. They're right here. I'm there. I'm on it right now. I'm here. What are you talking about?
Okay, chill. Well, because I'm looking at the same. I'm looking at my profile page, and there's other stuff on there. So I don't know why you can't see it.
Because I'm not on your profile. I'm on your fucking replies that shows everything.
Well, go to my profile page. What the fuck?
What? Can you tell me what? Oh my goodness. All right. I don't want to have to keep going back.
Oh my god. What the hell?
This is insane. Can you just tell me what I'm looking for? What am okay, I'm on your profile page. I still don't know what the fuck I'm looking for. So thank you for absolutely.
Go to the very top of my profile page and my most recent tweets, my most recent quote tweets. It's the top 3 or 4. Just as soon as you go on my page, they're right there.
Okay, woman.
So complicated.
It's not complicated. You tell me what I'm looking for. I'm still waiting. Tell me what the fuck I'm looking for.
I'm just wanting you to read.
I'm gonna have to move on if you cannot actually give me a description of what
I'm just wanting you to read what Pisco is now saying. Yeah, so you can read all of them. You just scroll down to
I didn't have to move off of where I was. Okay, I'm going back to where I was. What the fuck? Okay, so he said, please stop snarking him. Yeah, when you said, when did I advocate for SoyPill to kill himself? He said, please stop snarking him. It's really obvious what you're implying. You can just apologize to SoyPill. You said, 1, you clearly don't know what snarking is. 2, no. Pisco said, you are absolutely trying to get a gang of commenters and repliers to harass my co-host. You are implying Soy should kill himself. It is fucked up. I'm shutting your ass down. Go fuck yourself. Okay, you are implying that Soy should kill himself. That okay, that part makes sense. Okay.
Well, now he's honest.
That as well.
Yeah, but he's out there saying I was telling him to kill himself. Yep, not true. You could say I was implying, but I was actually wasn't. I was actually just saying I would kill myself. That's all I was saying. I would actually just kill myself if that was my audience. That's literally all I was saying. Yeah. I'm not saying SoyPill should do anything. I don't think SoyPill should kill himself either. It's not complicated. I would personally, because I don't like commies and lefties.
Okay. Yeah, you said Pisco is Pisco is clearly being facetious and ridiculous because he doesn't like the criticisms that have recently come his way. Now he is going to get petty and vindictive and try to play language games with real criticisms in an attempt to render them invalid. Very manipulative. So the thing is that, yeah, like this isn't just like a thing that just popped up. I think even recently, like Stardust went on to talk to him about a bunch of people who were in his community that were like constantly harassing him, harassing her and Edmund for a long time, that had become like regulars within his community. I don't know if that actually turned out to be true though. I don't, from what I saw, it seemed like she was maybe jumping the gun a little bit there. But like the part has been brought up that people like Queeman and JSTLK were kind of like pushing a lot of their people in there, and then the like spamming of things like, you know, hey guys, did you guys hear about this girl named Rose? What's up with her and Destiny? I don't know what's going on there. Can anybody explain this to me? Like that is like that's just them. That's just what they do. They do that, where they like go in and just start asking questions about a thing that they know everybody already knows about, but they'll pretend as though they don't know about it to try to get people to start talking about it in the chat.
Yeah.
So yeah, when Pisco said, I don't know anything about that, but if this is snarking behavior with advocating that SoyPill kill himself is part of it, count me out. You said, when did I advocate for SoyPill to kill himself? You said, please stop snarking him. Okay, we already read that part. Then you, looks like you retweeted somebody else about something else. Okay.
I didn't retweet. You're such a boomer. Oh my gosh. I didn't retweet that. I just replied and laughed.
Okay. Abaddon said that's just her sense of humor. Don't be so soy. He said, I never said he should kill himself. Don't fall for his manipulation. I mean, I would think that, yeah, that is the implication from what you're saying. Like, that is the implication that, like, he ought to kill himself because he has that audience.
Wasted.
What?
No, that's not the implication. That's your. I guess you can say I wouldn't fault somebody for picking up on something like that. I guess, but that's not what I was implying.
Sure,
I was actually just saying.
I'm saying because you're not a leftist, you would kill myself, but he is a leftist, so he wouldn't.
Yeah, I would personally, because I don't like those people. I don't know what the fuck he wants to do. I'm not advocating for anything for SoyPill to do. If you want to read it in like the worst faith possible, you could say I was implying he should kill himself, but nowhere in my sentence or nowhere in what the fuck I said was saying he should at all. I just said I would. I'm not a fan of commies.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I feel like you're avoiding it a little bit. Like if Destiny's telling Pisco that he has like a problem in his community, and Pisco's like, okay, so I have to ban all these people. And Destiny replies with, I mean, you don't have to ban them. I sometimes, like in my scenarios, I will like just make a statement against something to try to like curb the culture within my community and let people know what it is that I think, hoping that that will make a change in people's behavior and something like that. Like, he's just telling you what he would do, is implying that like this is something that you probably should do as well. Like, that's the implication. But I get what you're saying, is that like you are saying I don't like leftists, so I would do this. But I'm not saying he should, because he does like leftists. So that's, I get it. Okay.
It's not the same thing at all.
Said, I never said he should kill himself. Don't get manipulated by the scummy language game. I said I'd kill myself. Pisco said, who's playing language games? LMFAO. I didn't say he should kill himself. I just said that I would. It was a scummy, terrible thing to say to a fellow liberal, and he deserves an apology. And then Lurban said, I agree, he deserves an apology if and only if he's a fellow lib. Now about this commie scum-filled chat, presumably one only acquires such a chat by playing footsie with the crazies. Is anyone denying that that's the case? Both that's how it's done, and that's what he did. Okay, I'm confused by that part, but all right. I think, I don't know, like, I don't feel like, I used to think that SoyPill was, like, farther left. I used to think that he was a good bit farther left. Once they put him on Live and Learn, that's when I did kind of, like, tune in more to what it is that SoyPill said, and felt like he was more liberal. So I don't think that he is, like, as far left as I used to think, but I used to think that with very little context.
Well, I think he's a progressive. I think he's further left than I am, for example, or maybe you are. But, yeah. I didn't say anything about SoyPill. I said his audience. I said his fucking... Just like, a lot of people are saying, like... a lot of the reason why people are weirded out by Pisco's chat, for example... Wait,
hold on. The discourse that you're, like, the context around the discourse is that Pisco is doing things that are encouraging these sorts of people to come into his chat, because he keeps defending people like Hassan,
more welcoming,
and going after people like Ethan Klein. Yes, so within that discourse, right, you're now attacking SoyPill for having a bunch of leftists in his community.
Yeah, he's actually got the commies, like the outward, at least one who's admitted that they're an actual communist. I don't know why she's not in Pisco's. I don't know if there's like a I don't know, but I went into SoyPill's chat today. I was like, oh, here they are. I don't know if they left Pisco's chat because he's got this new rule or something, but I was like, okay, well, a lot of them are over here in SoyPill's today. That's it. Like, nothing more, nothing less. Like, but I do think that the reason why Pisco, for example, gets a lot more, or has like a lot of, I guess the chaos is stirred up more. This is just how I see it. I don't know if other people see it this way, because I always saw Pisco as a lib, like just as a pretty stock standard liberal. I didn't realize how progressive he was, but I guess he's always been a little more progressive, even like when he was in Destiny's Community and stuff. But so you kind of like have an assumption about the kind of audience they would have, because you have an expectation and you go in and the expectation is like it's totally different than your expectation. There's a little more of like a what the hell is going on thing. So because Pisco appears to be like a lot more reasonable, a lot more like fact based, a lot less like I would say he can be like unhinged on Twitter and stuff, or like more. I'm trying to think of like a word to describe progressives, because they tend to like have more fire, or what is it people are saying? Like they have more fight in them. They have a spirit that I recognize. My spirit aligns with them. People are saying that at the moment when they're talking about like lefties or progressives or people like Kyle Kalinske. Like they've got the fight in them, not like those fucking pesky center libs who do nothing libs who don't fucking have any energy whatsoever.
Okay.
But other than that, he's like, he comes across as more reasonable. So when I've gone into his chat and seen how fucking unreasonable it is, it doesn't make sense. You're like, what the fuck is happening here? But you know, with SoyPill, I don't know. Maybe people see him as a little unhinged, so they expect an unhinged chat. Or maybe they, whatever. Like, but maybe that's why people are kind of thinking about Pisco in a different way.
Well, I think so. The part about like Aaron being like a communist or whatever, like I don't think that ever really mattered to people until recently. Like she was part of like Destiny's Community for a long time as a fucking communist, and was like on his show and was hanging out with him in person, and she was on all the panels, and it was only after like all the shit with Pixie that then anybody actually cared about whether or not she was a communist. But she still like says that she voted for Kamala, that like she advocates for people to vote for Democrats. She went like canvassing with the DGG group to get people to vote for Democrats. Like she's
yeah, but she's also she also says fucking weird shit all the time. She's also like in communities of fucking unhinged people who still want communism and still like would advocate for policies that you or I probably wouldn't advocate for. Like I get it, that it is way better that at least she's willing to do the incremental change thing, and she's willing to like vote for Dems. That's fine. Like, but again, it's like there's this thing happening now where as long as they'll vote for the Dem candidate, then it doesn't really matter. Like as long as even Hassan, like as long as Hassan votes for the Dem candidate, then it doesn't really matter. No, I'm sorry, it does matter. Like what if the Vanguard people spend the entire time shitting on Democrats? Hang on, I'm not finished. What if the entire time the Vanguard spend shitting on Dems and shitting on Dem politicians, but at the end of the day they still voted for the Dem? Who gives a fuck? They spent the entire time shitting on the Dems. Like they've still like put out a fucking message, like dissing everyone at every opportunity they could, complaining about everyone, that everything that everyone was doing. So it's like, I don't know how much grace I really have to give you. If you're a self-admitted communist who shits on libs all the time and shits on Democrats all the time, but okay, you voted for Dems, good job. Like I'm not sure how like much I'm meant to give a fuck.
So you 100%. That's what I was about to say. It's like with Hassan, totally different scenario, because he's somebody who just spends all of his fucking time shitting on Democrats and like literally lying about them incessantly, just making shit up about Democrats. It's funny because even like in the video where just the other day where I reviewed him having his debate with what's his face, that like there were people in chat who were like, why do you act like he doesn't like Democrats when he voted for Kamala? And it's like, bro, in the fucking video you're commenting on, we literally debunked like 3 different fucking lies that he told about Democrats in this one thing. Like he incessantly lies about Democrats so that he is an influencer influencing people against those folks. I don't know that is what Aaron does. Maybe it is. Maybe you know better than I do, but I don't know if Aaron is incessantly shitting on Democrats in
I've watched most of the stuff that I've watched from Erin as of late. I haven't watched her streams or anything. Was only when she was doing. I don't know if she's still doing it with Pisco. Was when her and Pisco were talking, watching her take or like and giving political takes amongst each other. Yeah, she's pretty negative. She's pretty negative. She's just like any leftist who like always has to cry about everything. She's probably a little more practical or like pragmatic or whatever than what you would expect a communist online would be.
Okay.
I say online
Well,
because
yeah, so
online people are a lot more deranged than like real life humans.
In response to the CEO of Market Socialism, the person who said it's cringe to say he should kill himself, you said you're actually retarded, enabling his nonsense. I never said anything to SoyPill. I tweeted an opinion. He's just mad he got called out. Yeah, I think it would make sense.
That wasn't clarified. I said
like,
he's just mad. When I said he's just mad, I was talking about Pisco, not SoyPill.
Right.
By the way.
Yeah, no, and you were saying he was enabling Pisco's nonsense. I got that part, but I think that like it would have made more sense to clarify that like you're saying like I would do this because I'm not a leftist. I wasn't saying that anybody who is a leftist should do this because obviously leftists want that sort of community sort of thing. That would make more sense. Not that I think that.
I don't think I need to do that. I don't think it would matter if I clarified. Okay. I think you're being like very, very naive to think
I'm telling you that's the implication that I got from it.
Me saying exactly what I said and exactly what I meant by I would kill myself is when I said I would kill myself, I meant I would kill myself. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I think he's looking for some way to like use what happened to him against somebody else, and he's just being petty and he's being like facetious and
we're not talking about him.
You get a lot of implications from things, but you also have the tism, so.
No, we're not talking about him. Yeah, we're not talking about him. You're replying to somebody else. You're not replying to Pisco. You're replying to a different person who also got this implication. I told you I got this implication, so I don't know why you're saying anything about Pisco. We're not talking about Pisco. We're talking about this person that you're replying to. That I'm saying it's obvious that they also got this implication. I got this implication. It would have made sense to reply, just like giving an explanation in saying that instead of just continuing to say.
I said I never said SoyPill should kill himself.
Okay, that's not an explanation. That's you just denying it. That's not.
That's literally that is my explanation. Though, read the words I said because that is literally what I meant. I would kill myself. That's it.
Okay. We know what the words are. We're talking about the implication of the words, not what the words are. Nobody disagrees with what the words are. So you just repeating what the words are doesn't change anything. Everybody knows what the words are. They're talking about the implication.
Yeah, they're just taking them. They're taking them however they want to hear them. That's what's happening.
So I'm taking them however I want to hear them.
If you believe that's what I meant now, after I've said I literally meant I would kill myself, yes, then I think you are.
No, after you gave an explanation to me and why that isn't what you meant, and that like that the drawing.
What did I say? What was my explanation? Was it that I just? What was my explanation? Was it that I was just saying I would kill myself because I don't like commies and lefties? Like I would kill myself. It was my explanation was just repeating back exactly what I said.
Yes, you kept repeating that, and I kept asking you a question, clarifying, and you finally did answer and say, yes, that's what I'm saying. When I kept asking, so you're saying because you're not a leftist, you would kill yourself, but somebody who is a leftist, they obviously wouldn't. And so that is the distinction, is that if he is a leftist who wants that sort of community, he wouldn't, but you don't want that community, so you would. And you said yes. But I asked that question like 3 times before you finally said yes. And so that's when so that's what she's saying. That is an explanation that I would find to be like a distinction, but saying, read what I said.
Okay, I think it's just an opportunity for Pisco to be bitter and cry about the fact that recently he got called out about his audience. So he's just looking for opportunities now to like throw a tantrum. That's how it's coming across to me.
We weren't talking about Pisco, we were talking about me. But yeah, I think Pisco is obviously, yes, he is purposely being like overly obtuse with it. Again, purposely overly obtuse to kind of point out how he thinks it's a little ridiculous.
He's being performative, yeah. He's being performative, like, and then he's calling me performative when it's just me. It's Twitter, and on Twitter I'm just writing like fucking laughing about shit all the time and writing my opinions, and usually do it in a like pretty inflammatory or hyperbolic way because it is just funnier. Like Pisco does this all the time. His like entire shtick on Twitter is running around like being unhinged to like maggots and whoever the fuck he's debate me now. This is fucking unreal, and this guy wants to rape you, or I don't know what he does say some fucking unhinged things. I haven't been on Twitter that much, so I haven't seen what he said recently. But yeah, just for clarification, for all the people who like to read implications, I just mean I'd kill myself because his audience looked like dog shit today. Full of people that I think are dog shit. That's it.
I'll have to watch the conversation with.
If you want it to be that I was telling SoyPill to kill himself, if you know me, I would have just said SoyPill should kill himself. To be honest, so you don't really have to. You don't have to make guesses with me. I would probably just say SoyPill should kill himself.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta go because I need dinner now.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Beatrix, I don't know why the response that you should have given when I say like so I said on stream, okay, so Mantis was talking about like these people having the leftists in their community, and then I replied and said, yeah, like I understand, but I also know that like there was a period where a bunch of people would point out that I had a bunch of right wingers in my community, and I would take that as a compliment and be like, oh, thank you. When I realized now that that was not the case, and that I would think like, yeah, we have a very diverse community. Thanks for noticing. Like, but I would realize later that like, oh, that wasn't a compliment. That was a criticism of me and my community, and I brought this up about, you know, in response to like what it is that other people say about other people and the type of communities that they're building and the type of people that end up there, and that there's a reason for why they're there, and that like I bring that up in response to say like, yes, I went through the same thing. But then Beatrix, you replied and said, okay, so there you go. Okay, so that's what I was gonna say. I was like, you reply and say like, yeah, but Tom, that's the same thing. And I replied to you and said, yes, that's the point. And then you said, that's good of you to notice. And I was like, that's not the fucking response, bro. It's like, oh, I misunderstood. Not good of you to notice. Like, as though like you pointed this out and I'm agreeing with you. Like, it's no, that was the whole fucking point I brought it up. So it's not good of me to notice. It's the kind of the entire idea. Okay, I got you now. Cool of you. Oh, okay. All right, good. So I'm not good. I'm cool. Based. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Lib's mad they got to vote Newsom. I don't think you guys understand how elections work. We don't have to vote anybody. Like, you understand that, right? We don't have to vote anybody. You understand that that's the whole point of having a democracy, is that we get to vote for who we want. You guys are mad that we might vote Newsom. You guys are mad about that. There's a lot of discourse. I was scrolling through. You're gonna vote for him though. You understand that that's not a response to what I said. This is Freddie, I'm sorry, bro. It's every fucking time, dude. You see this, right? It's every fucking time. Every fucking time a leftist comes in, they make a statement. I reply to their statement and explain why they're wrong, and they don't fucking reply to it. Every fucking time, they just move to the next statement. They just move to the next thing and just totally ignore what it is that I said. There is no fucking direct engagement. It is exactly like talking to somebody in MAGA. Every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time. You see this every fucking time, bro. There's never a time where they can just like give a direct fucking engagement with what it is that I'm saying. It's all every fucking time, dude. Every time. Blue MAGA, yeah. There's a so we in this community, and I've said this a couple of times recently, but we in this community, we've called leftists, leftist MAGA and Blue MAGA for a while, totally apparently being completely off on what Blue MAGA meant, and I think I think Breadbox you were the one who said the other day that you were also confused on this, but that yeah we've been using Blue MAGA to apply to leftists who are just very MAGA-like, and it turns out Blue MAGA means that it's the vote blue no matter who liberals who they like leftists came up with this term Blue MAGA to say that we're just cult-like, just like MAGA, because we're gonna vote blue no matter who, and that we're the same as them. So we're saying they're MAGA, they're saying we're MAGA, but obviously like drastically different things. Being like registered Democrats has always been a thing, not a new thing. Didn't happen with MAGA. Registered Democrats, like, been around for a while. You should just talk to his son. You know what? That's an idea right there. There you go. There you go. I'll just talk to Hassan. Thank you. Hassan talks to his first liberal in fucking years, and it's somebody with like 5 million fucking subscribers, and well, he's talking to liberals now. He'll talk to me with my fucking 30 viewers in chat. Are you scared of getting your mind blown? I have invited Hassan on things many times in the past, and back when I was on Twitch, I had like a larger audience at the time, and I had people who had connections. They reached out to him, and he apparently, I forget what it was, but there was some, I heard back that he wasn't willing to talk to me for some reason. I don't remember what exactly it was. But I was like brand new in the fucking scene at the time. I can't remember exactly what it was. Shit. But it was something stupid. It was something really fucking stupid and petty. Like it was like my association with some other big streamer or something like that. It was some shit. Hutch said if we don't vote for Newsom, we're voting for JD. Hutch didn't say that. That's just what it is. Like, it's like half a vote for JD Vance. It's that is again why we say that like people who don't vote for Kamala are helping Donald Trump. That's what it is. It's literally, you're making it to where this is that's what it is. It's literally what it is. Like, there is no other way to look at it. You have to understand, like, statistically, like just math, just objective math. If you vote for Kamala, this hurts Donald Trump and helps Kamala. If you don't vote for Kamala, this makes it to where Kamala has less votes, which helps Donald Trump. It's just fucking objective math. Like, it's not a perspective. It's not a way of thinking about it. It's not a way of viewing it. It just is what it is. Kamala not offering better solutions is why more people don't support her. First off, you can say that all you want. We can have our criticisms of Kamala as well. I had tons of criticisms of Kamala and her platform. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you, right? We're talking about you and your moral responsibility. We're talking about you, right? You can't always obfuscate to somebody else's responsibility to justify why you did something bad. Well, I voted Kamala, so I'm fine. Okay, well then why the fuck are you justifying it then? Like, then it doesn't, like, you either justify it and stand behind your words and stand behind your stance, or don't fucking justify it. But if every time you say something and I explain why that's wrong, you just deflect to something else, that doesn't work. Like, you either fucking make a stance and argue that stance and say this is what I believe, or don't fucking do it. I don't know why do we always have to play these fucking games where people just jump all over the place? KTC, I saw a minute ago that you were asking me what is a leftist and why do I hate them so much. I don't hate fucking leftists so much, okay? I feel like you specifically have asked similar questions numerous times, and I have clarified with you numerous times, but I feel like I will do it one more time for you, okay? Normally when we're talking about leftists, we are specifically talking about like online leftists, right? We're talking about people who are online, where the online leftist communities and progressive communities have become kind of toxic towards Democrats. They have become they create counter narratives to Democrats. They counter signal Democrats. They try to make it to where Democrats are more likely to lose. They spread misinformation about Democrats. They don't make it clear that Democrats are a better option or even a good option. They are pretty consistently making Democrats sound like a horrible fucking option. And they've spread, as I said, misinformation, making it sound like, you know, nobody is happy with the Democrats. Nobody likes their policies. The Democrats are not representing people. They lie and say that, like, Democrats didn't try to get this passed. Democrats didn't try to get that passed, when we can go look at it and see they 100% objectively tried, by all evidence available, and that there's nothing to say otherwise, and they never present anything that says otherwise, but they keep making the claims anyways that Democrats didn't do anything to get X, Y, and Z passed, right? That is harmful to the country. It's just harmful. That is the problem with the online leftists. What is a leftist? It's generally people who are like left of Democrats. Like, it's people who are who don't align with Democrat policies. It's people who are more progressive, to where they are against you know, the Democrat agenda. And there's groups of people who are socialists, who are communists, who counter signal Democrats, and then even talk about the fact that they want to eventually take over the Democrat Party. They kind of want to end the liberal reign within the Democrat Party. So when we say, well, because Mantis was hating on this sort of thought earlier, I am totally in favor of, like, yes, if people are like willing to vote for Democrats, they're willing to they're willing to support Democrats, they're not gonna counter signal Democrats, they're not trying to make them look worse, they're not spreading misinformation about them, then, like, yes, I'm perfectly okay with any leftist, have no beef with them, no issue there. But when you're, like, literally outwardly expressing the fact that you want to take over our party, that as liberals, you want to push us out of our own fucking party. You want to stop us from having the liberal reign over the DNC. That, like, when you're expressing this, who the fuck would not look at you as an enemy? Like, truly, I want to understand this. I would love to hear somebody's thought process here. If you're saying that you literally have an agenda to push us out of our own fucking party, why wouldn't we look at you as an enemy? Why wouldn't we do this? Dude, maybe you should listen to your base. Again, we're talking about, like, what is factual here? What is factual, okay? What is true? So if we go and we talk to Kyle Kowinski and we say, hey, what's your issues with Democrats? Why do you call them the do-nothing Democrats, right? He'll give a number of examples. And every example that he will give is factually and provably false. Every fucking example, okay? Every single time, every fucking one, he will bring up a ton of things that are just provably bullshit. And this is this is the problem. Like Hassan the other day was talking about the fact that like Kamala ran such a horrible campaign. She was so unpopular that she even went and spent like $1 billion in Pennsylvania and then got literally nothing out of it. She didn't move a single point. She didn't move a single point, and it was not beneficial at all. I knew as soon as he said that, I covered this extensively at the time. I covered this extensively. I knew he was fucking lying. So we went and checked it. After she put that money in there, within a month, Kamala was up 2 points with a 4-point difference from where she was before. By 4 months later, she had gone up 6 points and was plus 4 points overall compared to Donald Trump. That is just a fucking lie. Not only was it beneficial, but she had a huge fucking swing in her favor for a good period there. By August, she was way up. Like, Biden dropped out in July, and by August, she was already positive. 2 points. He was just wrong. He's just wrong across the board. Why did she lose? A number of reasons. One is she's just an unlikable person. She's not likable. She doesn't, she had nothing. So if I name a bunch of her policies, next. I name a bunch of her policies. I want you to tell me which one you disagree with, okay? All right? But I'll answer your first question. The reason that she lost is because she was an unlikable person. She has like a bad personality. She's just not likable. I like, truly, I can't stand her. I can't stand her laugh. I can't stand the way she talks. I can't stand the way she answers questions or doesn't answer questions. She's really bad at trying to do the politician-y answer, non-answer. She's not good at it. And the things she should have been doing was talking about how good the Biden presidency was. She should have been hyping up the Biden presidency. She should have been talking about all the fucking good shit that they got done. She should have been incessantly bringing up all the fucking legislation that they got passed. She should have incessantly been bringing up the fact that they fucking kicked inflation's ass. She should have been bringing up how like good they did with the border crisis. She should have been bringing up like all the shit nonstop. It should have been every fucking time she was around. She had the same talking points that she repeated every fucking time she was in front of a camera. She should have been saying the same exact thing every single time, right? But she didn't. It was fucking horrible. She was very bad in front of cameras. She was very bad at interviews. She was very bad at speaking. She just wasn't good. She wasn't a likable person either. And so that just made it doubly worse that anytime she was in front of a camera, people just liked her less. So she went like the first 2 months of her campaign not doing any interviews. And this was a huge talking point from Trump and the Republicans. Like, she's hiding, she's run. She hasn't done a single interview. She hasn't done a single fucking speaking event. We don't know where she is. She's just hiding. That's when she was doing the best. Then they had the debate, and then she fucking kicked Donald Trump's ass in the fucking debate. Like, by every fucking metric, even Fox News was saying that she fucking won that debate. And this is like the first time that anybody's had a debate against Donald Trump during a campaign and won against him. This is the first time anybody had ever fucking beaten Donald Trump in a debate. It was fucking epic. And her numbers were skyrocketing at this point. And so then they're like, all right, everybody fucking loves her. Let's put her out there in front of those cameras now. Let's get her in front of those cameras. Let's have her doing the fucking interviews now. And she didn't do well. She's not a personable person. She does not come off as personable. She comes off as performative. She comes off as like putting on a character. She comes off just very fake. And so the more she was in front of cameras, the more it hurt her. That's one. But two, and she was killing like Trump in the polls midway through the general election. She was fucking killing him. But then the second thing is that because they didn't talk up all of their accomplishments and tell everybody how great they did, there was a stink around the Biden presidency because people weren't happy. Generally, it doesn't matter if you did a good job. It doesn't matter if something's your fault. It doesn't matter what you did, if you did the best job ever. If people are unhappy in that moment, they blame whoever's at the top, right? So after the Trump presidency, he didn't cause COVID. He didn't make COVID happen. He didn't make COVID a thing. But when it came time for the elections, he was the incumbent and people were unhappy. And this is a catastrophic event, right? Worldwide fucking event that was taking place that he couldn't have helped. He couldn't have stopped it. But normally, the incumbent wins in elections. That's just normally how it goes. The incumbency wins. But in a catastrophic, plague of this size, that's when people are. That's one of the few times that an incumbent is not likely to win. And so Donald Trump lost in 2020 because of COVID. People were unhappy with the lockdowns and everything. He didn't cause any of it to happen, but they were unhappy, and so he lost. That's pretty simple. Wasn't his fault. It wasn't him to blame, but they were unhappy, so he lost. Same thing with Kamala Harris. She was seen as Joe Biden. She was seen as the incumbent in 2024. She was seen as, Biden carried on in the future, and she should have been celebrating their wins. She should have been claiming those W's. She should have been telling everybody how great they did with inflation and how great they did with everything else, but she didn't. She didn't talk about it, and incumbents across the entire fucking world lost. I think Mexico might have been the only place that had an incumbent that didn't, that was able to stay in office. But outside of that, incumbents lost everywhere because people were upset with inflation. We recovered from inflation faster than any other G7 country, and we had wages outpace inflation. We had just the best recovery from inflation, and I think it was the fastest recovery from inflation in American history. But we even had the most inflation in the world, and we still fucking killed it. And they didn't talk about it. They didn't talk about it. They didn't tell everybody how good they did. And the perception was what Donald Trump was pushing out every single day, is that they caused the inflation. Biden caused the inflation. It was Biden's fault that there was inflation, that Kamala caused the inflation. Like, that was what they were pushing out there. And so because Trump's pushing a message and they're not pushing back against the message, Trump won in the narratives. But those are the two reasons that I would say that she lost. But that has nothing to do with Dems are weak and you're giving them free pass. I'm sorry. I don't think anything I just said has anything to do with that. We're talking about Kamala Harris, who was thrown into like a fucked scenario where Joe Biden's dumbass decided to just drop out right before the general election, and she had to throw together an entire campaign that Biden had been able to spend 4 years planning for, that Donald Trump had been able to spend 4 years planning for. She had to get it all together and start running immediately. That's I don't think it's like, I don't think it makes sense to be like, she lost, cause that means that she's weak. It's a fucking stupid way of looking at it. Dems were okay with that. They choose to run Biden again. What do you mean they chose to run Biden again? What does that mean? What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. You always run your incumbent? Yes, that wasn't like a choice. That's just the standard. Like, the incumbent goes. The Democrats were the reason that he dropped out, is because they pushed him to drop out. Democrats, like politicians, Democrats pushed him to drop out, made tons of public statements saying that they didn't think that he should be in the race anymore, that he should drop out. And he eventually dropped out way too fucking late, but he did. Dems put themselves in that position. All right, see up next, you're doing the thing again. You see, you're doing the thing that I said, where you don't respond to anything I say, you just keep repeating the same thing over and over. All right. All right, let's see what the fuck this Crenshaw thing is. Let's watch it on SoyPill, see if Mantis is delusional and what she thinks about his chat. Mantis is delusional. We'll just see if she's delusional about what she sees in his chat.
Hey everyone, just trying out a new format here. I invited a conservative friend of.
Oh, this is from 4 years ago. Wait, what the fuck? This is the playlist SoyPill VOD. Dems don't have anyone they can run before. Yeah, so you're just saying talking points. I literally just engaged with every problem that you have, but you can't engage with what it is that I'm saying. You just keep repeating your conclusion. So does he have VODs anywhere? Okay, well maybe we can't watch it on his channel. Is this the one?
Steven Lactoid and Rob Noor.
Welcome to
Bro.
the only podcast
where
Rashad can't remember which hosts that he knows and which ones he doesn't.
I swear that debate turned into like a fucking like Roman legal civil law duel between Pisco and fucking Rob Noor. So technically I wasn't even there. If we're really being honest, like technically I wasn't even in the debate. I was a spectator if we're being real.
You had some good moments. You had some good moments.
In my defense. So.
In Rashad's defense, Pisco, you are very forgettable.
Oh God. Okay.
So forgettable.
That is not my lawyer. That is not my lawyer.
No, listen.
In a bad way.
It was Oh, you think I'm forgettable, Hutch?
I don't think there's a good way.
In a good way.
I'm fucking with you.
Hi, everyone, welcome to
No, but like it was a good time, and we love Rashad, and it's good to have him.
We're here with the usual cast and our esteemed guest, Rashad Crenshaw. Some of you may know him, and if you don't, you should go check him out. He's hilarious. We love him. Rashad Crenshaw, hi.
Hello, how are all of you doing today?
We need to see the unhinged chat, Tom. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know where it is.
Well, so well. Snowed in. It's like so much snow, an absurd amount of snow.
Yeah, how bad is it? Because you're in the New York area, right?
2 feet.
And
2 feet.
How many inches is it supposed to be? Like 38 or something like that?
I don't know. 2 feet is 24 inches. Is that right?
Yeah.
My girlfriend said that 4 inches is a lot, so 28 inches sounds like a lot of snow.
Oh, zinger.
It's beautiful the first night, though, Pisco, right?
Accelerating down the pipeline.
Yeah.
What does Candace Owen have that you don't?
Candace, honestly, timing is everything, dude. Like, you know, honestly, like that Turning Point USA stuff was like Young Money in like 2009. It was like Drake, Nicki, Ty. It was like the craziest. It was like the Miami Heat. It was like the most stacked team ever. But it really is like timing. Like she was older. She got to be a part of that kind of like, we're totally not racist. We are, but we're going to lie and say we're not. And because none of you are prepared to debate us, and a lot of you won't debate us, we're going to kind of grift for like a good 10 years. And Candace got to be a part of that. But I think she realizes now that that's absolute nonsense, because she's on her show now claiming that Jews were the ones who did the transatlantic slave trade and white people were, I guess, on sick leave or they something. I don't know where white people were, but we pray for them. We hope they were okay during that time. And yeah, that's her story, because at this point she has to do that because the right wing has gone full white nationalist. And I can't blame them, because imagine having to spend 10 years pretending to like other races. I just kill myself. So yeah.
but also it was a case that Rogan was a bit of a kingmaker in those circles back then. So, you know, I think she owes a lot of her career to that appearance that she did on his show, even though it didn't go well for her at all. She looked so silly and stupid.
Yeah, she got done pretty bad by Rogan. I mean, she doesn't. I don't think
what
she
happened
has,
on that.
She was the climate change stuff that she was like talking
Rogan
shit about.
pushed back, and like one of the few times he ever pushed back is like weed, and like if you're so stupid that you make Rogan feel smart, like he'll argue with you, and she was one of those.
Yeah. She wasn't deterred by that though. She's as confident as ever. And by the way, like I admit when I'm wrong. Like I thought she was wrong about Erica Kirk, and then like the videos leaked, and then I was like, well, shit, you know. So she's got her moments where she's right. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that she was right about.
Wait, what do you think she's right about with Erica Kirk?
That Erica Kirk
right
probably wasn't a fan of her own husband. I mean, I don't want to speak. I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to, you know, be that guy. But I mean, like, how many, you know, it gets to a point where it's like, damn, Charlie, nobody loved you, man. I didn't love you.
People grieve in different ways. I'll say that.
I know, right? Yeah. When the money's rolling in, you know.
I mean,
the memes of like Erica going. I don't know if I'm lagging. Sorry.
Your camera is definitely lagging. If you turn it up.
I just saw Straighterade's message saying that like Kamala Harris is being capable of being pretty charismatic when she's not being micromanaged. I've always thought that she was very unlikable. I thought like ever since she ran in 2020, when I first found out who she was and she was on those debate stages, I thought she was a very unlikable person. Then I thought she was a very unlikable person throughout the Biden administration. And yeah, I thought she was very unlikable throughout her 2024 candidacy as well. But I think her personality does just come off very. It's always just come off very like fake, and we know, Tom, you hate black women. Yeah, that's what it is. You're right. The Harris snark, yeah. The Harris snark was off the charts from Tom. I didn't hate her. I just didn't really like her. I didn't feel like and it was more so that I felt like it was obvious that other people weren't going to like her. I felt like just watching her, you could see the way that she answered questions, the way that she engaged. I felt like it was obvious that like people watching this would just find her very unlikable. But
up and turn it back on again.
Damn. All right, I'll try to do that in a second. But I just want.
Will you accept that Biden was a weak president? I think he was maybe like the best president of my lifetime. I think he was maybe like the best president possible and exactly what we needed in the moment right after Trump. I think he did pretty much all the right things, and I don't think I could have asked for much more. There were some things that he did that I didn't like, but those would be the things that a lot of you guys would maybe consider strong, like he had Alzheimer's. Oh, you're MAGA. My bad. I thought you were a leftist. You're fucking MAGA. Okay, never mind.
I want to say the whole like going and you know, the celebration after Charlie Kirk had died and it being almost like a WD event, that did feel a little bit odd to me. And some of the phone calls afterwards did feel odd. That said, I don't want to say that I know a perfect way to grieve in that situation.
Oh no, Pisco, let us know, man.
But there have been. No, it was fucking it was a little sus to hear the call where she's like, and projections are great, the numbers are awesome on all of our merch.
I didn't want to do the hand rubbing thing because that's fucked up, but she was basically in the corner of the room rubbing her hands like Birdman.
Yeah, I was one of those people. I was like, you know, people grieve in different ways. Even the fireworks shit, it's like, you know, that's like what TPUSA is, and so, you know, it's kind of weird, but whatever. But when I saw that video that you're talking about, Pisco, where it's like literally like 5 days after he died or something, like 5 to 10 days. It's like within a week. She's like, I'm excited to say that we smashed our projections for the merch. Like all that was like, okay, this is strange, and I don't think I can defend this.
Yeah, dude, she was doing like full on like, you know, like Randy Orton entrances, and like, I mean, with all due respect, like, I mean, by the way, you know, people don't acknowledge the fact that a lot of those marriages on the right wing are arranged. They are not normal. Not to be like a conspiracy theorist pointing at the whiteboard going crazy, but like it is true. And I try to be charitable too, because I'm like, okay, the lady's husband was just murdered, so let's not attack her, right? But then like the calls for like the Turning Point USA calls, like, oh my god, the merch sales, like, oh my god, and I was like, yeah, I think Charlie was unloved. And
but it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that either. It was her speech afterwards. She's like, my wailing cry will echo like a battle cry across the world. Like it was this almost pseudo diabolical speech, and kind of do the same thing that like a lot of the conservatives do still now, which is like they killed Charlie Kirk, they tried to silence him, and kind of ascribing a collective guilt for his assassination.
You know, that ties into like an important topic that I think we'll probably come to at some point. But like, it's funny because I was watching Spencer and Fuentes talk about this, and something that never occurred to me. And I pride myself on being like the strategic, leftist. It's like, we gotta kill him here. But the reality is, like, Charlie Kirk got boomed, and the right fucked it up.
Okay, what am I supposed to be watching here? Can I get like a timestamp or something, or like a general point that I should scroll to?
Part mainly because of Candace, but after 10 years of building up Trump, that's your question. And then Ben grabs Gavin Newsom's conversation and steers it toward Renee Good and is like, well, you don't believe Heinz are, domestic terrorists. You didn't mean what you said on your press secretary account, did you? That's wrong, right? Yeah, that was just, that really just wasn't a reflection. Yeah, and then it's like, oh.
I still plan on going to that Breadbox. I still plan on fighting that.
Oh my, oh my God. It's like, we're cooked. We're totally cooked because between Kamala, who's probably going through it mentally,
how do you do that?
The delinquent diaper Don, and then Gavin, who's just trying to hope that his good looks can get him to the fucking White House. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Honest to God, and it allows articles like this to seep in and say, well, if we had just, thrown caution to the wind, we would have won. It's like, well, I don't know if that's true, but, it speaks to the fact that the Democrats are out of steam.
Yeah, Guy doesn't like the Dems aren't fighters narrative. You push back, Guy. I know you will.
I'm gonna fight you on Gavin. Okay, he's what is it? Maxing whatever. I don't know. Looks maxing. Okay, he's mogging people.
Does he have to look max? He's kind of like born good looking.
I mean, look, he's. I think he's a successful governor. He's implemented some good programs here. You got the 4th largest economy. Whatever. You've heard this all before, but. Are you in the Hassan camp, Rashad, of I would not vote for that guy if he was the Democratic nominee in 2028?
No, if it came down to it, I'm voting for Newsom.
Mm-hmm. But you're not enthusiastic about him.
No, I think Gavin Newsom's just going to delay the MAGA problem for people my age and your age to pick up and clean up for him.
Interesting. Well, who's at the top of your list right now then?
Honestly, I'd love to rerun Kamala, but Kamala has to want it. I don't think she wants it. Say what you will about Trump. He's a pedophile. He killed people. He's killing people. Some they say true, and some is true. But the reality is that he never gives up. Donald Trump does an insurrection. 2 weeks later, he's like just posting on social media like nothing happened. Kamala's, not trying. She doesn't want to be back, in my opinion.
Wait, we got to push back a little bit there. I think the purpose of her writing the book and doing this book tour and extending the book tour, I think she's very clearly signaling that she's going to run again.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like the book
tour.
Not
meeting the moment, right?
Yeah, the book tour
what's a
stuff.
Book tour against a Trump?
Donald Trump is on social media, bullshitting, posting insanity, but it's engaging. He's engaging the internet. He's on podcasts. He's appearing here. He's doing this. Kamala's writing books. People don't read books in 2026.
Rashad. That's why I feel that Gavin is preferable because
he said he can't
Kamala, I see Gavin.
Yeah, I don't want Kamala to run again. And I honestly, I do feel as though like Gavin is also almost like a meme candidate that is somewhat beneficial for Democrats to where that would be helpful, but it's to have both Gavin and Kamala up there where I feel like Kamala has somewhat become a meme candidate since her loss. I feel like having the two of them as our like top 2 candidates is not a good look. I think we need. I don't want Kamala to run again. Do not want that.
I know that.
We need to talk about that. That was bullshit. That whole thing was bullshit.
Wait. Can I just want to finish my point real quick. Gavin at least has what I look like the eye of the tiger. He wants it. He wants to be president. For me, there's a little bit more of a willingness to engage with the moment, at least in terms of the rhetoric. Now, is Gavin my preferred candidate? No, but I would prefer him to Kamala. I think that Kamala has shown that she fumbles around with her speech, that she isn't really a killer in the same way and ruthless in the same way that I think Gavin can be. That is like, maybe Kamala will prove me wrong in the coming months and stuff, but that's where I'm at right now.
When you say he can be, are you comparing this to like his tweets? Because like his tweets,
that's not even run by him.
That's not him. That someone's writing that for him.
No.
But I have yet to see Gavin like really be like verbally ruthless. You know what I mean?
No. The decision by Gavin to position himself, as opposed to what he was doing in the first months, which is very soft, I think, on MAGA, more understanding, more Cenk Uygur-like, to be at least signaling to the resistance libs, at least showing and saying the right words on what Trump is doing and being vocal all the time. That to me is a strong signal, and that's something that I care about. And also his decision on the redistricting. I know that he's in a unique position to do it, but lesser governors, lesser Democrats wouldn't have started it.
Well, what you just said really matters, though, because Gavin is advantaged right now in a way that Kamala is just not, because he is the governor of the most populous state in the country with a blue supermajority. So he can just like do things. He can just tell the assembly to convene a special session to, put a measure to the voters to amend the Constitution to do early redistricting. So he can, he can see that the public right now, the Democratic voter base, are screaming for fighters. Which, Rashad, I watched one of your videos recently. You were talking to that, like that desire from voters to get Democrats with like a lot of teeth and a lot of fight. He can flex in that way, in a way that a lot of other people can't, which makes him kind of uniquely positioned. And I don't know if you guys saw, but
the book is just guaranteed money. I don't think that was the idea. I think when she wrote the book, I think the book was supposed to be a bunch of like excuse making for why she lost, to give a reason to say like, hey, I wasn't a bad candidate. I didn't I could have won and should have won, but there were a bunch of other things that happened and other pressures and other people pushing me in different directions that made it to where we just got too fractured and ended up losing. And so I think the reason that you do that, the reason that you make this, like put out this book and give these excuses, is so that you can run again. I think that the book is just I don't think it's a thing for guaranteed money. I think the book was a piece of like, I think it's evidence that she will run again. I think that the book is something that says she's likely going to run again. So when he's like, oh, she's not interested in running again, she's out here writing books, like I get the exact opposite impression, and I think that the majority of people do as well. I think the majority of people who like, I didn't read the book, but I know that the people that I watched talk about it who did read the book, all of them said this comes off as like the beginning of her campaigning. Like, this comes off as like, this is the start of her campaigning. This is her explaining why it's going to work this time, and this is evidence that like she's getting ready to announce.
Pelosi is reportedly like backing him for president, which that for me makes his stock like skyrocket, because she is a kingmaker.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, like, well, I mean, like maybe
in terms of his odds. Sorry,
I mean, maybe in terms of like, I don't know, like amongst like people like us, maybe we care about Pelosi's endorsement, but like my thing with Gavin, and the only reason why I kind of lean toward Kamala, even though like Gavin is a better pick. I mean, let's just be real. He's a white guy who's good looking.
Wait, why is Pisco shaking his head there?
Which that for me makes his stock like skyrocket, because she is a kingmaker.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like maybe
in terms of his odds. Sorry,
I mean, maybe in terms of like, I don't know, like amongst like people like us, maybe we care about Pelosi's endorsement, but like my thing with Gavin, and the only reason why I kind of lean toward Kamala, even
it's not that we care about Pelosi's endorsement, as in if Pelosi endorses somebody, that means she likes them, and if she likes them, then we like them. I don't think that's what anybody's saying. I think that they're saying like, if Pelosi endorses somebody, this means that that person actually has like a real chance of winning. Like, Pelosi is somebody who can pull strings, who can get endorsements, who can get people to back the person, to campaign for them. Like, if she backs them and she says this is who we're doing, that like the rest of the fucking party will get behind that person. And so that means that like we know that person has a real chance of winning. Like, they can actually make it and do really well. And so depending on who Pelosi points to, that will kind of solidify like this is the candidate, and that's the person who will have the best chance of winning. I also think I don't think that Pelosi likely will back Kamala. I don't think that the way that Pelosi came out about the primaries, when she talked a couple of times about like, yeah, I don't know why Joe just went ahead and endorsed Kamala. Like, we're gonna have primaries. We're gonna let people run against her, and we'll figure out at the Democratic National Convention who it is that we're gonna pick. But the idea that like she's just the candidate and we're all backing her, like, that's just not the case. The way that she said it felt very undermining to Kamala in her campaign, because felt like to anybody who just is the least politically minded, you knew nobody was going to run against Kamala. Like, you knew nobody's running against Kamala. No, nobody. Who the fuck is going to try to run against Kamala? Who the fuck is going to try to do that? Like, this is the person that we're already fucked in the fact that Joe Biden dropped out when he did, to where we don't have a single candidate at this point when we should. We should have one like clear candidate right now, and we don't. Joe Biden just dropped out. But the Republicans have their clear candidate. It's Donald Trump. Everybody's getting behind him. They know it's him. Ramaswamy and DeSantis and all these other people, they're all gone. They've got their one singular candidate that everybody's getting behind, whereas the Democrats don't. And so when Biden does drop out and endorses Kamala, and then we find out Kamala's also getting all of his campaign money because she's part of that campaign, she's on that ticket, which puts her a billion miles ahead of anybody else who's going to right now announce candidacy and try to start raising money right then. They can't compete with that. They just can't compete with it. It's not possible. But then on top of that, the fact that we need a singular candidate right now. We need one person that we're all getting behind. We need one person that we're all willing to push. If we're going to have any chance at winning this, like, we can't all of a sudden fracture the party more to where this becomes a like, oh, my candidate didn't get in. I don't want to vote for Kamala because I wanted my candidate, and this is bullshit. Like, you don't have like that at this point in the race. You need, like, people have like 2 to 3 months after their candidate drops out before the general election starts, to where you're able to kind of heal and feel better about the outcome before the generals start. Once the generals start and your candidate that you voted for is now backing the person that beat them, like, you feel like a little bit better about this and you're ready to get behind them. We just didn't have that. We didn't have that time. We didn't have the ability to do all of this. And so people could have run against Kamala if they wanted to. They had the ability. They were allowed to. You could have run primaries and whatever, like, because the Democratic National Convention is where people choose who the candidate is. They could have chosen whoever the fuck they wanted, right? They could have chosen whoever the fuck they wanted. It would have been fine. But nobody did. Nobody announced candidacy and was told, no, you're not allowed to run. Like, this didn't happen. But the way that, like, the Pelosi talked about this, it kind of undermined that obvious transition that was going to happen. Like, everybody knew this is what's fucking happening. And then Pelosi coming out and saying this, it made it seem as though she was undermining Kamala, and makes me think that she doesn't like Kamala and that she will endorse Newsom.
Even though, like, Gavin is a better pick, I mean, let's just be real. He's a white guy who's good looking. That right there automatically ups him like above Kamala by a bunch of points in America, if we're being honest. However, what bothers me about Gavin is that his vision isn't strong. Like, I'm seeing you like humanize and cleanse these, fascist kingmakers on your show. And it's like, how do you watch Renee Good get executed? And Ben Shapiro is in front of you and you have.
Okay, I haven't heard him clarify that he means in terms of odds yet, but I think that that is the implication that I got from him from the beginning, is that, yeah, he's, I think it's pretty clear that, yeah, he's saying that, like, this is somebody who has the best chance. And we know that most voters do vote based on, like, who they think has the best chance. Like, they vote on somebody that they think has the best chance of beating the other side. That is one of the, he said it straight away. Okay, maybe but yeah, I think that's like a common thing for most people, is that they're like, or at least, like, studies and polling and shit like that seems to back this up, that most voters are not just voting based on policy, but they're voting based on the person that they think has the best chances of beating the top candidate on the other side, or has the best chance of winning overall. They're voting for that person.
No ability to stand down. We're talking about Donald Trump, who will gaslight you about Epstein's Island. He will gaslight you about insurrections. He will gaslight you about his involvement with Donald Trump will make an entire new reality and drag 25% of the country with him. Gavin Newsom can't even box with a political refugee. Ben Shapiro's a refugee. He ran away from the neo-Nazi right. He's trying to like go to like normal people podcasts to get a taste of sanity because he's been run out of his own party by Fuentes. Why can't Gavin be strong on a podcast? Because I was ready to die when I saw Walls.
He says he can't even box as though he failed at boxing. He didn't box. Like if he failed at boxing, that would be a claim. From my understanding, he didn't even box. Like he wasn't trying to box. That's not what he does on his podcast.
Fold to fucking Vance. That was unbelievable. I mean, watching Newsom fold to Vance would be, if he does that, I'm literally moving to a different planet. We say that.
No way.
I don't think Newsom did so well. People talk about Newsom on DeSantis. I didn't think Newsom did so well in that debate against DeSantis. I honestly think that it was over. Yeah, I didn't think he did that well. I don't think that he is, at least from what I've seen in those opportunities where he's one-on-one with those people, I don't love how he performed. I think.
When did he debate DeSantis? Oh, 2023? What was this for?
Joe Biden is sitting on his hands. He refuses to take care of the border. He refuses to hold the drug cartels accountable. This is the vision of Biden, Harris, Newsom.
I support border security. I think the asylum system is broken. I believe that we need. I'm the only guy here that's a border state governor. You're trolling folks and trying to find migrants to play political games, try to get some news and attention so you can out-Trump Trump. And by the way, how's that going for you, Ron? You're down 41 points in your own home state. Biden administration in the last 3 years. Joe Biden paying you tonight? 3.9%. I thought this was state versus state. But it's about the United States of America. I thought this guy was running for president of the United States. You're running for a third. You won't admit it. Is Joe Biden experiencing this cognitive decline? Is it a danger to the country?
What was this for? I didn't watch this. What was this for? Did Newsom just call him out and challenge him to a debate or something? Like what was this?
Do you find when he speaks, what is your reaction to it?
Yes, he's in decline. Yes, it's a danger to the country. He has no business running for president. And Gavin Newsom agrees with that. He won't say that. That's why he's running his shadow campaign.
We'll take Joe Biden at 100 versus Ron DeSantis any day of the week at any age. You had quarantines. You had checkpoints all over the state of Florida. By the way, I didn't say that. Donald Trump laid you out on this. Dead or right? You did that. You followed science. You followed Fauci. He followed science.
You had more kids locked out of school for a longer period of time in California than anywhere else in the country. It was the working class kids. It was the middle income kids. His kids were in private school. They were in class.
Slow down. I want everyone to be heard. If I can ask you, I really do want this to breathe. I want this debate to breathe. I want it to organically develop. To do that, I need both your cooperation. I don't want to be a hall monitor. It's not my style. All right.
This is a book that's in some of the schools in California, Florida. This is not consistent with our standards. Called Gender Queer. Some of it's blacked out. You would not probably be able to put this on there. This is pornography. It's cartoons. It's aimed at children, and it's wrong. So this should not be in schools.
Those books. Do you believe that's appropriate for school?
It's some Fox News thing, state versus state. I don't know. I've never seen it. So, but this is the only one they did, or did they do a bunch of these?
I think he's better confrontationally with like dissenting Dems than he is with the other side. I think it's a big red flag for me. That said, I think that charisma is, for me, essential. You need to have charisma. You need to be able to speak to a camera extemporaneously and say your stump speech very easily and fluidly without doing like weird pauses and stuff. And that is why I think it's important to have whoever the candidate is, that they are able to speak, and that we don't have to, like we did with Joe Biden, unfortunately, and with other Democrats that we've had, not just him, where we're like on the edge of our seat hoping that they're not going to fuck up the next word.
But can he meet the moment though? Can he come to the American people and say, I'm bringing universal?
Not a bunch. It was literally for the fuck of it. So that's not answering my question. Did one of them challenge the other to this debate over a specific issue? Somebody said it was state versus state, a thing that Fox News did. Okay, well that makes it sound like, okay, it's not just Ron DeSantis versus Gavin Newsom. It's a state versus state thing that they're doing over there. So it sounds like it's just like a running thing, but it was fucking great. I can't wait for Newsom to eat more debate opponents. Gavin challenged Ron. Okay, so they got into like a back and forth in media, and he decided to challenge him to a debate. That's okay.
Health care, affordable higher education, if not free higher education. Can I come to you with affordable housing? Is he going to come to the American people? Because the reality is, when Trump is done, as in like maybe like whenever he passes, because he's not leaving office legally, when this Trump problem is done, the American people are going to be hungry for reform. And the question is, can he be the guy to be ballsy enough to start now? Because you can't just pop up like at the very end and say, oh, well, now actually I am that guy. I am the chosen one. You have to start now. People have to actually see it now because, you know.
When you say that the American people are going to be hungry for reforms, you mean like major reforms, like single payer?
You think that
seats.
Crazy.
You win state legislature seats. You win seats in the Congress. You win the presidency.
What
All of it matters.
our lessons from having a geriatric president who couldn't defend any of his shit and go out there and cheerlead it. And we will rise to the occasion. You guys are so negative that the Democrats need some miracle. What do we want to run the rock or something and run on free soda pop for everybody? What the hell are you guys on about? Okay, so Rashad, what should we run on? What's going to win then in 2028? What do you think would resonate with the American people that we're not talking about right now?
Number one, vicious demagoguery. Everything should be Elon's fault. Everything should be Trump's fault.
But we're doing that.
No, we're really
not.
We'll
re-release the Epstein files. We're going to put these pedos in prison. So what? What else?
Look,
gonna run
that right there. That's big. Promising to release the Epstein files. Hold on, though. It's more than that, though. It's these people are the reason why everything's wrong. And Democrats don't have that darkness in them. Most of them can't look America in the face and say, that motherfucker right there with that red tie on and that bullshit punk ass American flag lapel, he's the reason why your life is fucked up. It's the truth, but are Democrats willing to embrace a dark truth?
I don't know. You're talking about populism. You're talking about populism.
Yeah, we want, but the thing is, we need a mandate to shut these people down for good. But in order to do that, we have to actually meet the viciousness of the moment. Donald Trump allows Americans to die by not subsidizing Obamacare. We need to be calling him a murderer. We need to be saying he's killing people. We need to be making sure, dude, that's not it. People unfortunately don't seem to care. I don't know why.
Didn't Kamala
serious? No, I'm so
Kamala
serious.
do a lot of heated rhetoric about
Think
Trump?
about this. Think. Pam Bondi sits in front of the United States of America's government and talks about the Dow in a conversation about child trafficking. And people just went on about their day. And you know what they did? They said, Pam Bondi needs to be fired. People kind of did go on about that.
Democrats' message is very the Democrats' message is very strong on that. And
no, what I mean is the public. I'm talking about a mandate. I'm talking about getting the public to be in favor of you going after those responsible for this and shutting them up forever, locking them up. I mean, YouTube, okay, but like we don't have that. And the reality is, like, we did very well pushing back against Bondi, but how did MAGA cope? They said Pam Bondi needs to be fired. They're not willing to say Trump is the culprit. Trump is the reason why she's doing this. Trump is the reason why Kash Patel is doing this.
Republicans are never going to say that.
They're never going to say that. However, the middle ground of Americans and these kind of like mild maggots, they're relying upon this kind of like, quasi kind of space where the Democrats aren't willing to just come out and be like, you know what? Donald Trump wants to kill you. He wants to cover up the Epstein
files.
That's
what Kamala did, though. Kamala did this. She did this. She went in front of a Modi. She went in front of so many podiums. It was like Donald Trump is going to send the military into your. She told everybody about Project 2025. She did way more Trump bad. She did way more Trump bad than Biden and Hillary Clinton.
She failed not because she's a bad politician, but like at the last minute. That's like you're down like maybe like 5 points in the basketball game. It's close, but at the very last minute, you want to talk about team, let's go. We don't have that much time. Kamala can't come in at the very end and be like, Trump's like the Antichrist. You think people are going to listen to that? It's not her fault. But the reality is the left was like stuff like, Trump's a Nazi, he's a fascist. We were a little bit too early on that. We weren't effective in actually confronting right-wing ideology. But the beautiful thing about today is they're open. Nick Fuentes is racially attacking the vice president's family. Trump depicts the Obamas as monkeys. I mean, I hate to say it, but like,
they're already aggressively messaging on those.
Hold on a minute. What I'm saying is like, you have to be able to meet the moment and say, hold on a minute. No, everyone pay attention to this. Oh, and by the way, they're evil. This is their fault. You can't afford a home, it's their fault. You can't afford medicine, it's their fault. The Democrats are not ready to say conservatism is the enemy. And until they're able to say that, we might end up in this back and forth battle for the rest of our lives. And frankly, I'm trying to live my life in peace.
Okay, but your strat, that might work really well in like a D plus 40 seat. That's not, it's less clear if you're trying to flip. No, I'm not. No. I think you're restricting the conversation to just like one kind of nebulous thing. But the reality is that American politics at the national level, we're talking about hundreds of races all across the country that shape the country's entire politics. And I don't know how to square your prescription that
you need a mandate.
Hold on, real quick. Like, I don't know how to square your prescription that all, Democrats need to run on like demagoguery and populism. I don't know how to square that with like Spanberger and Cheryl overperforming their polls while Mamdani underperformed his polls, running
winning.
on
Winning.
When was Rashad on Live and Learn? This just happened earlier today. So this streamed 7 hours ago. I think that's when it started, and then it was 2.5 hours. So ended about 5 hours ago, I believe.
Seats and like winning the war. Like this
That's
is
how
not,
you win the war.
That was
Rashad,
crazy.
Rashad, hold on. This is how you win the war. You win governor seats.
Crazy.
You win state legislature seats. You win seats in the Congress. You win the presidency.
What was
All of it
what was
matters.
the makeup of the country in 2016 before Trump won? Like
the makeup? What do you mean?
Yeah, like we had the presidency, the Senate, and the House.
No, we did not. We lost.
We didn't have all three. I'm saying like what was it? Was it like
the Republicans controlled the Senate and the House? We got crushed by a lot. They had enormous majorities because we got crushed because of the recession and the fear mongering around the ACA.
But do you think that before the 2016 election that like in some ways Democrats were resting on their laurels and underestimated the Trump like effect?
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, they took the like the blue wall for granted for sure. Yeah.
Right. So like we keep back and forth, and you guys are talking past each other. He's not saying, "Oh, we're not doing well."
Too often, SoyPill.
Well, because you do it. You talk past each other a lot. I'm sorry, it's true.
I don't need the.
Well, I agree with Rashad. So I'm just saying, like, I feel like if I was Rashad, his words were coming out of my mouth. God.
Wait. So just answer my question then. If you agree with him, answer my question.
No, the Mamdani thing is not responsive. The Mamdani thing is not responsive because Mamdani didn't run on demagoguery. Mamdani didn't run on what Rashad is talking about.
He ran on populism.
Okay. I thought you described.
I'm not saying populism is bad.
Are you construing?
Pisco's right. But like the thing is, like Mamdani's battle, he could win by like cute kind of populism. But this bigger battle, we're not just like we're fighting an ideological battle here. We're talking about Americans like Mike Huckabee that want to bring about the end of the world by like allowing like Israel to expand across all of like.
And they're getting
Africa
demolished though. They're getting demolished.
Which
right
are
now.
not okay. Like that's like Sherman and like destroying the Confederacy, and God comes down and is like so.
This is something that SoyPill does, where he will argue a position that is his position when it's obviously not the other person's position. But he'll, because it seems as though like, yes, he agrees with them in principle, like he agrees with their overall, he agrees with their conclusion or their prescription or whatever, but he agrees with like it. The SoyPill will agree with the other person's conclusion, and then he'll say what they're saying is, but then he'll give a totally different argument that it's a little bit more rational to get to the same conclusion. And it's like the people are disagreeing on not the conclusion, but the thought process that gets them there. Because if all you're talking about is just the conclusion, you can have like a very different conversation about it. But if you're using a very flawed thought process to get there, and these are the things that you care about, well then you need to be coming to a different conclusion then. So yeah, so SoyPill will come in with a very different thought process that gets to the same conclusion, and it's like, well, okay, you're just giving your own argument now that gives us that comes to a different conclusion. But he says no, what they're saying is this. It is, they literally said the opposite sometimes. So it's we went over this I think in the last show that we watched.
So,
or no, it was the one, I think it was the one with Ogre Boy and Vadim, I believe is the one where, yeah, they were like, he was saying like, no, what they're saying is they literally just said the opposite. They literally just said, we are not saying this.
You know, this problem's not going to be over in like 150 years.
Nobody said
that.
Nobody said that.
But God, I'm destroying them right now. It's like
nobody said that.
Problem. That's basically what I'm trying to get you to understand is we are not just fighting a battle. We are fighting an ideological war. MAGA is a familial ideological extension of really the Confederacy. And I'm sorry, but just winning seats isn't enough because we had political power before this happened. We didn't have perfect power, but we had power and we lost, and we have to take.
They're not an ideological extension of the Confederacy. They're a whole other thing. They are a whole other thing, a new thing, like a drastically different thing. It is not an extension of the Confederacy. You can find things that have similarities within there, but it doesn't make it an extension of that. Like, we can find similarities in anything, anytime. This is kind of something that a lot of people do, where they point out this is like the Hitler had a dog fallacy, where they'll find like little similarities with something and act as though that is the essential quality that is like moving this thing forward. But like, just because you have a dog doesn't mean that you're like Hitler. It doesn't. You can have a dog, and Hitler could have a dog, but That doesn't make you like Hitler now. Because when we say you're like Hitler, there are essential qualities there, like genociding the Jews. That is something that we think of. That's what makes you like Hitler. And yeah, it's not. Tom, are you familiar with the Immigration Exclusion Act of 1924 and how it's inspired the Nazis? How it inspired the Nazis? Fuck. I feel like I remember this. Is this the one that like stopped certain groups from coming on? The Immigration Exclusion Act of 1924, Johnson-Reed Act, was highly restrictive U.S. law that established national origins quotas favoring northern Western Europe while virtually banning immigration from Asia. It targeted aliens ineligible for citizenship, cementing previous anti-Asian policies, and remained in place until 1965. Yeah, there were other things similar to that, I believe even with Jewish people. That were supposed to stop Jewish people from coming over. Obviously, Japanese people for a while. There was there's been a bunch of things similar to this. Why were you asking about this? It's an easy follow-through line. How? From the Civil War? What? From the Civil War to that, to civil rights, to now, it's an easy line to follow. Southern Europeans, Romans, Latin people. I'm sorry. Racism did not start with the Civil War. The Civil War was not a thing that like is not like the impetus of like racism in our country. Our country is not an exceptional country that deals with racism. We have an exceptional history there that like builds differences in culture, but the issues that we have with all different sorts of tribalism is something that literally exists everywhere. Like to say that this is a through line from the Confederacy, when the through line doesn't exist, it continues to stop and then start somewhere else later, and then stop and then start somewhere else later. That's not a through line. That's just a new thing. It's a drastically new thing that isn't really tied to any, again, essential thing that just continues to exist. These are it's not new. I'm sorry. Racism is not new. This entire movement is not built off just racism. The entire thing is not built off racism. The main, like, you want to talk about like an essential quality here, that it is populism. It is the right-wing populism that exists that gets people to distrust the elites, gets them to distrust the people in the government, that makes them think that they need to drain the swamp, that like now all of these people are evil, and then that becomes like, oh, like what else are they doing that is creating all of these problems, that then is going to be things like bringing in a lot of immigrants, that like this is how that has to be part of some ploy too, and like there's going to be a bunch of different things, but it is, if it's born out of a different thought process, it's not a through line. It's just not a through line at all. Like it just becomes something different. It's like pointing to like you said, like bringing up Nazis, right? Like if people start to dislike Jews because of 9/11, and they think that like Israel had something to do with 9/11, and then that is a new reason for them to now have this like prejudice against Jews, to say like this is a through line of like Hitler's Germany and like all the anti-Semitism that existed in America beforehand. Like it's not. It's a new reason. It's got a new like starting point for a different thing to exist. They're separate. They're drastically separate. And so yeah, they just become different things. They're you can have, again, as I said, Hitler can have a dog. You can have a dog. It doesn't make you like Hitler. Like, doesn't mean that you're like Hitler in that way. It's when we say you're like Hitler, we're thinking of like genociding Jewish people and the Holocaust and things like that, right? That is the thing that we're thinking of. That is like the essential quality that would make you like Hitler or make one like Hitler. And having a dog can be just a thing that you share, but it's not the quality. That would be the same thing here, is like wanting, like the Civil War is like wanting black people to be slaves. That like there was scientific consensus at the time that black people weren't even human, and that they were a different type of animal, and that they were separate from us and shit like that, right? Like that is not what this is born out of. It's racism. There's racism in there, but it's not that. It has very different reasoning and very different history behind it. So it's just drastically different things. And it kind of shows a lack of analysis on the topic to just draw anything that's like that has racism towards black people in it to be now linked to the Confederacy. So, well, you just have a lack of imagination for how many different ways people could be racist.
Take into account the fact that in order to put these people in jail and in order to stop Americans from voting for this nonsense again, we need a mandate. We need actual, I hate to call it demagoguery, it's really just truth. We need to stop being afraid to say, dude, conservatives want you to fucking die from cancer.
I feel like you have an I win card that you play in this conversation when you just say it doesn't matter if someone wins, like, you know, like wins the
It does matter. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is, like,
you said it doesn't matter. You said there's a large reward.
If I said that, I apologize.
Long term.
What I'm saying is, you know, if I said it doesn't matter,
Wait, Venom, I know all of that. You telling me to go read about something I'm well aware of, but you're not bringing up anything new. I don't know why you don't ask me. Like, what I just mentioned that, like, there was a whole lot of anti-Semitism before World War II. That like there were like Nazi parties growing in the United States. There were Nazi rallies in fucking New York. There were like Jews that were literally being lynched in the streets. There was like I'm well aware of a lot of these things. There's just not a through line there. There's just similarities. That's not a through line. That's not the same thing.
You need these wins in these governor's races.
Wait, hold on. We need the wins.
Yes.
But the problem is that I'm trying to communicate to you that Democrats think we won, and that's enough. It's not. We can lose, especially if we're going to be playing by the game of like, well, you know, we're going to trust the American people to make the right decision in the next 10 years. No. Do you think conservatives trust the American people? No. That's why they have Turning Point USA. That's why they have the Heritage Foundation. They're not waiting for the American people to see the light. They're going to show them. They're going to tell them what to believe. So we don't do that. We're relying upon like the greater good of humanity. Okay. That's not going to work here.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying. But so now you are saying that like governor's races and mayor's races, like in NYC, they matter. They do matter. Okay, so in all three cases, Mikey Sherrill, Spanberger, Mamdani, and just to be clear, I'm not bad-mouthing Mamdani. His win was insanely impressive, and I think he's doing a really good job right now. None of them were running on this demagoguery that you're talking about.
Yeah, but in order to like win like the nation over like for the next 20 to 30 years.
But how do I make sense of that? They won by 15 points, and they overperformed by
I don't want to go back and forth with conservatives forever. You're underestimating the fact that like, let's say Trump decides like, I'm only going to be like a kind of dictator, and he lets the midterms go through. And let's say he says,
that was better impression than most of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, let's say he says, I'm leaving, I surrender, and he goes home. There's a really good chance that if Democrats get in, no one's going to jail. Maybe Kash Patel because he's brown, or maybe Pete Hicks because he's drunk. But like, no one's really going to jail, and you know that'll be it. That's if Trump is civil about this.
But I'm trying to reconcile.
That would be because the law protects them. Maybe that they get pardoned, or the law will protect them.
I'm trying to reconcile what
that's our democracy.
I'm trying to reconcile.
Yeah,
what
but
you're saying,
I'm trying to communicate the fact that like we're at a point now where like a lot of Americans are like, what about democracy? Who cares?
No, but I don't know how you make sense. Like, so if I tell you that we had three really impressive, and two of them especially were like not only victories, they fucking demolished.
I'm not. No.
Neil, stop talking. Shut the fuck up. He just said that you need to run on like demagoguery to secure these big majorities.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
10 years.
I'm telling you, but we won those two seats not by running on like
them for the next 10 years.
Yeah, you want to know how we won them? Because Trump showed his true colors. That's
no, they ran, but they did not. They did not run on demagoguery. Is my point, and they fucking demolished the Republicans.
Why?
We're leapfrogging past that.
Why did they demolish Republicans?
Because they ran on affordability. They ran a disciplined campaign. All three of them ran on kitchen table issues. They did not focus on They did not focus on let's throw Donald Trump in jail, and they're the reasons for all of the problems.
We've ran on like common sense, good policy forever. I'm trying to tell you that there will be times where this won't work. I'm trying to tell you, like, there will come a day where Americans will be like, affordable food, affordable health, what the fuck is that? It's gay. And again, we're going to be dealing with this again. We're not going to be able to just win seats and say, we've won, we whooped their ass. This man did an insurrection and he's back. Like, this is like, I'm trying to communicate to you, like,
but Rashad, let me ask you, is it?
Wait, okay, I don't think we can run on that. We can't run on that. We literally can't. But this is something that we've talked about a lot here, is that like we cannot run on like jailing Trump or like putting him and his cronies away. We can't run on like that sort of shit. We can run on stopping corruption, and we can run on punishing corruption. And whoever gets in, I expect they better fucking like they better fuck these people up. Like they have to. Like they have to. They better do some fucking shit to the people who fucked our country up. They have to. They like we tried. I'm happy that Biden tried it. I'm happy that Biden did the whole like, hey, we want to like bring back norms and let's all be friendly again and let's try to bring the country back together and everything. He did what was the right thing in that moment. It just didn't work, okay? But he made the right decision and he did what was best, and like putting off the charges for Trump and all of that. Like that was fine. I think he made all the right decisions. We're not doing that again. We can't do that again. Whatever it is, whoever gets in, whatever they do, there has to be fucking consequences this time. But that's not the same as running on this. Running on that will be a massive fucking failure. Running on that will be a fucking death sentence for us. But we have to do it. Like, we got to do it. We just can't run on it. It can't be the thing. Like, we tell people, hey, we're going to lock Trump up. Like, that cannot be a thing that we run on.
We will have tangible power.
Is it possible that Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime thing? A con man who was charismatic, a TV personality who was able to take over the Republican Party and abuse it, and that when he's gone, no one will fill those shoes, and we will go back to our back and forth and compromise and move in this country forward? Is it possible?
I don't want a back and forth. I'm tired of this. Like, look at Europe moving into the future, and we're sitting here bickering about like trans people and like what is this? Like, we have problems, they have problems, but like they're further along in development than we are, in part mainly because America is fighting a culture war. Like, so many Americans.
Does he not know what's going on in Europe with like the fucking grooming gangs and shit? With all of the Muslims and the mosques and the like, does he not know what all is happening over there and the shit that they're fighting? Does he not know about all of this? Is he totally unaware that like there's large portions of the English Parliament that is like backing Donald Trump and quoting Donald Trump regularly? There was somebody who called Donald Trump a corrupt criminal, and they demanded he apologize and like made a big deal about it in their chambers, and like all is he like totally unaware of the fights that they're having over there as well? Like, this is when he says that like they're way more developed, and I have no idea. That's all far-right propaganda. None of that is happening here, Tom. The protests that I watched, the burning down of mosques, the setting hotels on fire, that's all just propaganda. It didn't happen. It was all AI. The that is just a completely fabricated thing, right? All the people in the streets, and it was just all made up, right? It's just far right propaganda pretending that this happened. Yeah.
Believe in like Democrat, like progressive policies, but the moment you put D next to the name of the politician advocating for them, people go crazy. Why do they go crazy? Why do they start bitching? We need a mandate, and we need cultural takeover. We need educational takeover, not
like right-wing populism is something that is like been on the rise all over the world for starting around 2016, even more after COVID. There's it is not just a thing that's happening in the United States. The United States might be something that is like pushing it into the forefront in every other country, but it is happening elsewhere.
Camps, but we do need.
But why would
every single thing you gotta like walk back the Fed?
Can we get one live and learn episode without talking about fucking concentration camps? But like, if you're looking for a roadmap for how to demolish Republicans in elections to secure big enough majorities to have this mandate, why would you not look to the people that are crushing Republicans and just see what they're doing?
You don't want to accept the fact that like
work every time. That's the question.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're
I'm
relying,
not thinking. No, you guys are
relying
thinking.
on Trump. You're relying on Trump. Like Trump is his own worst enemy. If Trump woke up today and said, well, tomorrow, I don't even know if he sleeps, but if he woke up tomorrow and said, okay, I'm the president, and he actually tried to be the president, like no more bullshit, no more games, grown ass 70-something-year-old man, like 80s, whatever the fuck, giant dinosaur. But if he decided I'm actually going to do this the right way, I don't know if we'd start having the same victories we have right now. Donald Trump's cult of personality is strong. He won't. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's this kind of mentality of like, well, he's this once in a lifetime guy. And it's like, well, honestly, I don't know if that's true. We don't know. We cannot sit here and rest on our laurels and say there'll never be another guy like Trump. There's Nick Fuentes. And frankly, I don't have faith that America will resist him effectively. I just don't.
But is it the ultimate goal for us to get along in this country and have our differences and come together and compromise?
Yeah, but like that requires
we get some, we give and take.
Yeah, but like you are looking at the world.
Tom, what laws were broken? Trump is a feature of liberalism, not a bug. Are you serious right now? You're asking me to name all of the laws that Donald Trump has broken? Did you not keep up with all of his trials? Did you not keep up with all of his indictments? Have you not seen the Supreme Court decisions? Have you not seen... What do you mean? What laws were broken? What do you mean? What does that mean? The UL doesn't have an election for 4 years. It's not going far right, you moron. I don't know who you're talking to. I guess somebody else said it was going far right. I don't know why you didn't engage with what I said, though. I was waiting for a response from you.
In a way that conservatives don't look at it, and that's the problem. It's like you want to get along. They don't want to get along. They hate you. They hate everybody on this panel. White, black, Jewish, Hispanic, they hate you. You're delusional.
I disagree.
You're out of your mind.
I disagree.
You're looking at a dictator.
Wait, he's delusional?
He's
and come together and compromise.
Yeah, but like that requires
we get some, we give and take.
Yeah, but like you are looking at the world.
I did. You need to read further back. If you said something else, it didn't come up. The last thing you said was none of what you said is true, Tom. You said I thought better of you. None of what you said is true, Tom. That's all far right propaganda. And then I said something, and then your next message was the UL doesn't have an election for 4 years. It's not going far right, you moron.
In a way that conservatives don't look at it, and that's the problem.
You gotta keep an eye on the chat up here, because if YouTube blocks so much random shit that you kind of don't know what does or doesn't pop up in the chat. So if it doesn't come up on the screen, it doesn't pop up.
It's like you want to get along. They don't want to get along. They hate you. They hate everybody on this panel. White, black, Jewish, Hispanic, they hate you. You're delusional.
I disagree.
You're out of your mind.
I disagree.
You're looking at a dictator.
Wait, he's delusional?
I'm delusional, or he's
no, he's not talking about the leaders. No. I think you guys SoyPill. I'm gonna do a SoyPill. I think you guys are talking about. I actually do think you're talking about though, because I know that he said that you're delusional.
You think I'm delusional?
I think that IRI is referencing. No, I don't think you're delusional. I don't think you're delusional. I think Rashad said that. Wait, what did Rashad say?
I think I said you're delusional. Yeah. You are delusional.
Oh, you did too. Wait, give me a second. This is where I think it's coming down. Ira, I think that you're talking about your fellow man, your fellow Republican, your fellow conservative, your average American, and in that respect, I think that you're right. And I think Rashad is talking about Trump. I don't think IRI thinks that like Trump and the elites care about Democrats. I think he's with you on that. I think that IRI is just saying that you're painting with too broad of a brush with overall Republicans. That's where I think it's getting lost.
I don't think IRI is delusional. Wait, are we still doing this thing of like Republicans are like normal people?
Of course they are. Why would they be?
Okay, well, some
half the country. Wait, Rashad. So you're saying half the country is nuts and hates the other half? I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
Look, white conservatives in real life, some of the greatest people I've met. Politically, my God, it's like crazy, dude. It's like
this guy was literally a Republican 2 years ago. Okay, this is a little wild. Like the MAGA, like the people that we think of as like MAGA, are a smaller portion of the Republican Party than people think. When you look at the primary elections that Donald Trump is engaged in, he's winning somewhere around like 30 to 33% of the primaries, meaning that of Republicans, Donald Trump is the first choice of like 33%. Okay, that's a pretty maybe not, actually I think that's not true for 2024. I think that might not be true for 2024, but in the 2016 one, actually I don't know what it was with 2024. But anyways, the point is in 2024 I think it was about half. It was about like 50% with DeSantis and all of those other people. But the majority of people, Trump would not be their first choice. Trump is not the one that they would want. And he just has enough people who have him as their first choice. He like as a plurality versus everybody else, to where he's able to win primaries and get into the general, and then they'll all vote for him in the general because they would rather vote for him than somebody like, Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or somebody like that. But like to them, he is a lesser of two evils. He doesn't want abortion. He doesn't, things like that. Like he's at least going to legislate closer to what it is they want than somebody like Joe Biden, would. So to say that like Republicans aren't normal people, the problem is that the majority of those people are boomers. The majority of those people who wouldn't choose Trump as like their number one candidate and like don't want somebody like Trump, those are fucking boomers, and they're dying out. That is like the major issue, is that they're disappearing, and that MAGA is likely growing the more that the younger generation ages in with Donald Trump being the president, because a lot of these people, they come into the fucking world not knowing anything different than what it is that we've had under Trump. They don't, the people who are aging in have spent 10, 12 years of their lives with Donald Trump being a normal part of our political system, which for those of us who are older, we all know this is insane. This is outrageous. This is fucking wild. Like, and even boomers think that this is fucking wild. But the problem is they like, you don't know what politics were like before Donald Trump. And so I would say that like there are normal Republicans, but they're a dying breed. They're disappearing. They're either moving into being an independent or a Democrat, or they're literally dying out. So
delusion of like, oh no, man, Trump is what's making them crazy. No, Trump greenlit the crazy. Trump gave the crazy a platform. Trump said all that stuff that you've been holding in because it looked politically, horrible to say out loud. You can just do it. You think these people and you think Trump reinvented racism?
You agree with Hillary, Rashad? You agree with Hillary? There's the best.
So Trump was sentenced. Why did you went from like what laws did he break to if he was sentenced? He was sentenced. He was convicted of 34 fucking felonies. But because he won the election. He didn't go through the 4 other criminal indictments and charges that he had. So there was nothing that anybody could do at that point. But that's not, that's like, that is not a, is that to say he's not a bug? No, he is a fucking bug. He is a virus. And he was able to convince a bunch of people that those charges were bullshit. That has nothing to do with liberalism, outside of the fact that, like, he's allowed to lie. But IRI, a lib, wants Dems to work with Trump, a fascist. I don't know what. You don't have a choice. He's the fucking president. What do you mean? You don't have a choice.
Was Hillary wrong? Was Hillary wrong?
Well, technically, she said half of Trump voters.
The funny thing is, like, Hillary was right too early. Hillary was just like politically inept at like figuring out how to stop the Trump fire. But like, I'm sorry, I'm done pretending like the shit libs back in the day were wrong. They were right. They were annoying. They were bitchy. They were right though. I'm not gonna pretend like they were wrong. Conservatives are crazy. They want the end of the world. A lot of them are white nationalists. I don't know what. Why are we still doing this thing of like, you have Marco Rubio giving a foreign policy speech about our European heritage of, you know, sailors and explorers, and you know, we hate these anti-colonial uprisings. It's like, what more does it take?
Do you not want democracy then?
I want democracy, but democracy requires a sane demographic of people, requires normal people. And
there's no such thing as normal people, Rashad. Everybody's nuts, but they can be manipulated and they can be brought back to the flock as well if they have the right.
You think that America, you know, mishandling Reconstruction and allowing the South to kind of maintain its ideological, you know, spirit and mentality, that was just, you're trusting, like, we've trusted people.
That was over an unsettled election, unfortunately.
People want to pretend like that stuff died or it's like not that big of a deal anymore. Dude, it's still here. You have conservatives who don't believe that the earth is like more than 5,000 years old. You have people who, like, these people are not sane.
Yeah, but in a democracy, in a democracy.
No. I'm not saying they shouldn't be able.
No, democracy.
I'm not saying that we get rid of democracy. What I'm saying is that
I didn't say that. I didn't say
I'm just saying, what I'm saying is, like, guys, can we please stop pretending like our political opponents are like operating from good faith and they want the best and it's really just little disagreements? It's like, no, it's not.
Okay, I can appreciate all that, but you seem to have the view that the next Democratic, you know, broad sweeping mandate that's going to come in are going to win on a platform of, you know, you balked a little bit on like concentration camps, but just like, you know, brutal punishment of the MAGA movement. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's what's going to win elections. That hasn't been what has won us in the Trump era. One more thing. You spoke for a little bit. One more thing. I think that a major flaw in your prescription right now is you have kind of like a static view of where the country is going. And so it might be the case that populism is what connects with voters in a given election cycle. And then there are a lot of things that happen outside of politics that influence the entire zeitgeist. And these are things that you cannot plan for. You don't necessarily know if there's going to be like a recession 2 or 4 years from now, or a, you know, major national or natural disaster like Katrina, which was like one of the things that really brought Republicans down. You have no idea like what strategy is going to work 4 years from now, 2 years from now, let alone 4 years or 6 years or 8 years from now. And I think, let me finish my point. Okay. I think the only thing that you can do if you're talking about like a political project, you can have like a vision of where you want the country to go, but you need to be dynamic and you need to be focused.
You need to be dynamic.
I'm saying one needs to be dynamic and take a look at. Hey, hang on. Tell me I'm wrong. Like
you're
one
wrong.
Needs, wait, hang on. So you need to take a look. You need to. You keep cutting me the fuck off, both of you guys. You need to take a look at where the electorate is at right now, and then campaign in a way that's going to connect with the most amount of those people possible. Right now, Democrats are doing that with spectacular success, and they're not running on like we're going to fucking throw MAGA in concentration camps.
So we're just
running on like we're going to lower your grocery bills and you know, like increase your paychecks.
And that's good. But Hutch, think about it this way. Why is it that there's a stereotype that black people vote Democrat?
It's not a stereotype. It's like
90%. It's not always true, but it's generically true. Why is that?
That's not a stereotype. They are. It's 92%.
Wrong word. Why do most black people vote for Democrats is the question.
There's a long history.
It's funny. It's hilarious because we have this like this idea from a lot of leftists that who are saying like Rashad's right, like he's right, like libs are weak, like they're not doing anything, blah blah blah, right? And that they're not good with their messaging. They don't message like Trump does and like push this push hard enough and blah blah blah. But then when you ask them like, hey, why did Kamala lose? What was wrong with Kamala's campaign? Oh, she just ran on Trump bad and tried to appeal to the right too much, and she was running on, like, we don't care. We don't want to hear about Trump being bad. We don't want to hear about how we just give us good policies. Just run on a good fucking platform and give us good policies, and like that's what matters. Just like just have good policies, and that's that. They can't name what policies she ran on that they disagree with. They can't tell you what part of her platform that they dislike. You go to her website, go over all of her the policies that she ran on. They have no idea what they were. They never paid attention to her campaign. They never watched her speak. They never watched her interviews. They have no fucking idea. But then when we have like Rashad, who is sitting here like saying like, no, you need to run on Trump bad. Like you have to make your whole campaign on about Trump bad. Like this is the whole thing. It's all about Trump bad. Like yeah, see, like stop being weak, Dems. Run on Trump bad. All right, dude. I can't figure out what the fuck we're supposed to be doing here according to these people.
Historical reason for this. That goes back to, like,
so I think
decades.
what Rashad's trying to say, and I agree with this completely, is yes, we can win right now with what we're doing. It's clearly fucking working. But what we need to do is have a precedent of in 2 years, and 4 years, and 10 years, when people say, fuck, this sucks, whatever's happening, AI's taking over the world, we got a comet hit it, climate change. People say, well, who has been the party that takes care of me and lifts me up every single fucking time? It's the Democrats. The conservatives rat fuck me every 4 years. Conservatives rat fuck me in the midterms. Conservatives rat fuck me. They take my health care. That is not what we're doing right now. And if we don't establish this mandate of most people think the Democrats can be trusted to get them out of a solution,
it's all very, but SoyPill, it's all very fanciful. It's like, okay, we need to stop them from doing that. And all we got to do is win every election for the next 10 years. And then it's like,
wait, it's not fanciful.
You don't, it is though, but you don't know where the electorate's going to be at 4 years from now.
Yeah, but like, imagine if like conservatives thought, imagine if conservatives,
why would you pre-commit to a campaign strategy of demagoguery if you have no idea that's what's going to
if conservatives thought like you, none of this would be happening for them right now. If they thought the way you think,
obviously I'm fucking liberal.
What I'm saying is, if they thought the way you did, a lot of their victories they have right now wouldn't exist. You can't look at the future and say, well, I don't know what's going to happen, so I'm not going to be proactive. You be proactive where you can, and you let the chips fall where they may. But you don't sit there and see hold on. You don't sit there and see conservatives do something that objectively works.
How are they doing right now?
I'm not going to do it.
How are they doing right now? How's that
advantage that we have is our politics, like you say.
How are they doing right now? You're saying they're these masterminds that are like these
you're skipping to the L instead of looking at the W that gets cut in half to get the L. You're missing the part where they won and then did a bunch of evil stuff. To do the evil shit, you gotta win. And in order for us to win, to do good things and keep it that way, so I can live my life in peace. And because I'm the only one that matters. But anyways, if in order for me to do this, in order for us to do this, I mean, like, we have to convince the American people that our policies are good, so that when the hard times come and conservatives say, well, what if we did racism? Wouldn't that be nice?
Rashad,
people don't go for it.
Hutch agrees with that, Rashad. So I want to, because spiritually, there's some elements of what you're saying that like I agree with spiritually. Let's get to concrete shit. Because when I talk about like Democrats need to be harder, stronger, whatever, I do agree that there needs to be accountability and punishment, and that's very important. However, I'm like mad that Democrats are not going to vote in favor of restraining Trump on Iran. I'm mad that Democrats are voting for Republican bills, like in Riley Act, etc. But in terms of you, like when you say run on demagoguery, those kinds of things, give me 2 to 3 concrete examples, slogans.
Thank you.
Rhetoric
that
you think would be effective, and then and tell me whether or not. I'll ask another question first, and then you can do that. Would you lie? Would you be in favor of Democrats lying? And then also give me examples of the kind of demagoguery rhetoric that you're getting at.
Well, I think the beautiful thing about
first line.
No.
Would you lie? Would you lie? Would you lie?
No lying. I think the beautiful thing about all of this is that we don't have to lie. Conservatives are so unbelievably comically evil. to make anything up. Like, I look at these people and I'm like, if Democrats just told the truth in a harsh and aggressive way and let the conservatives walk the nation into these realizations, we could do very well. You don't have to lie about conservatives. They're just evil as they are. And the reality is that when it comes even outside of like well, honestly, they don't even use immigration well. Trump is allowing people to kill Americans. Why are people talking about how Trump will kill you? Well, not like that. Don't say it like that, but kind of in the sense of like, you can be executed by Trump's private military and there will be no recompense. There will be no punishment. This man has a private military that will kill you. Donald Trump allowed
That is what people
Affordable
are
Care Act
saying.
subsidies to expire after conservatives screamed and cried about the Affordable Care Act and how bad it is. They lied.
We literally just had like hearings on this, and the Democrats in Congress were saying that Donald Trump is killing. Like, they literally said it like that. That, like, he says don't say it like that because he thinks that's like, okay, maybe that's a little too strong. But they literally did say it like that. They were too strong. They did say he is bringing in his own fucking private military to go out there and kill Americans in the fucking hearings. Like, they did say this shit.
And said Obamacare was some kind of demonic pact with like, demons from the ninth circle of hell. It's important for Americans to realize that all of these things that are for their benefit are literally antithetical to the conservative
But that's already
agenda.
happening, Rashad. They're already talking about these things.
Hold
What do you
on a
mean?
minute. Hold
That's
on
all
a
they're
minute.
talking about.
Hold on a minute. How long, number one, did it take Democrats to get to the point of even saying something close to that? It took a long time. Number one. Number two, most Democrats won't word it in a way that's contentious, even though that's kind of what it's going to take. Because the reality is that Americans are losing their health care. And somebody will say, Republicans don't want you to have health care. And it's like, okay, good start. But let's start pointing out names. Why is it that when Donald Trump doesn't get his way on stupid bullshit, he's on Twitter tweeting names, but when Biden doesn't get his way, we don't know who the names of the people are doing this?
Biden got way more done than Trump, bro. Biden was way better.
That's not what I'm arguing with you about. What I'm saying is that when conservatives go to war with us on the right thing, we need to be as ruthless as they are. If you want to start, singling people out and picking on people for not supporting your buffoonery, all right, I want the American people to know who it was that aided and abetted in this loss of healthcare. I want people to know. I want Democratic,
you live in an upside down world, bro.
Democratic politicians to go to mainstream platforms and communicate.
They did. Rashad, you're in the upside down, bro.
There is no upside down.
Yeah, they did all of this shit.
Okay, you cannot be serious.
Bro.
This is what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. Every time people say Democrats need to do X, it's always a list of things that they are currently doing, that they've been doing, that they already did. Like, it's always, every fucking time you can go down like specific examples of every time they did exactly what it is that they're talking about. And this is just like top-down fucking orders of this. Tons of like media examples of these things. Like, it's every time they're always giving examples because people are watching folks who are just telling them Democrats need to do X. They're just watching people who keep saying this, but they're not watching the people who are actually showing you what Democrats are doing. They're if you go watch Kyle Kowinski or if you go watch the Young Turks or something like that, they're just going to keep saying Democrats need to do this, Democrats need to do that. They're not going to show you Democrats actually doing those things. You're not going to see, like, when we're sitting here for long periods of time going over the news and watching a bunch of like speeches and congressional hearings and shit like that. These other groups, they're not doing that. They're not going to do that. And when they do it, they're gonna have like little snippets of like very specific things. But it's just so frustrating how people can get these impressions of Democrats not doing this or not doing that, and then it turns out, well, they're actually doing all of those fucking things. All of them.
Bro, we had the longest government shutdown literally ever. They were on the airwaves every fucking day talking about the expiring subsidies.
Do you actually believe the American people heard a lick of that?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Democrats won the fucking lockdown. They won. Democrats won the fucking lockdown. The American people by far blamed the lockdown on Donald Trump and the Republicans. Like, that you can go look at every fucking poll done on the issue, the American people all, like by far, blamed the fucking Republicans. Go look at the big beautiful bill. By far, the majority of Americans thought the big beautiful bill was going to help the rich. It was going to help make the rich richer, and it was going to make the poor poorer. The majority of Americans don't agree with the way that Donald Trump is doing deportations. Like, yes, it is. And then you go look at the elections and the fact that like Democrats are outperforming Republicans across the board, and they're running on affordability. They're running on like things that American people care about and want to hear. Like, this is everything. All of this is happening. All of this is fucking happening right now. And it is a mix of some progressives and mostly moderate Democrats that are doing this. Like, it is all of the things that the people want done, and we have been winning on this shit.
Look at the polling. What are you talking about?
The polls do not reflect the actual battle I'm talking about. You need to be in every nook and cranny. You need to be getting on platforms that most people would never touch. You need to be getting on, for some reason, like James Tyler Reed.
Wait, hold on. He just said a second ago. He literally just said a second ago, when they said Democrats are doing this, and he said, "Are they? Yeah, but are they doing it on mainstream platforms?" And they said yes. And then now he's like, they need to be doing it on platforms that nobody would ever touch. I'm so confused, dude.
Rico's like one of the only few people. We need more Democrats going on like Sean Ryan, Joe Rogan, these fucking weird little nooks and crannies. We had fucking Buttigieg on
Wait, Joe Rogan is not a weird little nook and cranny.
Sean Ryan is actually would be like a good place for Democrats to be going right now. Sean Ryan's been criticizing Donald Trump recently. A lot of Republicans are turning on Sean Ryan because he came out and said, you know, I'm sorry guys, but it's time for us to admit, like, Trump is has been trying to stop the Epstein files from coming out. Like, he's going against what it is that he promised us. He's like, you know, he tried to stop, he tried to block it, and like he's been pretty heavy on his criticisms of Donald Trump recently. And this would be a perfect time for Democrats to be flooding in there, and just not even like they can just go on there and talk about Donald Trump like blocking the Epstein files and shit. Like, that's all they can just do that. That actually is a good idea. Like Joe Rogan being really critical of Donald Trump and his immigration policy. These are all like smart ideas. Like, even Sean Ryan just recently had Hunter Biden on, and Republicans are mad about that, saying that like Sean Ryan tried to whitewash Hunter Biden and make him seem rational and like he's not a bad guy.
That's
Joe
like
Rogan,
the most important podcast.
Yeah, it is the most important podcast, unfortunately, but he's a bitch. You know, we need more Democrats fighting these kind of these that seem incremental to you, but are big, because the American people are feeling the kind of insanity of Trump, but there needs to be a public understanding that everything wrong with your life is the fault, not of just Trump, but conservatism. There is a national spell that the nation is under, that conservatism is fiscally responsible, that conservatism is common sense, and the American people, a lot of them still believe this on mainstream alternative, that's kind of like, you know, an oxymoron, but you get what I mean, platforms. And I'm sorry, but if you think Democrats have convinced people
so
of
call
this
out some bad
way,
actors. Call out some bad politicians. Call out some bad politicians who are Democrats.
I love
who are not doing this.
What do you think that paper in front of him is?
Democrats.
Jeffries.
Like, oh, well, Schumer and Jeffries are like, did you see this? Jeffries was like, I'm not going to say, that's what you want to say about ICE, but I'm going to say what I want to say. Like, Jeffries is kind of like one of the first people that have to go. I mean, like, I was gonna lie and say I love him. That's a lie.
He's not going anywhere, bro. He's got way too much
behind him.
He's got way too much.
They're all behind him. Every
needs,
single one of them.
Jeffries needs to fucking go at some
point.
Come
on, Rashad, this is insanity. Every Democrat is behind him in the House.
Imagine being
every
asked about
Democrat.
Trump's personal hit squad, and you're like, well, that's what you think about the personal hit squad, but
I'll say what I want to say. Bullshit. That was fucking bullshit.
It was not bullshit.
He was absolutely clip farming Jeffries 1,000%.
Dude,
he was basically like, why do you not care? Like, how do you sleep at night knowing that Donald Trump is like, murdering people with ICE? Meanwhile, the Democrats are leading a shutdown currently over ICE. Like, he's already fighting this because he wouldn't commit to saying abolish ICE. He wouldn't commit to saying that. The guy was like, why do you hate killing babies with ICE?
You need to say abolish ICE, dude. Like illegal, political. Hold on. Political and legal wins are important. I'm not saying they're not, but like you guys pretend like reason and rationale is going to win the day every time. It's like,
you think if Chuck Schumer says abolish ICE, that's going to get more popular or less popular?
Who should?
It is going to be more. We're going to gain much more popularity.
I want him to answer that. Hold on.
We're going to get much more popularity.
If Schumer and Jeffries come out tomorrow and say, we've all decided that we want to abolish ICE, do you think popularity for that position is going to go up or down?
Up.
You just told me a minute ago that policies proposed by Democrats lose popularity because they're proposed by Democrats. Do you remember saying that?
I'm talking about progressive economic policies.
I don't remember him saying
you cannot.
that.
No, I did say that. No, it is true.
Oh,
it is true that progressive policies with a D next to them become less popular.
So why would abolish ICE be any different?
Hold on a minute. When ICE is shooting people in the fucking face, it has a much more tangible effect. You're looking at every single. You want to take a perfect look.
I actually
on each specific situation.
I think what you need to withdraw is the notion that it would get more popular if Hakeem and Schumer supported it. I think that that's not clear to me at all that would happen. I think it's different for every issue. One of the reasons I think that is because I don't think that Schumer and Jeffries are very popular, and I think that there are different things that we can criticize about the leadership. I agree with IRI completely that Jeffries is going nowhere and that everyone is lockstep behind them. But I don't think that that's a testament that he's doing a fantastic job. To Rashad's point, I don't think he's doing a fantastic job. And
how is that not?
What do you mean? What you mean?
How is that not? That he's doing a fantastic job?
You're measuring victory through just legal and political wins. That's my problem.
Yes, of course I am.
But like you're kind of ignoring the part how like a fascistic government is taken over by not doing any of that at all. Like you're ignoring the fact that it is possible to win and possibly maintain power by bullshitting. Not to say we should, but messaging, it matters. And it's not
but you
just
don't lie.
You don't have to lie about conservatives.
You have to lie to be a fascist. You can't tell the truth. Hey,
I'm not saying we need to be fascist. I'm saying that in order to compete with them, you must realize the weakness is their policy. They're never going to point out the truth of their own policies. You have to point it out.
Let me ask you a question. Rashad, who would you have as the leader of the Dems in the House then? Out of the 213 of them, who do you think would do a better job than Hakeem? Because they don't seem to think anybody. But who would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think the entire party's fucking dry as fuck right now. I mean, maybe AOC could, but I mean, no. But see, the funny thing is, like,
all right, gotta get up for that one.
People will say, like, no, but hold on. People will laugh and say, ha, 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 ha. But it's like, again, you can laugh, but Hakeem Jeffries, I'm sorry, he's not a fucking hard hitter for the long term. You have people who are not going to be strong enough to buck the public against Trump the more and more radical he gets. So you can laugh right now, but the reality is,
hold on. But that's already happening, Rashad.
Hold on. The reality is, in reality, all this points out is the Democratic Party generally.
Yeah, he's not a hard hitter for the long term. What is he not doing? All X, Y, and Z. But he is doing X, Y, and Z. Yeah, but he's not going to.
Has been woefully unprepared leading up to this moment, and the majority of its strength is not coming from its own ability to rouse the base or the nation, but it's completely reliant on Donald Trump himself to defeat Donald Trump. So you can laugh, but if anything, all it really does is point out the fact that from leadership all the way down, there is nobody. I mean, Mike Johnson, who runs away from questions and gives answers like I've never heard of that,
is the weakest House Speaker of all time, bro.
Is somehow still tolerated by the public.
He's the weakest House Speaker of all time, and he's going to lose that gavel in November.
Everything just by He's the weakest speaker. They're not reared against these people enough to confidently say that if Donald Trump were to pass away or to, impossibly rescind leadership, that we would 100% have locked in left-wing victory for 10 to 20 years.
You keep
That's
talking
my
about
problem.
that, but you keep
That's
talking
my
about that
issue.
But
So
that
we
ideal,
can-
I think you should approach things one election cycle at a time. We can't be talking about 1,000-year.
I'm not here to sabotage.
1,000-year like left right.
I'm not
Hang
here to
on. I got
sabotage
one more question
Democrats.
for you. I got one more question for you. Okay. If your proposed strategy of run on conservatives are evil and they want to kill you in demagoguery, if that is really what is connecting with voters right now, how come we're not seeing more candidates like that win in primaries and then run on those?
There is not a single fucking candidate, in my opinion, that can effectively, properly paint conservatives in the picture that they actually exist in.
No, but,
don't know why. Don't know.
Well, I agree with that, but that is the problem. It's not just that there isn't like a. It's not just that there isn't a politician that can't do this. There isn't a person that can do this. There's not a person alive who can do this. Like this is the way that human psychology works. Like it's overly simplified in the way that he's talking about it, which is weird because again, he just recently moved to the left. Like this just happened. It just happened. Like I don't he was like the guy who for a long time he was the guy who was like, no, I fucking hate Trump, but then also like felt like Democrats were a little too crazy and like they accuse him of a little too much bullshit. That's like, all right, like you guys are out there with some of this shit. Like you need to chill with some of your claims. Like you're calling him a fucking Nazi. Like I just don't believe that. Like he was that fucking guy for a long time. That was like anti-Trump. Like he could see like the more hyperbolic problems with it, but then would still whitewash the more like obvious and extreme claims about Trump, because the extremism is what was whitewashed like by people like him and like me and a lot of us. Like we all did this shit as we're moving, because there isn't a person who can like show you what the problem is with Donald Trump if you don't see it. Like you have to kind of discover that for yourself. You have to go through a long process of kind of like figuring it out, and he went through a long process of figuring it out. So I don't understand like why he thinks that like there could possibly be a person who can just wake everybody up. I don't know why he thinks that that's even possible. Like the Republicans, when Trump ran the first time, the Republicans all said that he was fucking racist. The Republicans all said that he was a fascist. The Republicans said that he was a threat to democracy. This wasn't just Democrats. The fucking entire GOP was talking about this. So there is nothing that we can do when, and even for the Republicans, like to an extent, I think they're all fucking cowards, and I hate them for this. But at the same time, there isn't even much that they could do. Like once Trump got in power, and he was willing to wield his fucking power in a way that like forced everybody to bend the knee. Even Republicans are just kind of fucked. Like they just had to yield, or else they were going to lose in the primaries. That is like part of the fascism with Trump. That's part of the problem with him, is that he's willing to force everybody to be loyal to him. And they're all terrified. Like we saw this in the once Donald Trump got out of office in the January 6th hearings, we heard from tons of people that Donald Trump was threatening a bunch of Republicans behind the scenes, and that Republicans were terrified to come out and say how like horrified they were by what Donald Trump did. And what happened on January 6th because they knew that Donald Trump would send all of his fucking cronies after him, and that the few who did come out against it were getting fucking death threats all the time, and were their families were getting death threats all the time, and that like they're not just thinking about themselves, but they're thinking about their families and what's going to happen to their kids and shit like that. Like it is this is why when you think Donald Trump is not the problem with MAGA and Trumpism, you're missing what the problem is. Like you don't understand the problem here. If you think it's not Trump, if you think it didn't start with Trump, if you think it isn't if you think he isn't a rare breed that is causing this, then you just don't understand what's going on. You have no fucking idea what's happening here. You are completely ignorant to the causation of what's happening in our country.
Know how.
But people are running on demagoguery in the primaries. How come those candidates are not seeing more success?
Right now is Ro Khanna, who's calling them the Epstein class, but he's still like, you know, because he wants to protect himself, is not saying Donald Trump is a pedophile. He's saying, hey, this looks really bad for him. Ted Lieu is saying there's a lot of bad stuff in here, but none of them are able to come out and say like what everyone and what
everyone's gonna hate me though.
Legal analysis here?
No, it's not a legal analysis. Saying confidently that you know Donald Trump is a pedophile.
No. I'm not saying people should say that.
By the
Yeah, I know, because there's no hard evidence that he is. The point is that like the people, there's a thirst for like, look at all this shit. Look at Mike Johnson lying to people's faces. Look at these Republicans gunning down people in the street and not
Number one, hold on.
And what Rashad is saying is you can capitalize on this, and not just when
I
the election's
understand
like we're doing, which is good. We need to make the word conservative poison to the American people, and it's not.
Hang on. Number one, they are getting fucking demolished right now.
Are you going to say the same thing if they're winning in the midterms?
Number two,
years?
how come your approach? I'm asking you the same question. If demagoguery is the blueprint for demolishing, which we're already doing, by the way, but like if demagoguery and they're going to kill you and we need camps, if that's really the rhetoric that is connecting with voters right now, how come those candidates that are running?
Rashad, you laughed, but do you agree with that? Wait,
No,
Rashad, you laughed.
I do not agree with the
Do you support?
No, we don't.
So you don't agree with talking about camps?
No camp.
No camps. All right, forget the camps. Retreats, voluntary retreats. Everybody will be.
We're not.
3 hots in a cot. It'll be fine. It'll be chill. Okay, I know. I'm just playing. But like, how come that demagoguery is not what's connecting with voters actually in practice? How come it's like affordability?
Affordability is.
Rashad's already said numerous times that he just doesn't think that anybody's actually capable of doing this in the Democrat Party right now. But that kind of fucks your entire plan. Like I just explained why nobody's capable of doing that. It's because it's not possible. But if nobody's capable of doing the thing that you want, then it kind of means that the thing that you want is impossible, and you need to want something different. Like, I want to fly. I'm not gonna blame other people that I can't fly because kind of impossible. So
it's fine. Like affordability is working in part because Trump's doing everything in his meaningful power to sabotage it. The problem is like,
smart,
hold on. But the problem is, what do conservatives usually have to, what bases do conservatives usually have to cover in order to win? They usually have to cover race, gender, cultural issues in order to win because they can't win on policy. So we have to take into account, how do they usually win elections? And we have to shut off all of those avenues as best we can, because the reality is that they don't need policy to win, but we do.
We can't. That's not possible. Part of the problem is that Democrats are like pushing for change. They are changing things. They're trying to make people more welcome. They're trying to make sure that rights expand as far as possible. They're trying to make sure that trans people are able to go where they want and be accepted everywhere. And that is change. And cultural change. You can make change, but cultural change is something that people are just like naturally afraid of. That is just a thing that people are just naturally afraid of. And it's not something that you can just stop from happening. Like if they're doing it, you can't stop it. It just is what it is. And we even went over some stuff the other day that talks about like conservatives literally have like a different mentality and a different like wiring in their brains that makes them more susceptible to fear mongering and more susceptible to people who are pointing out things that are going to make them afraid, that like they're more likely to vote based on fear. So you can't stop fucking human psychology. Again, as I said earlier, like these are just things that are just basic human psychology that you can't stop it.
Not even, because honestly, we come to the game with policy, and sometimes we lose. You know, we lose, and we're not losing because the opposite side comes to the table with good ideas. Sometimes they get lucky, like you said. Sometimes unforeseen things happen. October 7th, the war in Ukraine, and Biden's a weak leader and he's asleep at the wheel. These things can happen. But what I like about conservatives is that, excluding Trump's demonic, absolute satanic behavior, they're kind of ready for anything. They have their narrative, they have their message, they have their idea, and there are normies who think Kamala is an evil person because of her laugh. If you're underestimating that ability, that level of like influence mentally on the public, we're going to be, like you said, well, I don't know if it was IRI or you, but like this kind of like eternal back and forth with the right. And frankly, I don't think America can survive a back and forth with the right. I don't.
They are willing to like, they're willing to make a lot of like appeals to emotion a lot more. They're willing to use drive narratives just based on optics. They can find like some sort of optic that is negative for somebody and then give it a narrative to it. Like what that was a good point. Like Kamala's laugh, like she has a laugh that can sound similar to like a fucking witch in a witch in a Disney movie or something like that. And so once they can have that like optic exist, they can use that narrative and just drive it. And that's something that honestly I don't want from Democrats. Like I don't want a party that does that sort of shit. I feel like one of the things that I hear a lot from people who say stuff like this is that they end up kind of like saying we need to do this, we need to do that, and by the end of it, I feel like they want us to be MAGA. And I feel like if we do those things, we are just no better than MAGA. Like we are becoming MAGA at that point. We're kind of like purposefully distorting reality to the point that we can't even trust our own leaders anymore because we know that they're trying to propagandize us in a way that is untrue and unfair, and we don't. Why the fuck would we want that? Like, why the fuck would we want our politicians to be pushing bullshit like Mike Johnson? Like, why would we want this?
Not forever. There's going to have to be an implosion at some point nationally. You can't possibly believe this kind of cultural back and forth, because that's really what it is going to last. Yeah, but like, how long is that going to? Yeah, we had a civil war.
For the majority of the time it existed.
Exactly.
We have flourished up until this point, and we're also like forgetting the fact that, again, immigration is being used, race is being used. We're forgetting the fact that there are demographic issues right now in America that are incensing a lot of voters to say this is the final fucking showdown. We don't want democracy. We want dictator, Lord and Savior Donald. And if you don't like it, shut the fuck up.
But that's what you sound like. You want a different dictator that's going to.
I never said I wanted dictatorship. I never said that. No, I didn't. What I said was I wanted what I.
Yeah, see, I'm glad they're pointing it out now. Like it does. It sounds like he just wants Donald Trump with Democrat policies.
Want is a strong Democratic Party that looks to completely overhaul American culture, not by forcing people to do things, but by heavily investing in education, going after institutions that seek to spread misinformation once this regime is toppled, going after companies.
When he says, like, Hillary Clinton was like on the right track, like this is the shit that fucked Hillary Clinton. This is the shit that like really fucked Hillary Clinton and Democrats in like the 2014, 2015, 26 era was the entire like SJW movement, where if somebody said something just like slightly out of pocket, that person's a fucking racist. Or like you're a bit like uncomfortable with the trans person thing, and you're not sure like what a woman is in this new world. Like well, you're a fucking transphobe, and like this is exactly what fucked Democrats back in the day. Like this is the thing that fucked them.
That spread misinformation.
Wait,
I don't know, like maybe Fox.
Hang on,
Maybe
that
like
is
maybe
dictatorship, bro.
hold
Hang
on,
on.
maybe
What you just described is a dictatorship.
hold on.
You said target
Okay, no,
institutions
hold on,
and
hold on.
corporations. Wait, what do you mean?
Fox News gets to sit there and lie about an election.
No, but what does that mean?
No.
What does it mean to target them?
In the name of democracy, we're gonna let them go free.
Well,
No
what
one
does that
goes to
mean? We have a
jail.
First Amendment, bro. What are you talking about?
You can't possibly believe that democracy can survive if a company can lie about elections. And your response is,
I'm asking you,
dude.
What do you do?
No. This is a thing of I'm asking, when in reality it's like, well, I don't really agree.
No, you said target Fox News. Like,
what do you think I mean? Send the fucking liars that you can prove have lied to jail.
For what? Lying? What are you talking about?
For aiding and abetting a conspiracy against the United States of America knowingly. What are
This
you
sounds
talking about?
a lot like MAGA right now, to be clear.
You want to know what's funny? You want to know what's funny? You want to know what's funny? Is like, this is part of the reason why we're stuck like this. Is a significant amount of Americans sit there and look at the other side that wants them to die and thinks, I love you. Meanwhile, they want to kill you. You will look at someone like Donald Trump and say, I don't know if we should lock him up. In the name of democracy, give him a chance. And then he gets in and says, no. Then he gets in and says, what's democracy? Can you eat that? I don't eat that. Donald Trump gets in and says, fuck democracy. This is the problem, is people like yourself who think we can hold hands with a side of the country that doesn't want to hold hands.
You want to get rid of, you want to abandon liberalism. You want a new kind
of
paradigm.
Want to, okay, you can't honestly possibly believe that liberalism can survive if a company says, we have good reason to believe this is false. We've spoken to his private lawyers who have come to us with information that we know didn't come from the DOJ, didn't come from the FBI. Many of us are connected to this administration. We know this is really a lie, but because we're afraid of losing money as a result of lying about this, we're going to compel Americans to believe elections don't work and aren't real so that we can keep making money. And you, the ever liberalism loving guy, is going to sit there and say, in the name of democracy, whoever dies as a result of this, whoever goes to prison as a result of this, whoever suffers as a result of this, it's a-okay in the name of liberalism?
Well,
you think historians will look back on this and say, well, at least they stood up in the name of liberalism?
I'm just asking you, because it sounds like you're saying that liberalism is inadequate to deal with the threat of MAGA, right?
Liberalism is not inadequate up to the point of realizing that, hey, there will be people who say we don't like liberalism. And if your idea is we're going to let them run rampant and literally obstruct the system, conspire against the United States, conspire against the right to vote, literally spread mass, not just misinformation for the sake of it, but misinformation in accessory to a, well, not in accessory, I'm not a fucking lawyer, but in furtherance of a criminal conspiracy.
It's not against the law to lie.
I don't.
You can lie. You can lie about these things.
You can lie, but if it's
it can be.
No, I mean, he is right. Like but the Fox News was like held accountable. It's just that there's not much more that you can do there. Like they were sued. They had to pay out the largest settlement in history. Like they were held accountable. Maybe not adequately. You may not feel like it was enough, but the point is that like he is right. You're not allowed to lie in furtherance of a conspiracy, which is why they did pay out. Like that's why they did get sued and they did lose, and all of this did happen. Like it did happen. So. Fuck, dude, it's getting crowded over here.
But I want to get some clarity. So like, it can be. I think, unfortunately, Rashad, a lot of the theories of criminality of the administration are going to run into probably mass pardons, but also substantive issues in terms of the conspiracy front, which the court will almost certainly intervene to prevent. That is, I mean, the Supreme Court. I want to get clarity though on the question that I think we should try though, Rashad. No. I think that there could be other methods by which we can try to have accountability. Unfortunately, though, and that includes, I think, a lot of state actors stepping up. For example, trying to charge kidnapping for some of these immigration matters where people were taken from states and brought to, like, for example, see caught. I think that there's some creative stuff that we can try to do But there's a big problem here and a lot of structural reform that's needed because we do need punishment and we do need accountability. But I just want to get clarity on Hutch's question. When you asked, is liberalism enough? Hutch, do you mean to stop Trump and MAGA? Is liberalism as a structural framework or as a set of ideas enough to defeat MAGA? Or is
well, I think it entails more necessarily. If you say liberalism isn't enough to stop MAGA, then liberalism isn't enough. Like, that's it. If liberalism isn't enough to stop MAGA, it's not enough. And obviously, I've talked about this a ton of times. Like, I doubt sometimes whether or not liberalism is enough. The main point being freedom of speech. The idea that, like, we can have this much freedom of speech to where we can allow a politician to then lie to people and lead them in this direction with just nothing but lies, just incessant lies. Every time he opens his fucking mouth, he lies. I feel like if he's able to, like, convince people that easily, which the main lie that he tells that fucks everything up is that you can't trust the media. Like, telling you that you can't trust the media makes it to where if the people who exist to hold you accountable and to debunk you and to call you out for your lies, if those people are like, if you can convince your constituents not to believe them anymore and that they're all liars, then there is nobody who can hold you accountable anymore. There is no way to hold you accountable now. There's no way for people to know what is or isn't true anymore. And that's it. Like, that's the end of it. Once you got them to believe that the media lies and that they can't be trusted, you have successfully brainwashed the entire fucking group of people who bought into that. Like, that's the end of it. There is not another step after that in the brainwashing. They are now brainwashed. Like, they are now fucking brainwashed. They are now your pets to do whatever with.
Is your question more, is it impossible to defeat MAGA within a liberal framework? What is more accurate to your question?
Can liberalism survive by adhering to principles like free speech? I mean, we don't throw people in jail for lying about politics. We don't. And Rashad conjured
just
something.
lying about politics. Huh?
No, come on.
Some lies are illegal, right? You acknowledge that it's possible to lie in an illegal way.
Why
Right?
some lies are crimes. No, SoyPill, why do you do this?
Because I think you're straw manning him right now. He's not saying
No. He's not straw manning. He's not straw manning.
Oh, he's not?
Hang on. No, hold on. He's not straw manning.
He was talking to me. He said, use the state to target Fox News. I said, for what? He said, lying. I said, lying's not illegal. He said, aiding and abetting a conspiracy.
Lying to the point of causing an insurrection.
You think I'm mad at them for, like, lying about the weather?
Why are you doing this? You are smarter than this.
No, wait.
He's not. Okay, go ahead. No,
I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
You are straw manning me. Actually, my lawyer.
Yeah, again, they did aid and embed a conspiracy. Like, they did do that. That is literally what Trump was being indicted for. That is what he was being indicted for. The whole thing, like, we just heard Jack Johnson recently testify where the Republicans kept asking him, like, okay, I mean, even if Trump did lie about the election, isn't that freedom of speech? And he's like, no, it's not freedom of speech to engage in a conspiracy to defraud the American people. That is not covered under freedom of speech. Like, I don't know where the fuck you guys got that from, but that is not the case. So, no, not freedom of speech. Oh, the guy who killed my friend earlier and I killed him, he came back bigger and badder than ever and tried to get me back, and it's not happening. It's not happening. You killed my friend.
SoyPill is actually right. That wasn't racial, but the point here is I don't. the fact that you're like, well, are you against lying? And it's like, well, yeah, in the furtherance of a criminal conspiracy. But what about the lying, though? I'm not mad about Jesse Waters saying that pancakes are better than waffles, which is a heretical lie.
But we already have mechanisms. We already have mechanisms to hold Fox News accountable for lies. I mean, they said it's the largest, but this is a civil case. There was the largest civil settlement literally ever because
you think that this stuff should just stay like civil. There should be no actual criminal consequences for knowingly aiding and abetting any criminal conspiracy that cannot work without a national mandate.
No, of course. Like Jack Smith charged people with conspiracy to deprive rights. I mean, like,
right, but like you do understand that like the conspiracy of this nature can't work unless like millions believe that the election was
so you want to use the state to target Fox News, correct?
Yes. In the event, you know what's funny is like we're heading towards hell because of this kind of mindset. The Europeans understand that if you just let anything fly, you're cooked. But you guys are in this kind of mindset of like, well, everything will turn out A-okay and liberalism. And it's like liberalism reserves the right to defend itself, frankly. If you're going to sit there and let...
illiberal, though. I mean, like, if we're talking about...
Okay, so I'm being illiberal. I'm being illiberal.
The whole point of liberalism is that it's not supposed to defend itself. That is like the entire idea of liberalism. Except in certain circumstances. So there are some things like, you know, people being able to have rights, being free, and having like some sort of equality, right? But like we do these things culturally, where if somebody lies, then yeah, like we hold them accountable culturally, and that's like where cancel culture comes from. Is that like the government can't do these things, it would be illiberal. And so we as a society hold people accountable culturally, call them out, you know, use labels to point out their problems and give them a red flag, like calling them racist or calling them a homophobe or calling them transphobe or whatever. But the problem is that like if you move too quickly, I think that the shift becomes scary for too many people, and I think that that's like I think that might be where some of this fucked up, to where Trump was capable of being successful in this area, is that like the culture shift was super fast and over a short period of time. And there wasn't like, there's not other like civil rights things that I can point to that were similar to the LGBTQ movement, where like gay people get the right to vote, and then like a little bit later, all of a sudden, now we got trans people as well, and trans people were just like a very odd addition to society at the time. Like it was something that just didn't really exist, and then it did. And I think it's hard for everybody to kind of understand and cope with, and I think even most like lefties and liberals don't even seem to understand. They're just like, oh well, I'm accepting, so I'm gonna go along with this, but they don't understand it. They don't get it. And the questions and problems that conservatives have with trans people, I don't think most liberals or most lefties can actually adequately like explain why those aren't problems, or why they aren't issues. And so I think like, yeah, I think that there's things that have to be dealt with in a slower manner. And we do need incremental changes. And I think that part of his like dogmatism idea, where we just shove everything down everybody's throats, I think that this is like part of what caused all of this shit and allowed somebody like Donald Trump to be able to use it all to fearmonger.
By seeing people engage in a criminal conspiracy that is reliant upon lies.
What Fox News conspiracy criminal thing are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Serious right now.
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah,
so wait, hold on a minute.
What's the criminal conspiracy?
So
that's a fair question.
Wait, hold on. You don't think that Donald Trump's criminal conspiracy
No,
is
I'm
not
talking
relying.
about-
Hold on, because now
What
we're
is
talking.
the crime? Is the question.
Hold on a minute.
Crime.
Hold on. I grant that we don't have laws on the books, but I do believe that we do need laws against this, because the reality is that this kind of
Against what?
conspiracy, hold on, cannot work without Fox. It doesn't. You need people to think it was stolen for them to run into the Capitol and obstruct a legal proceeding that actually transitions power from one head of state to another. So when you sit there and say, "Oh,
okay,
what law?" It's like, well, if
let's
we
talk
get
about
back
that.
power and we don't criminalize this, are we just going to recycle?
Well, no,
this
let's. So let's talk about that, Rashad. Let's talk about it because I agree that there's some. So the standard for criminalizing conduct with respect to the attempted theft of the election with the insurrection, all that, is incitement and conspiracy. You're right, conspiracy against rights, a conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. These are all things where
you have to have
can
some
be
sort of
relevant
like
for
intent.
those crimes. 100% about that. I don't think that Fox, however, has crossed the threshold in terms of the criminal conspiracy. If there were evidence of that, I think that they should be charged and they should be found out. There's another problem though in the context of actualizing this specific desire in the future, which is Trump has pardoned everyone there other than himself, and that is how are we going to get accountability for Fox on Jan 6, given everyone's immunization when it comes to federal
it's political theory and philosophical theory at that point. It's like, okay, well, like, do we have a mandate? Does Trump do enough damage to where people say his pardon is fucking invalid? At what point does a pardon retain its validity if the person who instituted them did them to actually like aid and abet in the destruction of democracy? Like, at what point do we say a pardon really doesn't fucking matter?
Here's what I'll give you. So here's what I give you. This is what I'll give you, Rashad. I think that people should try different test cases. I'm telling you what the chances are that they'll be successful. 0.00001. This is what I would like to see tried. I would like to see Congress implement enforcement of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and for someone to try to get an action that would declare Trump having never held the office of presidency in the second term because he's unqualified under the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and maybe we can get those pardons annulled by virtue of the fact that he was never in office officially with respect to his qualifications. However, the problem is this is all going to fail in court because we're going to have a situation where there's a de facto officer doctrine where the courts are going to say, no, even if we were to grant that he were not in office legitimately, the Supreme Court's going to say he acted as a de facto officer.
You can't.
And so
which really Supreme Court? This current one?
Confrontation. This current one. So what I'm trying to say is we need this current Supreme Court. Yeah.
Yeah.
So talk me through those problems. Go through that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no lawyer, but from a very layman perspective and ignorant perspective, at what point do we even listen to the Supreme Court that gave the fucker immunity? And now, of course, legally speaking, it's not.
That does, bro. What does that even mean? Listen to the Supreme Court? Like, what does that even mean? At what point do we listen to them? What the fuck does that even mean? When you're talking about all of this stuff going through courts, and then you're like, yeah, but like, why would we listen to the Supreme Court? That's what you're talking about. You're talking about doing all of this stuff legally. You're talking about doing all of this stuff through legal avenues. I don't know what you think is going on here, but we're talking about the legality of it. Like, holy shit.
Like literal immunity, but think about how Trump perceives it and how the public perceives it. Think about how a court that says, well, a president that speaks to his attorney general is within the rights of the power of the president, and you can't actually investigate whether or not his conversations with his attorney general are criminal in nature. Like, at what point do you say this Supreme Court is fucking invalid?
So if this is how you feel, Rashad, why are you not just actively agitating for a revolution, just a violent revolution right now?
Why? That's dumb.
Why?
All right. I mean, like, you need a mandate. You need the public to want that. You need time to pass. Like, you can't just sit there and say, well, let's go fucking crazy. You do have to wait, because the reality is, if Trump, I don't know, passes now, God forbid, and he's replaced by someone more sane and tame, all of those things will be impossible.
Yeah, he's sitting there saying we need to take legal avenues, but then he's saying the legal avenues are illegitimate and we shouldn't even take them seriously. And so then it's like, okay, so you're saying that the entire system just does not work. Like, you're saying the whole system does not work and we need a new system. So you want a fucking revolution. Nah, revolutions are dumb, dude. Okay, well, it seems as though we've run out of fucking options here, because this is kind of the conclusion that like all of us come to when we go down this line of like thought, and we see like all of these problems that exist, and the ways that like Trump has kind of fucked up our institutions and all of this, we all kind of get to the point where we're like, yeah, but in the end, there's like literally nothing we can do, and we're just kind of fucked. Like, this is why your vote is a moral thing. This is why not voting for Kamala Harris is a moral thing. This is why voting for Donald Trump is a moral thing. This is why all of this matters as a person, as a member of society. This is why all of this is a big deal, is because this is the consequence. The elections have consequences, and we are dealing with those consequences right now. And it's not like we can just get a fucking Democrat in office or a progressive or anything like that, and then it's all just undone. Like, that isn't an option. That's not a thing that we can do. And there's no way that could possibly fix anything. And so we're just kind of fucked. We're just kind of fucked. And we will be fucked for a while now.
Possible, because the public won't feel like they need to happen. But the reality is, these things in their worst form do lead up to actually what they are leading up to.
Okay, but
dictatorship.
Okay, but it does sound like you're pushing to just like end the current system, scrap the Constitution, start something new. What is that?
No, we can amend and change things. There's no need to like.
But you just said ignore the courts. That's not amending. You're just like.
Yeah, I mean, like, at what point do you acknowledge the fact that a court, the highest court in the land, is compromised by an organization like the Heritage Foundation?
Right, that would be getting rid of the Constitution, right?
At some point, the emergencies would have to require you to actually realize that, hey, the Constitution, under normal circumstances, we could not do this or we could not do that, or Trump needs to be convicted of this particular thing in order for us to he wasn't the president.
Right.
However,
every
at
single
some
criticism
point
that he has put forth is potentially institutionally manageable. This is what people are talking about: court packing, impeachments. Like, all of these things are technically possible.
I swear to God, bro, you drive me.
You just said he wants a revolution. He didn't say that.
He's not talking about. He's not talking about institutional reform, SoyPill. Do you understand this? He's saying just ignore the court and then target Fox News.
You can 100% have.
Josiah said that. Josiah said that.
You do.
I want to say this to Hutch. Hutch, you realize that Josiah is flirting with the notion of non-acquiescence with
the court.
Fuck. I think I was in first place, dude. I think I was in first place for a while there. I got 18,000. Not too bad. Not great. Not too bad. I don't know where my cronies went. They all disappeared.
I have
yes.
Him and I have gone back.
I know, but you're going. No. But Hutch, you would not accuse Josiah of wanting a violent revolution when he talks to you.
I would ask him the same question.
Josiah's a great guy.
I would ask him the same question. You witnessed us go back and forth on these issues about like preserving liberal norms and
yeah.
So you know I'm consistent.
So I'm just saying you're being a little. No, I'm supporting SoyPill, who's my boy. And I think that he's right. That it doesn't entail.
Why do you guys do this? He's not talking about like passing legislation to expand the court.
My lawyer,
ignore the court. That's what he's saying.
Even if he wasn't Hutch.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As soon as he says that, like, at what point should we just ignore the Supreme Court? He does want like a violent revolution. There is no other there's no other option there. But again, this is why all of us will look at this and then just be like, yeah, that's like. It's just not a thing.
Even if he wasn't, so often you're talking about, especially when we're criticizing the left, like, look, this was the choice between fascism and not fascism. How the fuck are you not throwing every single fucking thing at the wall and seeing what sticks to try to get it done? And Rashad here is like, we need to take more extreme issues. This is not going to go away just because we won the midterms. It's not going to go away because of the next election. We need a mandate of the people to poison them against the MAGA mindset, whether that's through influence, through any of these things. How can you say that's taking it too far?
Because I'll explain it to you.
People who lied us into an insurrection should face more punishment than millions of dollars that isn't going to get them. Like, they're not going to fucking blink. They're still there. They could do this again.
Bro, all of this is totally incoherent. We are already doing something right now. We're already employing a strategy to just like demolish them. You're saying, let's just throw that out, like toss out the Constitution whenever we feel.
I'm not.
Hang on. We're saying toss out the Constitution whenever we feel like.
We're
and
not
then
saying that. Whenever we feel like, it's so crazy. It's
you just said just arbitrarily target Fox News.
Arbitrary.
It is. It's like the crime. What is the crime?
Dude, oh my God. Why are you being this way, Hutch? Why can't you just understand?
I am a liberal. I'm a fucking liberal. That's why I don't want to end liberalism.
I want you to commit.
I'm a doctor.
Hutch, I need you to commit. In 4 years, if we're losing in the general, in 6 years, if we lose in the midterms, will you say, oh shit, maybe we needed more of a mandate? Will you say we're right? Can we hold you to that?
What is this?
Dude, you have to.
Wait, SoyPill, you don't agree? Do you agree with Rashad that we should ignore the courts?
No, I actually hate SoyPill. I actually hate you.
I love you, Hutch.
No, I hate you. Don't say that. I hate you. Fuck your ass. You have a bad ass. You have a flat ass. It's not even fucking fat and juicy.
SoyPill,
Flattest ass I've ever seen in my fucking life.
SoyPill, we can't just ignore the courts, right? If we want to change the courts, there's.
Would packing the courts also result in violent revolution? No, but there's the problem with packing the courts is that like anybody can do it, right? That is the problem, is that anybody can do it. And currently with the current culture of MAGA, where we're being held hostage by insane people. Okay, this is the issue. We're all being held hostage by insane people, where if we pack the courts or we add to the courts, they will add to the courts. And that we do not want. So we're having to kind of at all times moderate. Anybody can, the Republicans already did. Well, when you say pack the courts, do you not mean add people to the court, like add the amount of Supreme Court justices? Is that not what you're referencing? Hold on, Baldy. Republicans delayed Obama's pick. Correct. That has nothing to do with packing the courts. That's not what we're talking about. Republicans stole a Democratic president's lick and waited until they could. Okay, I'm sorry. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about packing the courts right now. I don't know why are people moving to something different? We're talking about packing the courts right now. Stay on topic, please. You said pack the courts. I don't know why we're fucking talking about something different. We're talking about packing the courts, right? No, I'm moving the goalposts. Well, I'm happy to get there. All right. I'm not moving off of packing the courts first. If they want to say packing the courts is what we should do, okay, well, that's what I'm talking about. When I say that if we pack the courts, that we're going to, they will do the same thing. If we say like, oh, well, they'll just add numbers to it. We have 9 justices right now. They'll change it to 12 or 11 or whatever. You know, they add a couple new ones, and we should at least add 1 justice, at least to offset the stolen one. The problem is that it's not really stolen. While I think it's unfair and I think it's wrong, the idea that the Senate gets to choose who they do and don't add is fine. But I would say with that, we should deny their picks. If we have the people in the House and the Senate. If we don't have the people in the House and the Senate, we can't do that. But I'm happy to deny their picks. Do you do call-ins? Yeah, I've got Discord. You can jump in the waiting room. There's a link in the description for the Discord.
Oh, all right. No,
Say more the court.
You're no the most. But the thing is, you're talking about Rashad's like general.
Yeah, I wouldn't want an even number of court justices. That's why I was saying add like 2, because I would always want an odd number of justices. Whereas when they say add 1, they're just talking about like in fairness, we are owed 1. But the problem is that the one that we're owed is one that's already taken. And so because that's already taken, we're just kind of fucked there. And so either we would have to add 2 for it to matter, or we would just have to deny them a pick in the future. Which I don't think there's anybody on their way out. That's going to happen in the next 3 years. So while we are likely going to win the midterms and have the majority in the House and the Senate for the last 2 years of Trump's presidency, it's unlikely that that there's going to be anybody on their way out anytime soon. And so now that is something that we could do, is end lifetime appointments. That's something that I'd be fine with. Like, get rid of lifetime appointments and make it to where there's a rotation to where every president gets to pick 1 justice. And so every time you pick one, the one that was there before, like per election, not per president, but per election that you win, you get to pick 1, and whoever's the oldest one on there drops off. Like, I'd be okay with that. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? Let me mute you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Great. So, what is your take on packing the court? You're just totally against it?
I mean, in general, yeah. Like I said, I think currently we're held hostage by crazy people to where whatever we do, they will one-up us. Like, we could add 1 spot to the Supreme Court, they'll add 5. The fact that they blocked Obama's pick and then Trump immediately turned around and added 3, like, it's fucking insane. And so yeah, we're kind of fucked. Whereas like there isn't anything we can do to one up them, because they'll continue to one up us. But I do think we can like make the odds even by like getting them back in the same way that they got us. It's just that like the precedents being set over and over by the Republicans shows that they're just continuously willing to stretch things as far as fucking possible.
I agree there, but my position isn't just about tit for tat retaliation. I think that any legislation, any meaningful, like transformational legislation that we'd want to pass if we win Congress and the presidency in 28 will get stymied by the Supreme Court, and we will be viewed as feckless still and not be able to win the hearts and minds of the people going forward after that. So I also don't think that the Republican Party has much scruples. Any that they have are disappearing quickly about breaking like a norm or a trend before we do. I don't think they just are like, okay, we're going to be good faith until the Democrats do it, and then we're going to do it. No, they jump
correct.
off.
That's my point. That's my point. That's why I'm saying is that like they have no lines. So whereas
but you were saying
like,
oh, if we do it, they'll do it. But if they have no lines, they'll do it even if we don't do it, right?
Correct. But that's what I'm saying. Okay. So my problem is that there's always these like new precedents being set by the Republicans to where they're continuously stretching what is and isn't allowed now, right? What is and isn't okay. Things that are like outside of the norms. They're continuously stretching those things. And that if we do it too, there just is no bound to like to where that goes. Like I do think that they have some limits. I do think that there are limits here and there. I'm not saying that we should just do. I'm saying I don't want to make them stretch even farther than they are already.
Well, I agree, and I think that could be the case if we just also have no bounds ourselves and don't hold ourselves to any standard. But I don't view packing the court as that. I view that as like an unfortunate necessity, and I think it's becoming.
But again, when you say
more
pack the court, you're talking about adding spots. Yes, like there isn't a spot open, so we can't really do anything else but add spots.
Yeah, I think there's that. I think there's a couple different types of court reform that would be really good, but I think that would be the easiest one to do without like a full-on amendment to the Constitution.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one of the things I don't know if you heard right when you jumped into the waiting room, I had said like one of the things that I'm definitely okay with is like changing the way that lifetime appointments work and making it to where like if you're like everybody gets one pick, every president gets one pick per election that they win. And so if Obama wins twice, okay, well he gets one in each presidency, but whoever's the oldest justice there like gets knocked off. And things like that. Like I'm okay with like reforming the way that it's done to where lifetime appointments don't exist anymore. But the problem is that we really like truly we just have to win elections. Like the Biden winning elections, and then we had the majority in the House and the Senate under Biden. Biden, I think, did the right thing by continuing to include Republicans in like making sure that they were heard and adding things that they wanted into bills, even though they had no power to like push for that shit. They had no ability to like stop those bills from going through if they didn't get their way. Yeah.
What informs you saying that he did the right thing by doing
that? That I think at the time, I think that was the rational thing to do, was to try to bring back norms, try to bring back bipartisanship, and hope that like if we do it first, that will carry on in the future. The problem is,
would you hope that an incoming Democratic president would act similarly or different?
No. No, different. Okay. Yes, that's why I'm saying I was glad that Biden did it. The next president, fuck that shit. Like fuck that shit. The next president has to be ruthless. I mean, I wouldn't say he got nothing for it. I would say that like the norms didn't continue on, but he did end up just being insanely efficient with getting legislation through, and that like he didn't have any government shutdowns. He didn't have these like massive fights. And
what I'm saying is he got nothing for it in terms of what you just said is most important, which is winning elections. I mean, these communities that he helped out in the Inflation Reduction Act, where he prioritized red states and red communities for these big infrastructure stuff or like projects. When he saved the Teamsters pensions, he got nothing in return in terms of votes. These people still hated Biden. Republicans still messaged in the same way, like he was both the Antichrist and like a sundowning old grandpa.
Kind of. Just to be clear, initially they were all very like outspoken about how happy they were that he was doing this. They praised him for it. They gave him so much fucking, they gave him a lot of praise for this initially. Then,
like Lauren Boebert that like voted against it and then, went to ribbon cutting ceremonies and acted like she was the reason it was happening.
Well, once Trump announced like that he was running again, all of the Republicans then started falling in line with whatever his messaging was again. And so things like from the beginning of Biden's presidency changed very quickly from where like once Trump announced, all of a sudden Biden was delusional and didn't know where he was and had no idea what was going on, and open borders were happening, and like everything changed pretty drastically once the Republicans moved back to Trump's messaging against Biden. But I think a lot of that.
I agree there. I had another question though. Like you said, you want the next Democrat president to be ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
What would that look like to you? Because to you say packing the court would be a step too far, but what are some steps that you'd you'd want to see them take.
So one of the issues is like what was mentioned just before. It's like with packing the court, we couldn't just add one spot. Like we don't want there to be like ties in the Supreme Court, right? We don't want an even number of people in the court. So we would have to add 2 at minimum, but then the 2 at minimum would make it to where we just automatically have this majority, which I think would be like uber fucked up.
I think there's been even numbers before, right? Like a way around an even number. If there's a tie, it could just be sent back down to an appellate court.
Possibly. Like there's ways around it. I do think that it's probably a step too far. But when I say ruthless, I mean like in things like getting the House and the Senate to pass laws that kind of undo some Supreme Court decisions. Like
and then those go up to the Supreme Court. And what does the Supreme Court do?
Depending. So if you like amend a law, I think that those go to the Supreme Court. But if you make a law that says like the president like has to be held accountable and can't have like broad immunity for these types of crimes, like I think that that's something that is probably necessary, and I think that like making sure that Donald Trump and his cabinet are held accountable and have like real legal consequences to where nobody is going to attempt to do these sorts of things in the same fashion in the future is like the most important thing. I think that is like more important than anything else that gets done in the next administration, is making sure that we can hedge off something like this ever happening again.
I just don't understand how that, one could be avoided, like that going to the Supreme Court. Let's say that law gets passed, we try to prosecute Donald Trump again, and they just uphold their immunity ruling and say like the law that Congress passed is unconstitutional because we found it constitutional that the president has presumptive immunity.
I don't know that they're willing to go that far. Like we still have the same justices who denied that the election was stolen. We still have the same justices who upheld Trump's other convictions. We still have the same justices who have ruled against him on a ton of other issues that were like essential to his presidency. And so I think I don't think that like it's necessary that they're going to turn around and make like a decision that just helps Trump.
They're also the same justices that handed down the immunity ruling, and I don't know that they upheld his convictions. I don't know if that ever went to the Supreme Court. I thought that just went to an appellate court where they said that Trump didn't have to pay the amount of money that he originally was set to have to pay. And then like I don't know, them ruling on like tariffs or things that are integral to his policy platform. I don't know, the Supreme Court has kind of demonstrated that they're willing to kind of bend the rules if it affects the bottom line. You know, they make a special exemption for the Federal Reserve, but not for these other independent agencies. And then we get a 6-3 decision about the tariffs. That doesn't really tell me that they're necessarily committed to democracy when they're also handing down the immunity ruling, when they're getting rid of Chevron, when they're
I think that the
overturning
immunity ruling actually did align with the laws, though. Like I think it actually was like the decision that they had to make in that scenario. That it was like it wasn't a good decision. It didn't have a good outcome, but legally speaking, it was probably the right decision to make.
What is informing that?
Just based on like the law and precedents that have already been set and the way that the law already works, but it was based on other laws that I believe were set through Congress, and so this is why I don't think that it would go through the Supreme Court, because it wouldn't be a challenge to like the Constitution or anything, but more so just congressional laws that have already been passed, to where it shouldn't, if they're amending their own fucking congressional laws, then it shouldn't be that something that would be challenged.
Well, you can amend laws, but if something's unconstitutional, then it's not a valid law. And so if
correct, that's why I'm saying I don't think this is like necessarily a constitutional thing, but a federal law thing. Like the Supreme Court's not just making decisions based on what is or isn't constitutional, but also what's consistent with the current federal law that the Congress and the Senate have passed.
Can I ask a little bit more about the immunity thing and why you think that was like, could I say like soundly reasoned? Is that kind of your position? That the reasoning was good?
Yeah. It's been so long since I've gone through the explanation of it that they gave that I couldn't like recite it, but that was essentially the conclusion that I came to, is that based on like their reasoning, it was good reasoning and probably the right decision.
That's fair that you can't recite it, and I'm no lawyer myself, but every legal scholar or expert I follow, that, I mean, most of them say that there's no rationale for this ruling. And I mean, presidents even acted leading up to this like they could be prosecuted and that there wasn't presumptive immunity. That's the whole premise of Nixon getting pardoned, right? In my opinion, that's the whole premise of even having an Office of Legal Counsel, or because, like, why would you need to know what the law is in the actions you're taking if you're immune from any prosecution? And it could be that this has larger impacts than initially thought and doesn't just apply to the president, but everyone in the executive branch. Because if they're fulfilling his orders and he can't do anything illegal, how could anything they do be illegal? And I'm almost positive in the past that members of the executive branch have been.
Well, just to be clear, the president wasn't immune from all things. That is not the decision that they came to. They didn't say the president is always immune from all things.
There's so many loopholes that he basically is, right? Like, it has to be within his executive duties, his official duties, but you could find a way to make anything that way. And even if you can't, as long as it's involving communication between him and one of the cabinet members, a member of the executive branch, then it's unreviewable. So even if it is illegal and you would find illegal activities in there that aren't covered by the immunity decision, you can't review it. So
so that was the one part. That was the one part that I had an issue with. That part right there is that, like, that other people wouldn't be able to testify, or that, like, they couldn't subpoena him based on whether or not he was speaking to other people within his cabinet. That is the part that I did have a major fucking issue with. The rest of it I think makes sense, and especially the fact that, like, they would have to go through the lower courts to decide whether or not something was or was not part of his official duties. Like, I think all of that is perfectly fine, because I do think when it comes to, like, most things, we do assume that they have, like, immunity there in American courts.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think that is, like, totally made up by the Supreme Court, and they didn't resort back to the text or precedent or the Constitution. And I know I don't want to put you on the spot, and we could move on to something else, but what you said, they were, like, going off precedent and other laws, like past laws.
In their explanation,
off the top of your head?
No, I don't remember off the top of my head, no.
But you did agree with me that there was precedent of presidents acting as if they weren't immune.
I do, but I also know that there's, like, presidents who did act as if they were immune. There's been numerous presidents who have broken Supreme Court rulings, right, and just refused to abide by a Supreme Court ruling. obviously we would assume that they ought to be doing what it is that the Supreme Court tells them to. There's not like they're not like equal branches if the president can just do whatever the fuck he wants. Yet there tons of presidents have broken Supreme Court rulings and absolutely nothing. Well, at least 2 have, and absolutely nothing happened to them.
Okay.
Like Clinton lying under oath and not being held accountable for that. Like there's numerous examples of presidents and everybody kind of acting as though they were immune.
Okay, that might be true. And you're saying the president, there's been at least 2 that have just ignored Supreme Court orders. This is kind of moving off what we are talking about to something I heard you say when I was watching before I hopped on. You were reacting to the live and learn, and when Rashad Crenshaw, I think his name is, said,
"Yeah,
at what point do we stop listening to the court?" You made that sound, you like catastrophized it and said like at that point it's just violent revolution. It is now your opinion that there have been presidents that just ignore the Supreme Court to no consequence.
Well, hold on. The problem, no, that's not what the conversation was about. The conversation was about holding these people accountable legally. They were talking about like holding Fox News accountable legally. And then when they start talking about like the fact that there isn't a way to hold them accountable legally because of Supreme Court decisions, he said, at what point do we just stop listening to the Supreme Court? How the fuck do you hold somebody accountable legally and ignore the Supreme Court? How can you do both of those things?
How can you? I don't know that you can, I guess.
Well, correct. It's impossible. That's the point. Is that like, yes,
okay,
you would have to have a violent revolution.
Do you think we could read between the lines at all, or should we just be 100% what they said is what they meant? Because I don't know. In conversation, sometimes I can go off on tangents and whatever. And I think what I got from that was he was calling into question the legitimacy of the current court. And he was saying like, dude, this court is basically a rogue court. And in the context he was talking about, maybe, not listening to the Supreme Court, which I don't think we should do, but maybe that wouldn't be something that could be done unless we totally upended the system.
Yeah, like if he's talking about like, hey, the Donald Trump has ignored the Supreme Court numerous times, so now we should too. If he was saying that would be fine, but that's not what the conversation was about. It's not like if Gavin Newsom wins the presidency and he gets in, he can now hold Fox News accountable while ignoring the Supreme Court. Like that's not a thing that is possible in that scenario. And so
what do you think a better answer to that question would be? Like maybe we just like pass new laws to make it so that we could hold them accountable.
Yeah, sure. Court? Yeah, yes, yeah, of course. But that's why like he would have to clarify that based on the context and like where the conversation was. He would have to clarify that himself, that like, well, I'm not saying like, you know, that like the legally we can hold people accountable without the Supreme Court. I'm just saying that the Supreme Court is corrupt and like we need to just kind of find a better way to deal with this. Like if he said that would be fine. But I haven't heard that clarification yet. And
and if we did that, I don't know that we could charge them for stuff they did before that was a law, but it could just curb, you know, behavior like that in general.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a way that we could charge Fox News myself, but when I was listening to this, I just heard somebody that was like, one, kind of being teamed up on a little bit. Like it felt like most people were on Hutch's side for the most part there, because I think Hutch was right in that part. But it seemed like someone that was like incredibly frustrated with the way that our system is functioning right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just engaging with, this is exactly what he said, and it was in this context, and not kind of focusing on the frustrations that I think were represented by him, but felt by many people.
Oh, I mean, I think I did. Like I talked about the fact that there's been periods where I've said like, I don't know if like liberalism can work anymore, and that like especially when it comes to freedom of speech, like if somebody is able to convince an entire population of nothing but bullshit, and once they tell everybody that like the entire media apparatus is all a bunch of liars, that is the group that is there to hold our government accountable. And if they're no longer like, if you can convince all these people not to trust them, then that's it. Like you have now officially brainwashed these people. And if we don't have any sort of safeguards against that, we're just completely fucked. Like it almost seems as though having freedom of speech just doesn't work anymore as like, you know, the best ideas rise to the top, or sunlight is the best disinfectant, or any of that. Like it doesn't seem to work. And we'll have to find something different if we can't find like a better way. And so I am addressing like those concerns and saying like I understand them, and that like I feel this way a lot as well. Like I feel super black-pilled about all of this, feeling like if Donald Trump can happen in the first place, then like we just don't have a good system. Like we're kind of fucked. Like I have said this today, and I've said it many times in the past as well. It's just that as I concluded, the problem is that you do end up at violent revolution every time. Like that's just where you end up, and then you're like, oh fuck, well I don't want that either. Like that is kind of stupid. So like I agree with him. Like yeah, violent revolution is stupid. It's just that is where you kind of conclude no matter what.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you talking about liberalism in that way. I mean, I consider myself liberal, but I also acknowledge that there are failings of liberalism that are impossible to ignore at this point. And if there's this like just attachment to the label of liberalism, when I think that some of our liberal institutions aren't functioning as liberal institutions. I don't think our media is functioning as a liberal institution, kind of like you were just saying. I also don't think our Supreme Court is functioning as a liberal institution. I don't think a liberal institution would hand down the immunity ruling. I know that we disagree there, but something like a frustration I get with some of the biggest liberals online right now in this community, people like Destiny and Hutch, it is like this just adherence to this vague idea of liberalism and kind of discounting anyone that says anything different. And I know that there's a lot of muck to sort through from tanky, socialist, those kinds of communities and stuff. And I don't think all their critiques are just something that we can ignore at this point.
Well, so the problem is like a lot of it is like what Crenshaw is talking about here, where he's saying like we need to be more dogmatic, like we need to be more like strong-headed, like fuck everybody else, like just get it done. And I think a lot of us are agreeing with that, and like we're starting to see like, okay, a lot of people who are kind of like fucking up the liberal and Democrat agenda, a lot of people who like do a lot of signaling against Democrats and make Democrats look bad unnecessarily, and are just like talking a lot of shit unnecessarily. And that if we're going to compete with a fucking cult, we need to be a little bit more cultish as well. We need to be a little bit more pro our side. We need to be pumping up our side more. We need to be kind of going after everybody else who's not us. And I think that is kind of what's happening, especially when we look around and we feel like, damn, dude, like if we had won like this election, this wouldn't be happening. Like if we could have just done a couple of things a little bit differently, this wouldn't be happening. Like that's we look at this next election and it's like, okay, well, it's fucking do or die. Like we gotta start doing this shit now. So I think that's the way everybody, at least that's the way I view it. I don't know that that's the way they view it, but I know that's the way I view it.
I do think a lot of people view it that way. I also think that there are some good faith critiques that come from the further left. And I think that something that they recognize more than some of the liberals I see online is the extent of democratic decline that we are facing in this country and in democracies across the world. Sometimes I think that people think that Democrats just get elected and things settle down and it's like business as usual again. But I don't think, well, I know that's not going to be the case. And I think that we will be seeing much worse fascistic movements, authoritarian movements that are much more capable than MAGA rear their heads in the 2030s. And I think that the way that we kind of talk about what's happening right now is like we're treading water in the middle of the ocean. And it's like, okay, if I can just come up for this one breath right now, I'll be fine. And maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe you do it one breath at a time. But I don't know that we're getting any better at fighting fascism with what we've been doing and sort of talking about.
I mean, do you not think that like Gavin
everything's
Newsom
normal.
is a big shift from somebody like Joe Biden? Like, I think I agree with most of what you're saying, but I think that's why we view Gavin Newsom as like the savior right now. Like a lot of us, like we know the problems with Gavin. We know we're not
think
blind.
there's a shift
like we
there,
know
but I think
there's
he's a product
issues
of
there.
the same. I think he's the product of the same political world that Biden was a product of in some ways.
Yes and no,
I know that
but
sounds
that
vague,
Biden was known as like the bipartisan guy. Like there's tons of videos of Mitch McConnell saying that like that Biden was one of the greatest men that he's ever known. There's videos of numerous Republicans saying that he is the best man that has ever lived. Besides Jesus. Like there's tons of Republicans talking about like what a great person he is, and that is like something that he spent his entire career working on, was being a very bipartisan sort of person, even in the Senate. But that's not who Gavin Newsom is. Gavin Newsom is not the bipartisan guy, even though he's doing his fucking podcast right now. And this is like the thing that's pissing everybody off, is his fucking weird podcast where he is being a little white knighty there. But in like the political world, he has been a fucking bull and has been fighting against people like Trump and we just watched a little bit of the debate that he had in 2023 with DeSantis, and he's been fighting Elon Musk for years, and like he is a guy who is just way more outspoken and is more of a fighter. And that is what we're looking for right now. We're looking for the guy who is just going to kind of keep fighting these motherfuckers and not be as bipartisan.
I got you. And there are differences, of course. There are differences in their demeanor, their strategy, the way they go about things. When I say the same political world, I kind of mean the world order, like the post-1989 liberal world order that we all grew up in, that we're all used to.
Well, what is the change that we're looking for, I guess, is my confusion. Like, when I understand what you mean by it, but that's a very broad and general statement. Like, what is the change that you think
I recognize that is broad and general, but I also don't view myself as somebody that has all the answers. I think a big change would be hearing somebody kind of express this in the way that I am, and recognizing that there are much bigger struggles beyond Trump in the future. I think that abundance sets out a lot of good ideas, but it still kind of assumes the post-1989 liberal world order that is disappearing, and it's becoming a world of authoritarians and autocrats, and democracies across the globe are slipping. Allyships will change. Everything is changing right now. And I want somebody, kind of like the speech that Mark Carney gave at Munich, I don't know if you watched that kind of recognizes that and poses a different world order on a global stage and here at home.
They're mourning the old world order and saying we are forced into this new world order because the United States isn't allowing us to continue existing the way it was before. We are the United States.
I guess
We're not
I
the
want
ones
someone
who
like
are getting
Gavin,
pushed
or a
out
Democrat,
of anything.
to recognize that when they get elected, there isn't really a going back to the way things were. there's no going back
Mm-hmm.
at this point. We do need to rethink things. We do need to reshape things. There's no normalcy, and that doesn't just mean with dealing with Republicans. That does mean on the world stage, but it also means that there is no like, I don't know, policies like the ACA, as transformational and as great as it was when it was passed, are not policies that will impact or have an impact on people's life to the extent that it could make someone a two-term president like Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. But I also I disagree with like some of the statements that you're making. Like I think that we can go back to normalcy. I think that we can get back to business as usual. But I think that I think that like Trump is the anomaly that we have to fix for. Like we have to see this and say, okay, what do we do to make sure this never happens again? And then then we can go back to business as usual. But I don't think the idea of like the whole like world changing. I agree that is the case, especially when it comes to like geopolitics and economics. Like Trump has kind of fucked that up for the foreseeable future. And the idea that we were moving towards like globalism and all this other shit, that's fucked. Like that is drastically fucked right now, and we're gonna have to probably either rebuild or start something different that will hopefully move in a similar direction in the future. But I do think that like the goal is and should be moving back towards business as usual, but like improving. Like Gavin was somebody who wanted to try to do universal health care for California by itself. Like he felt like maybe they were taxing people high enough just in the state to where they could do that there. Like he's somebody who's in favor of this sort of stuff, and somebody who I think has been good at like recognizing what it is that constituents want and trying to put that into practice.
Yeah, we can fix the guardrails on the highway, but if we don't do something about the 75 million drunk drivers that drive on that highway, we will be trying to fix those guardrails at a rate that we cannot sustain.
I agree, but that is, again, I think that is something that Gavin will excel at. Like the problem with the Biden administration is, even though they did so much fucking good for people, even as you mentioned, so much good for the fucking Republicans, they didn't tell them. They didn't tell them that they did this. And the like those people might have noticed differences, but they didn't apply it to Biden. They didn't know that Biden did it. And so Gavin is somebody who will tell you he fucking fixed shit. He'll tell you your life is better because of him. He's somebody who literally fights when every time somebody brings up like, oh, why do you have such a problem with Trump coming into your state to get rid of illegals? What do you want, open borders? He's like, well, I don't have a problem with getting rid of illegal immigrants, but I thought that if we're going to do that, you would go into maybe the other 5 states that have more illegal immigrants than California, like this state, this state, this state, this state, and all of them happen to be red states, but he's not going to go there because they're Republicans. Like, he's fucking snapping back on every fucking topic because he actually like is, you know, very rhetorically gifted in this way and young enough to still say it, whereas Biden wasn't.
You don't got to convince me. If Gavin Newsom is the nominee, I will
No. Hold on, just to be clear, I don't like Gavin all that much. I am explaining why I think that he is just like a good option for the things that we're talking about right now.
I guess what I'm saying, and I don't have like a great response for this because I don't know that there is anyone that could do it better necessarily, but even if we win in 2028, and I hope we do, and I hope we can stem the bleeding and stuff, I'm just saying that we need to be totally expecting a much more like intelligent fascist movement to
100%.
spring up and to very likely take power again. And
100%.
the only way we can do that is to continue recognizing the time and place we find ourselves in, how things are rapidly changing, and try to adapt with them. And that's like a Herculean task for anybody, any leader, any politicians. So it's going to require everybody to recognize that and stay on top of that. You know, like be aware of that and
100%.
not stop fighting back against Mega and whatever that evolves into.
Bro, this is literally what I've been saying for ever since Trump won. Like, there's people like Hutch who have been calling for Trump to get impeached and saying, like, you know, yeah, if we can get people in our coalition who are going to move towards getting Trump out of office, then they're part of the coalition. I don't care if they're right wing or what. Like, getting Trump out of office. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we do not want to impeach this motherfucker. JD Vance is a fucking terrifying prospect. Like, that motherfucker terrifies me. Like seriously. Like, I'm fucking terrified of that guy. Like, seriously, straight up, that guy is a scary motherfucker. And to think that he can have all of these fucking like big crypto coin billionaires backing him who all want this like technocracy, and he is a shapeshifter. Well, dude is fucking like, he is a different person in different places, and nobody ever seems to notice or care. He's like at one point was saying that Donald Trump was Hitler and a Nazi and is now his fucking VP. This guy is fucking skilled, and if he is the one who's leading the fucking fascist movement, he is not going to be a dumb fucking Trump guy who's, you know, bumbling and stumbling, saying the dumbest shit every time he turns around, and, you know, fucking up relationships everywhere. He is way more politically viable. He's been doing this for a lot longer than Trump. He has relationships that Trump doesn't have. He is terrifying. Like, I get that, like, right, yes, fascism is not going away with Trump, and this is a bad future we're getting ready for.
Yeah, I totally agree. And a point I'd also make about the current Trump administration is I'm not really convinced that he is the one pulling all the levers here. Like, I do think that, I mean, you've probably watched his executive order signings. He doesn't know what the fuck he's signing. He gets handed a piece of paper, told what it says, and then was like, oh, I love that, and, you know, signs it. I think that it is the Stephen Miller's, JD Vance's, and Marco Rubio's of the administration that are leading, and some others in some different areas, but that are leading all this policy and all this. Like, Trump doesn't know any of this shit. He's a vessel for this people. He commands the cult, and that's why he's useful for them until at some point he can't, whether he's dead or somehow he like loses the support of the cult that he commands. But I already think he's asleep at the wheel, and that this is. I mean,
kind of that's just what. Yeah. It's kind of just what like fascism is in any democracy. Like, that's even what Hitler was to an extent. That's what Mussolini was. Like, all of these people are, they have to have the backing in order to be able to do the things that they're doing, and so they always have these like little groups that they're trying to appease. Like Hitler calling himself, I always use this like as an analogy, like Hitler calling himself the nationalist socialist, right? They hated fucking socialists, they hated Marxism, they hated the fucking commies, but they were willing to call themselves that just to get fucking socialists on board with their movement, which is kind of what Trump has been doing with evangelicals, is continuously like virtue signaling to them to act like he's on their side, and like, you know, he cares about them, to make sure that they still back him enough to where he's able to stay in power. Like, that is that's something that all fascists kind of have to do in these scenarios, to where they have to continue appeasing people to keep the power, and then they get to do some of the things that they want while doing pretty much what literally everybody else wants at the same time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. But hey, thanks for bringing me up. That was a good talk. I gotta go to bed though.
All right, man. Yeah, appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. Later. I've been wanting to scream this entire time, but like pretty much ever since he called in, I've been in like first place this whole fucking time, dude. I've been in first motherfucking place this whole motherfucking time. And I'm glad to see Pepe is back, but y'all gotta stop fucking committing slithercide. You gotta quit committing snackicide. All right, I need my fucking gang. All right, I need my gang. I need my homies out here. We need to be fucking in our uniforms, marching through with our SS patches on, just fucking people up. You know what I'm saying? But y'all keep killing yourselves. Which, okay, maybe I wouldn't be in first place if you hadn't done that. Well, no, I'm actually I'm up by 4,000. So yeah, no, I would be in first place. I'm up by 4,000. So yeah, second place is 16,000. I'm at 20,000 right now. So shout out.
Outlook perhaps, but the most like inflammatory thing that was just most recently said was something approaching, you know, let Marshall enforce his ruling, something like that. And
Yeah.
I think that that's a quite provocative thing to say, and I think that it's fair for Hutch to be not on board with that as a liberal.
Pisco, we were
and
talking
I'm also
past
not on
each
board with
other.
that.
I was making a much more centrist version of
Well,
Rashad.
isn't JD Vance the same guy
Can I say,
that
Rashad, please? Can I just say, what happens when we do get the power? Then the other side doesn't listen to us now. Now, how are you going to rule?
What do you mean the other side's not going to listen to us?
If we ignore the
You're right.
Supreme Court now and we deem it illegitimate, and then we say we're not listening to you, and
Oh,
then we
they're
take
not-
over the court
It's-
somehow.
that's
And
gonna
now
be
it's
in
our turn.
camps.
Why should the other side listen to
there
us?
are
Why
no
should the other side listen to
camps.
us?
There's no camps, okay? Stop the camps. You're looking at it from a very, 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 very compact perspective. I hate to sound like a fucking communist, but in theory, if you read the theory, if we reach that point, I'm sorry, but like it'll be like decades, like maybe 4 or more before like we reach the point of like people saying like, well, what if we ignore the Supreme Court? More than likely, the entire nation will realize the Supreme Court's the reason why this fat bitch came back to the presidency, in all honesty. And at some point, if you actually want to uphold liberalism, you have
I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all. I do not agree with that whatsoever. No fucking charges were ever dropped because of the broad immunity decision. None. No charges were dropped. Nobody dropped charges. They challenged all of these fucking cases in court as soon as that happened. They challenged for dismissal or moved for dismissal, and none of them were dropped. Some of those decisions to deny the dismissal went to the fucking Supreme Court. Like these are things that didn't change fucking shit. So if you look at it and you're like, wow, with this decision, we wouldn't have even been able to charge Donald Trump with any of these things. What will fucking convict him? No, we did though. We did charge him. And we did convict him. It did happen. And then he also had 2 fucking civil suits on top of that. Like, the guy was not as immune and not as bulletproof as people want to think from that fucking decision. It's, again, there are parts of that decision that really fucked up one of the Jack Smith cases where when they started including things like his conversations with who is it? Mike Pence. They started calling his conversations with Mike Pence as inadmissible, and like that these are protected now. That's fucking insane. All right, that is insane, and that really like hurt one of the cases, but it didn't change anything. They still moved forward. They were still trucking along. What changed was people electing Donald Trump. What hurt it was the fact that, and this is something that I think a lot of people really don't take into consideration. Like a lot of people hate on fucking Merrick Garland for coming out with the charges way late. I understand why he did it. Again, looking at with hindsight being 2020 and seeing the outcome, it's really fucking angering that's what happened. It is really fucking angering to look at what happened and then look and see that Donald Trump was able to win the presidency again. That is infuriating, okay? I get it. that is something that just drives me fucking crazy. It's one of those things where I just like, you kind of sit there in circle on it over and over, just like, fuck, dude, if we could have just done this one thing differently, like, holy shit. Like, the idea that like we didn't want to look like we were biased, like the Biden administration, again, huge part of it was that they were trying to bring back norms and like not want to be this like crazy administration coming off the Trump administration. They want to remind people what like a real president looked like and what real democracy looks like, and they wanted to make sure that like they were looking like a good presidency and like they knew what they were doing before they start going after Trump. They also still had parts of their investigation that they were still clearing up. They still had some of their I's to dot and T's to cross. But what you guys don't understand, and what nobody ever seems to mention, is that Merrick Garland didn't seem to know that when he came out with these charges, or when Jack Smith came out with the charges, that 3 other fucking courts were coming out with their own charges. 3 other jurisdictions had their own charges, and they all also were waiting until they had all of their I's dotted and their T's crossed, because this is the first time that anybody's ever tried to go after a president with criminal convictions like this. And so all of them are thinking, well, we're the ones who are going to do this, so here we fucking go. We have to make sure that we got everything shored up. This has to be the most clear-cut fucking case of all time. We can't have anything fuck up on this. We can't have a chance that this is going to get dismissed in court. We got to make sure that like we have oversight on top of oversight on top of oversight. We got to have like everybody going through one another for every little thing to make sure that there's no paperwork fucked up somewhere that's gonna get something dropped. There's not a fucking, you know, a little mistake anywhere that's gonna get a case dropped. Like, we have to get everything perfect on this, which takes a long time. And then all of them come out with their fucking charges all at the same time, which made it to where none of them could charge him until others had, like, none of them could go to court. They couldn't all go to court at the same time. And so once the first one went to court and they all kind of started getting what order everything was going to go in, the fucking federal cases came in last. Unfortunately, they were the last on the list. And the worst part about this is that like everybody said, you know, all the right wingers say that they were all colluding and they were all trying to stop Donald Trump from winning the election and blah blah blah. One, they convicted him. They could have fucking thrown his ass in jail. They could have fucking put his ass in jail, in prison, for a long time. They each charge that he was convicted with out of the 34, each one could have come with a maximum of 2 years. So they could have put his ass in fucking prison, but they didn't. And they could have done it before the election. He was convicted before the election. So it's obvious there was no fucking collusion. There was nobody trying to stop him from winning the presidency. That was not the goal. The goal was holding him accountable for his crimes. It would have been nice that he wasn't president on top of that. But the main thing that lets you know that there wasn't collusion, outside of the fact that he didn't go to jail, is the fact that if they actually wanted to get him, they would have gone with the Fulton County case first. Fulton County would have been the one to charge and convict him first. That was the most surefire fucking case of all of them. Like, that was the one that was the most blatant and the most obvious, and it would have had him in fucking prison for racketeering. They already had 4 of Trump's own lawyers plead guilty and agree to testify against him. Okay? They all admitted in court to doing all of the things that they were convicted of. Like, this was the most surefire fucking case you've ever seen. and they were like 4th in line. So it fucking sucks, dude. It sucks. Like, nobody knew that this was going to happen. Fulton County didn't know that this was going to happen. New York didn't know that this was going to happen. And the 2 federal cases, they didn't know that this was going to happen either. Like, it just, nobody knew. Nobody had any fucking idea. And so it's just a negative outcome that came from a, you know, the right thought and the right intention and doing the right thing. It's just a negative outcome. Like, think about, Trump is trying to do this, right? Trump actually is colluding. Trump actually is illegally trying to go after Democrats. And he's so fucking gung-ho in rushing everything so much that he went in and tried to get a prosecutor to charge them. They said that there wasn't enough there to charge people. So then he fired them and just threw any random person in there that was willing to do it themselves. And when they did that, what happened? The fucking case got thrown out. The case got thrown out because the person was not actually allowed to do this shit. They did not have the authority to bring cases in that state, and it got thrown out. And even like one of Jack Smith's cases looked like it could have gotten thrown out. There was Judge Cannon who went over the precedent for people like Jack Smith to have the ability to be special prosecutors, and Judge Cannon again seemed to make the right legal decision, where there are 2 separate instances in federal law that say whether or not he can. One says he can be a federal prosecutor, a special prosecutor. The other one says he cannot be a special prosecutor. 2 separate things in the handbook that says when he can, or one says he can and one says he can't. And so Judge Cannon said, okay, I'm not throwing this out because I think it has to be thrown out. I'm throwing this out so that it gets challenged and goes to the Supreme Court so that we actually have a decision on which one of these is correct. We don't know. We don't know which one we're supposed to go by. There's 2 things. One says Jack Smith can be special prosecutor. One says he can't. We need the Supreme Court to rule on this. So I'm gonna deny this so that it gets challenged up to the Supreme Court and we finally get a decision on which one is the right one. And like things like that just really extended these fucking cases. Donald Trump and his team challenged every little fucking thing. They had small motions from the government. They had small motions from the prosecutors getting fucking appealed and going to the Supreme Court. Like, this shit was insane. They had the stuff about Fannie Willis in Fulton County, her case. They had like whether or not she was sleeping with one of the investigators. They had that go to the fucking Supreme Court because they wanted the case to get thrown out. Like, they had every little thing getting challenged all the way up to where they were able to extend this shit. And we're trying to get through 5 motherfucking cases right now. We're trying to get through 5 fucking criminal cases against Donald Trump. And they're challenging every little thing at every juncture possible. So yeah, it's just, it was unforeseen. There were unforeseen problems here that we couldn't have known were happening or couldn't have seen coming, and it just created too much shit. So that's why I think that this was the right decision that just had a bad outcome. Just ended up with a fucking negative outcome that was kind of unforeseen, and it is what it is.
You have to understand liberalism is not just the word of the law, it's the intention of the law, the spirit of the law. And if somebody seeks to upend that or destroy that, you don't give them carte blanche to do it indefinitely. And you want the public to be able to see the signs of when someone's trying to do that. You don't want to play a game of like, well, we represent the good side of things and hopefully one day you'll see it that way. No, you need a public that can say, hold on a minute, we wouldn't have ran into that Capitol if you hadn't fucking lied. Okay. We wouldn't have been able to galvanize tangible physical force to upend and disrupt a federal proceeding had you not utilized your
Foolery. Oh. It looks to me like you're just as big as me. Yet oh wait, I'm not in first place anymore. Okay, I'm in second place. I don't even see you on the fucking leaderboard. Where the fuck are you? Am I crazy? Am I blind? On my side, you're not even on the leaderboard. You look like you're the same size as me. Honestly, I feel like I'm not even getting bigger. I felt like for a while I should be a lot bigger than this, dude. If I'm at 20,000, dude, I'm at 23,000 almost. If I'm this fucking big, I should be a lot bigger. If I get that many points, I should be way bigger than this. Yeah, you're the same size as me, and you're not even in the top 10? Like, what is happening?
Your lies to amplify this. And Fox News, by the way, I don't know if this is true, but maybe I'd have to investigate, might have even continued hinting at it even after.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I see you. You're on number 7. Okay, I see you now. You're in 7th place. But still, you're 7,000. Your score is 7,000. I'm 22,000. Like 3 times your number, yet we're the same fucking size. What is happening? This is so weird. I actually think you might be longer than me.
Insurrection. So it's important to keep in mind that, like, if you love liberalism so much, you can't just wait until someone's standing above you ready to end you before you say, well, actually, maybe.
All right, well, let's play out your scenario then. Okay, so you have President Newsom, and
yeah, dude, I think you might be longer than
AG Jack Smith to indict Fox News for, you say, conspiracy to abet, I don't know what you said. And then, okay, so now you've arrested, the fucking Murdochs or whatever.
Cannon fabricated the claim questioning the legitimacy of the special prosecutor from what amounts to random scribbling on part. No, she didn't. No, she did not. This is not true. I had Wasted a while ago challenge me on the same thing, and we went through the details. It is totally incorrect. I've gone through like 3 or 4 explanations of this from like sources that I think are unbiased in this manner, and that every single one was saying this is a very complicated problem here. Like, this is a very, very complicated problem here, and Judge Cannon is probably making the best decision in what is an impossible decision to make. I heard people like Destiny and Pisco whining and crying about her decision, but every time they did, the shit that they said about it was just factually inaccurate. Like, they were just wrong on what happened. And then the same, like, I listened to Legal Eagle, and Legal Eagle didn't even address the heart of the fucking issue. He didn't even touch on it. Like, he goes over this like whole fucking explanation talking about like, this is why I think the precedent is actually set here and why this is good here and blah, blah, blah. He doesn't even address Cannon's writings on this. He does not even address like the main writings that she gave in the explanations that she gave. You're looping in a circle like a pizza. Yes, that's what it is. I'm going back to my roots, where I grow pizza trees.
And they hire lawyers, and they go to a judge, and the judge goes, what the fuck is this? We have a First Amendment. This is insane. There's no crime here. Get fucked. What do you do?
That judge is full of shit. You can't honestly.
No, but what do you do?
Hold on a minute. That judge is fucking removed. Are you fucking serious?
Okay, come on.
Yeah, no, hold on.
Liberals? Where are my fellow liberals? Is this live and learn?
Let me answer.
All right.
It's like
you don't want a dictatorship.
Hold on a minute.
But
Can somebody? What did Eileen Cannon do? For Trump, what did she do for that favorite?
Well, you're gonna have to be more specific.
What was that? What was that ruling?
There's
she
a bunch.
Did?
There's a bunch.
Fuck, there was one she did where I was like,
there's multiple.
Crazy.
I'll tell you them real quick. So the most crazy thing she did is
she
took jurisdiction over in the execution of the Warren in Mar-a-Lago, which was like totally fucking ridiculous and insane. She claimed that Jack Smith was invalidly appointed, and now most recently she's like purporting to permanently enjoin the release of the second volume of the Smith report. So that's just a small list of insane shit she did. She did insane shit.
So like it's kind of like this thing of like, again, do you want to follow the letter of the law because it's the law, or are you trying to follow the intention of it? Because if a judge is saying,
see, like, who the fuck is this? Alejo? This guy is like 3 times my size, and he's in 2nd place. Who the fuck is this Alejo? Why is he so much fucking bigger than me? Oh yeah, get fucked, Alejo. Get fuckity fucked, Alejo. You fucking Alejo bitch. Yeah, see, you're actually thicker than me. You're actually much thicker than me. You got more girth. I feel emasculated right now. You are definitely, you're a fucking chode. What is happening, dude? Why is my guy not getting bigger? Like, why? Okay, now I'm thicker than you. But like, let's see. Okay, I am longer than you. Okay, yeah, I'm a lot longer than you. Alright, never mind. Ignore all of my complaining. I need to go back to my pizza circling.
I'm going to
the
use
law
my legal...
is democracy, right?
Hold on. The law is democracy. However, we framed our laws in such a way to...
I feel like that was Pepe. Alejo? No, Alejo was not Pepe. And Foolery show is not Pepe either. I don't know who it is. I would have thought that it was maybe Kyle, but Pepe is the one who keeps committing snekicide.
Bring about a specific purpose, right? Like, what was the purpose of the laws? The laws was to create, I would imagine, a free and open society that respects the rule of law, transition of power, democracy,
individual rights.
So forth. Individual rights. When someone says, I'm going to use the purpose of this government and the power vested in me to help someone overturn all of those things, do you think it even matters a single smidget of a fuck when the actual tangible consequences of allowing those people to gain power actually seeps in? Imagine telling somebody actually suffering from this regime, well, we followed the rules of democracy.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you the question. Are you just?
You would want to be in that scenario.
No. It was the bigger question. But the question I want to ask you is, do you think liberalism is just not enough, and it's just we need a new system then, right?
Something a little bit different, but not radically. No.
Not radically. Wait.
I don't. How can you say not radically? It would still be liberalism. Like, that's what I hear. I hear it's still liberalism. Okay, so then you think liberalism is enough? You just don't like the way that we police it right now? Like, is that not what everybody else hears?
Hold on. Not radically, but if a judge gives you a ruling that you don't like, you imprison them?
A ruling that you don't like under specific circumstances. By the way, a ruling that you don't like. I like that wording you use. It's very dishonest. A ruling that you don't like.
Wait, why is it dishonest? What's better wording?
A ruling.
The problem is that it like when you say a ruling that you don't like, you could say a ruling that's illegal, but it's not illegal when they make the ruling. That's kind of what makes something legal or illegal. This motherfucker's trying to wrap me up.
A ruling in the midst of a political party trying to end democracy, and the judge who studied law knows that they are aiding and abetting in this ruling with allowing a media company that without its misinformational spread would not be able to galvanize enough of a crowd to go into the Capitol to do this.
But why
It's
not
like,
appeal the
hold on.
decision?
It's like I'm going to ignore all of the ways in which.
Why not appeal the decision? Why not appeal the decision first?
Hold on a minute. Appeal the decision.
So just for a little bit more context, from what I remember, fuck, I'm getting like all up in the mix over here. I do not want it to be this crowded. From what I remember, Merrick Garland used a like a statute that was talking about the fact that like officers have the ability to be special investigators in these circumstances and can be named special investigator, blah, 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 right? But that thing was under FBI statutes. Like it was like literally listed as like an FBI thing. And or in like an yeah, it's in like Federal Bureau of Investigation. I keep wanting to say rule book or handbook. I don't know what the right terminology is here, but anyways, it was meant for the FBI seemingly, and it even says that they can name a special an officer to be a special investigator. But in this case, Jack Smith would not be an officer. And so where one says that you can name an official and the other one says you can name an officer, he would be an official but not an officer. And one says that you can that you can't do it for an officer, or sorry, for an official, but the other one says you can do it for an officer. And so yeah, so where they get this like idea that they're allowed to name Jack Smith a special investigator was from things that were written about the FBI. And where you guys say like, oh, she just like literally took scribblings on a paper as though it was, no, this is literally like the rules on when you can and can't name somebody a special investigator. And it is what Merrick Garland cited as his reasoning for why he could assign Jack Smith to be a special investigator. Like, this was his entire reasoning. So it's not just some like random thing. It's literally what Merrick Garland cites as his reasoning. Fuck, I died. Shit. I didn't see how many points I had. And it's covered on the screen. What's up, Eric? Sorry, it was crowded in there, dude. It was fucking crowded. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. That was fucking rough. All my work. Sorry. We did it. I was in first place for a long time, okay? I was in first place for a long time. Let's see. Why did Judge Cannon dismiss the documents case? All right. Judge Eileen Cannon dismissed the federal classified documents case against Donald Trump in July 2024, ruling that special counsel Jack Smith's appointment violated the appointment clause of the Constitution. She concluded that Attorney General Merrick Garland lacked the authority to appoint the special counsel, rendering the prosecution unlawful. Unlawful appointment, Judge Cannon determined that neither Congress nor existing statutes authorized by the Attorney General to appoint a special counsel with the level of authority wielded by Smith. So in the scenario where he can appoint him to do this, the problem is that if he does, under the thing that he was saying, if that part actually did give him the authority to give Jack Smith this authority. The problem is that statute says that you have to give oversight. You have to give oversight, and you have to be above them. They have to be a subordinate to you in that scenario, and you have to give oversight. But Merrick Garland can't say that that was the case, because he literally said numerous times on television that they are naming Jack Smith as the special prosecutor because they need him to have his own decision-making process, and they will not have any oversight over him. That fucks up the ability to say that he was a subordinate officer, and therefore kind of ruins the idea that you did use this one and not that one. And yeah, send Tom the anal Kyle. I can send you the analysis I'm reading. Okay. Yeah, send it to him. Yeah, constitutional violation. The ruling cited the appointments clause, arguing that because Smith was not appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate, and was not properly appointed inferior officer, that's what I said subordinate officer, I meant inferior officer. His position was unconstitutional. Just studying the Constitution is just like a scribbling on a piece of paper, same thing. Case status, while the Department of Justice appealed the case, was effectively shelved, and special counsel's report was later blocked from release in 2026. So this is the problem that I have an issue with, is that they do need a decision on this. We need a fucking decision on this. This can happen again in the future. We don't want this to happen again in the future. And especially with how important of a case this was, I am a little fucking pissed at Merrick Garland for even like doing things in the way that he did, to where this could have been called into question. Like, a lot of people kept saying, well, there's precedent for this, though. There's precedent for this. There wasn't. This literally had never happened before in the way that he did it. And the clause that he used, this had never happened before. There was no precedent. And this was a very odd case. Like, it was very, very weird. Okay. Yale Journal on Regulation. I think I read this. Analyzing Judge Cannon's opinion, was Jack Smith legally appointed, by Thomas Berry. November 22nd, Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Jack Smith as special counsel to investigate former President Donald Trump's attempt to stay in power after the 2020 election. Smith is currently prosecuting Trump in two cases, one in Washington, D.C., and the other in Florida. But the Florida prosecution was recently upended by Judge Cannon, ruling that Smith was illegally appointed and therefore lacked the authority to bring the prosecution. Soon, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals will review the decision. In this post, I'll explain the basis for the ruling and evaluate the competing legal arguments. To understand the argument that Jack Smith's appointment is illegal, it's necessary to flesh out some background on the constitutional appointment clause. The Constitution requires... Okay, I'll read this real quick as fast as possible. We'll get back to the video. But I do want to get into this real quick. The Constitution allows only one potential exception to this default rule. The Constitution requires as a default rule that the officers of the United States must be nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate. The Constitution allows only one potential exception to this default rule. If an officer is merely an inferior officer, yes, Congress can make this decision. Congress may waive Senate consent. Even then, Congress is limited to only 3 options for who may appoint the inferior officer. Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the president alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. What exactly? So this, again, this, obviously, Merrick Garland didn't do this. So this is a thing that could be done. Merrick Garland didn't do this. He didn't go through Congress. So we already know this does not apply. This is not a thing that we can assume is the case. There are other addendums to that where in certain scenarios the attorney general can appoint people, but it's different. It's a different thing. What exactly must Congress do to vest appointment in an officer by the law? The clearest and most unambiguous method is to pass a statute explicitly naming the position, setting out its duties, calling it an inferior office, and identifying its appointer. That is what Congress did the first time it created inferior officers. When the first Congress established the Department of Foreign Affairs in War 1789, it gave both departments a chief clerk who was to be employed within each department as an inferior officer, as the secretary of each department was to deem proper. But in recent years, many statutes have not been so specific. Sometimes Congress wishes to give the head of a department something closer to a blank check appointment power, the power to create an unlimited number of new positions, define their duties within certain parameters, and make appointments to fill them. For example, Congress has given the Secretary of Transportation a general authority to appoint and fix the pay of officers and employees of the Department of Transportation and to prescribe their duties and powers. But even these more general statutes typically echo the terminology of the Appointments Clause, using the words appoint and officers. Even when a statutory provision uses the word appoint, the larger context to where that provision appears in the U.S. Code can raise difficult questions as to the scope of the appointment power that has been Fuck, my screen is completely blurred right now. There we go. Appointment power that has been granted by the statute, and that brings us back to Jack Smith's appointment. I now turn to the statutes that Attorney General Garland relied on for his authority to appoint Smith and to Judge Cannon's opinion rejecting the government's arguments. Judge Cannon's statutory analysis in his order appointing Smith as special counsel and defining Smith's duties, Attorney General Garland cited 4 statutory provisions as the source of his own appointment authority. In the Florida case, Trump's defense argued that none of these provisions granted Garland such authority and that Smith was therefore without power to bring the prosecution in the first place. The statutory argument had been raised before the lower courts in challenges to the appointments of other special counsels, but this argument had previously run into a problem, potentially binding contrary Supreme Court precedent. In United States v. Nixon, 1974, the Supreme Court reviewed the authority of a special prosecutor, a predecessor to the modern special counsel, to subpoena the president. The court described that special prosecutor as having been appointed pursuant to Attorney General's statutory power to appoint subordinate officers to assist him in the discharge of his duties in support of the Attorney General's power to appoint special prosecutors. The court cited the same 4 statutory provisions that Attorney General Garland would later cite in his appointment of Smith. The parties in Nixon did not focus their dispute on whether the appointment of the special prosecutor at issue was statutorily authorized, but the Nixon court could not have reached its ultimate holding on the scope of the special prosecutor's powers unless the special prosecutor was validly appointed in the first place. For that reason, the D.C. Circuit has treated Nixon as binding precedent, compelling that court to find that the Attorney General does have statutory authority to appoint special counsels. Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. If you don't make a decision on whether or not the person was allowed to be a prosecutor, you didn't make a decision on that. Just because you granted them, just because you made a decision on the ruling where they were prosecutor, that doesn't mean that this actually validates them as a prosecutor. If the other side brings into question whether or not they were legally prosecutor, and now you rule on that, now, yes, now there's been a decision made. But if they don't ever actually question whether or not that's a thing, I don't agree that that is at all precedent. That's not how precedent works in any other scenario. Where's another scenario where that's the case? Where the fuck is that the case? But Judge Cannon disagreed with the D.C. Circuit, finding Nixon not to be binding precedent on this question. As Cannon pointed out, the issue of the Attorney General's appointment authority was not raised, briefed, argued, or disputed before the Nixon court. Cannon found that, at most, Nixon assumed the antecedent proposition of the Attorney General's appointment authority without deciding it. For that reason, Cannon found that she could reach the merits of the issue without being bound by Nixon. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, you cannot say that this is precedent just because it happened. Precedent is something that is decided on at some point. Or, in this case, if we do have, like, in the way that we think of, like, stare decisis, if we actually see that something has been done so much that it's now like a norm, and we've even made other decisions based on that being assumed, even if it's not like then sure, like, now you would kind of have to grant that it is a precedent just because it's become a norm. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. All right, binding precedent. Turning to the merits, the first two statutes cited in Garland's appointment over the order deal with the Attorney General's authority to subdelegate his own powers and assign duties to those who are already employees of the officers within the Department of Justice. So those statutes all alone cannot authorize Smith's appointment. The third cited statute provides that each attorney specially retained under authority of the Department of Justice shall be commissioned as special assistant to the Attorney General or special attorney. The government argued that this statute grants the Attorney General the authority to appoint special attorneys, including special counsels like Smith, but Judge Cannon rejected this argument based largely on the past tense phrasing of the statute. Because the statute refers to attorneys already retained in the past tense, Cannon held that this is a descriptive statute about already retained attorneys rather than a source of new appointment power. Cannon bolstered this conclusion by pointing to another statute in the U.S. Code that explicitly provides present tense power to appoint special attorney. The special attorney appointed under the statute may only assist United States attorneys, not serve as special counsels. The fourth statute cited by Garland's appointment order presents the closest legal question, and it is thus the key source of purported authority to appoint a special counsel. That statute grants the Attorney General the authority to appoint officials. So this is what I said earlier, officials versus officers, to detect and prosecute crimes against the United States. By using the word appoint, the statute appears to, at first blush, to echo the appointments clause, and special counsel is an official who prosecutes crimes, thus falling within the plain terms of the statute grant of appointment power. However, the statutory provisions lies within the chapter of the U.S. Code setting out the structure of powers of the FBI, an agency that does not house special counsels. Trump and his supporting amici argued that this statute's location in the U.S. Code and its use of the word officials rather than officers indicate that it refers only to FBI officials and agents, not special counsels. So yes, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. Again, I have no issue with people disagreeing with this decision. I have no issue with people saying this is not what I would have decided, or I think that, I have no issue with that. okay? You can think she's wrong. What I disagree with is that this is a blatantly and obviously wrong decision that did not, that she had no reason to make, and that this is like blatant corruption on her part to try to help the Trump administration. That is where I disagree. That is where I think it doesn't make sense. That is the issue that I have with the way that people talk about this, because there are obvious legitimate questions here. I think there are obvious and blatant legitimate questions here, and that even if you disagree with her, and I think most people are just upset about the outcome, not even, honestly, if I'm being honest, I think most people are just upset with the outcome of this, that Trump was no longer being prosecuted, but not that they actually disagree with the overall logic. However, the statutory provision lies within the chapter U.S. Code for FBI. Trump and his supporting amici. Okay. In her order, Judge Cannon agreed with Trump, focusing on the statute's context and its use of the word officials. Cannon held that the government's reading would shoehorn appointments authority for the United States Attorney equivalent into a statute that permits the hiring of the FBI law enforcement personnel. First, Cannon reasoned that the terms officer and official, though overlapping in some areas, are not synonymous. Dictionary definitions indicate that officers are distinguished from officials by the greater importance, dignity, and independence of their positions. She also goes to like past definitions, not just current ones that they used at the time it was written. And of course, the Appointments Clause itself uses the word officers, meaning that the word officer would send clear signal that Congress intends to vest inferior officer appointment authority. But this variation in vocabulary was not the deciding factor. Cannon also looked to the broader context of the statute and to its heading. Cannon noted that the remainder of the same section of the U.S. Code describes the appointment of security and investigative employees within the FBI, officials who are unlikely to be officers in the constitutional sense. Cannon found it implausible that Congress intended to wedge appointment powers for special counsels into a statute concerning low and mid-level law enforcement personnel in a statutory section governing the FBI. And Cannon also noted that the statute's heading, investigative and other officials appointment, lacks any indication that the statute deals with prosecutorial power at all. Cannon wrote that it would be odd indeed if lawmakers, in establishing an office with prosecutorial might of the United States Attorney with no such mention of the statute's heading. This is, again, I agree with this. It just doesn't make sense that they would have this entire section all about the FBI, and then they would just have one little thing that's talking about the Attorney General and the DOJ just thrown right in the middle there. Just like, hey, here's one little thing that we just decided to throw in here, totally irrelevant to the rest of this. Like, that would be weird. The strongest argument in the government's view is that the word prosecute has an unambiguous meaning that cannot be altered by statutory context. On that view, people with the authority to prosecute crimes must have the authority to bring criminal charges. But Judge Cannon found that prosecute can plausibly have been interpreted to have a narrower meaning that is more in line with the other powers listed in the same statutory section. Cannon held that in the context of the FBI provisions and drawing from applicable dictionary definitions, the meaning of prosecute naturally encompasses FBI employees who are engaged or involved in the federal investigation and prosecutions. Cannon found dictionary definitions from the era that the statute was first drafted, which supported this as a plausible reading, indicating that prosecute can mean to follow up, to carry on an action or other judicial proceedings, to proceed against a person criminally. So they're saying, when they say prosecute here, this can mean to just bring charges, right? An FBI agent, a police officer, tons of people bring charges. When they arrest somebody, they are now charging them with a crime, and then the prosecutor prosecutes that fucking crime. And so when they say, in this case, prosecute, they're not just saying that that you would be a prosecutor, but that you are somebody who brings charges, and therefore you are part of the prosecution. You are prosecuting them with a crime. To where Merrick Garland would say, no, it says prosecute. That means it's talking about us. It's talking about prosecutors. It's talking about the DOJ. Like, that's our thing. We prosecute crimes, not FBI agents. Why would they act as though FBI agents are prosecutors? And she's like, well, no. Now, bringing charges is part of the prosecution. They are prosecuting a crime by bringing charges. And so, therefore, this still looks like it only applies to the FBI. In sum, Cannon found that the context of the statute supported an interpretation, the limits of appointment authority to only FBI officials, not officers like special counsels with the power to bring prosecution. Cannon found that the statute might allow for the appointment of an FBI attorney and other legal staff, but it is also naturally encompasses non-lawyer FBI personnel involved in prosecutorial efforts to pursue and investigate a crime or claim, such as FBI agents, intelligence officials, and forensic specialists. By contrast, Cannon reasoned that Congress would have established an office with the prosecutorial might of a United States attorney as one small part of a statute otherwise dealing with FBI employees. Which side is right? In my view, this is genuinely a close question. See, isn't this what I said? Isn't this what I said, Kyle? Isn't this what I said? Isn't this what I said? I said everybody that I've read said that this was a very difficult question and that this was not easy. I feel like you just sent me something to read the whole way through to find out that they actually do say the same thing that I said, which is that this is a very fucking close call. Like, this is not that simple. So where people make it out to be this like, oh, it's so obvious she made the wrong decision, everybody knows it, this is obvious fucking, I didn't continue to argue with you. Well, I thought that that's what all of this was prompted by. I went to read a legal analysis. Okay, all right. I thought you were sending me this to explain why I was wrong. I thought you were saying, I thought it was you who started off saying she pretty much like used something that was just written on a fucking napkin and tried to use this as like legal analysis. And then I said, that's not what I read. Pretty much everybody I've read said that this was like a really hard decision and that it was a close call. And like, it's hard to say one way or the other. And then I thought you said, not the ones that I've read, I'll send you one. And so I said, okay, I thought that was, no, you just kept talking about it. Then can I ask what was oh, you said I'll send you the analysis that I'm reading. Okay. So yeah, so okay, I feel like you should be able to understand why this was the implication to me. I feel like you should be like, oh, my bad, like that. I get it. That was not my intention or something, because I'm reading all your fucking chats right now. It's like Cannon fabricated the claim, questioning the legitimacy of the prosecutor from what amounted to random scribbling on a paper. And then you said I'm either Tom Bottery or Tom Foolery or full Tomery. And then I can send you the analysis I'm reading. And so, yeah, I didn't know that you were reading another analysis. I thought I'm reading just meant like, this is what I'm getting my shit from. But okay, fair enough. All right. So yeah, so okay, so this does agree with what I was saying. I thought this was some analysis that's totally going to show that, because yeah, I was about to say, this is literally fucking everything that I've read. It's going to be mind-blowing if I actually pull up something that says that this isn't the case, that actually is like a legitimate like scholar or something like this, because literally the only people that I've heard say this shit is Destiny and Pisco. Like, that's it. Just fucking Destiny and Pisco and fucking Legal Eagle and just like just a bunch of people that I think are just like, I don't know where the fuck they're getting their information from. I have no fucking idea what they're talking about. But okay. Yes, and it's funny because every time I've had this argument, I think I've had this argument maybe 5 times now, where it's frustrating to me because that is where most of the people in this space, that's where they get all of their information from on the canon decision. And so from Pisco and Destiny talking about this, because they talked about it a lot. And so now I'm not gonna lie, it's a little triggering for me to where every time this topic is brought up, I'm immediately like, fuck, all right, we got to go over this. Fuck, I'm pausing everything. I want to pause everything every time the topic comes up and go over it again, because I feel like I need to like give like re-education camps on the canon decision. Like, it's so fucking frustrating being in this space. Whereas I almost want to like debate like Pisco or Destiny on this, but these guys, the problem with them is that every time I end up debating them, I'm debating them from the right. And I thought Destiny and Pisco both read the canon decision. I think they might have read it. I don't know if they read it, but I think they did. But yeah, every time I debate them, I'm debating them from the right normally, especially Destiny. And then their audiences get this idea that I'm some like Trump sycophant right winger. And this is every fucking time. And so I'm starting to try to just like pick and choose my battles more wisely, which means that I pretty much just never end up debating Destiny, because that's where that's like always the point that I disagree with them on is no, you saying that you saw that it was deeper than that and found it reasonable. I went to see the decision. Okay. Cool. Arian, what it do, my boy? What it do? I'm under the impression you are fair. Well, that makes me a status quo centrist fence sitter.
Because I recall correctly, another question was, what if the Supreme Court of the land
Yeah,
also ruled? So
right,
it's like,
yeah.
at what point do you realize the system is full of people who will use their power
so
to
dissolve the court.
compromise any accountability?
Right, so
and
dissolve the courts, right?
Your response is, well, we'll appeal it. And I suppose that if the highest court of the land also says no, you will sleep warmly at night, knowing you respected liberalism, and no matter what consequences may come from whatever consequences may come from these.
The problem on top of this, and what we were talking about earlier, is that like once we get to this point, there's no fucking point in doing anything anymore. Like our whole system is fucked. At the point that we are doing like almost like a tit for tat with this shit, where we are like where we're, you know, packing courts, or we're saying fuck the courts, or we're like any of the shit, we're like the whole system is fucked. Like at that point, we're not talking about like small changes. We're talking about like there has to be full revolution at that point, because we're just talking about 2 fucking corrupt sides. Like that's it.
People maintaining power or coming back, you can sleep soundly at night because you defend liberalism. That's your.
I think liberalism is pretty fucking dope.
That's like empty, nonsensical,
Well, I think liberalism has ushered in like unprecedented individual rights.
Who's disagreeing with you here? Like,
but you're saying that it's not. You're
dude,
saying
I love liberalism more than you, because when somebody threatens it, I realize that sometimes changes have to be made because we're in a different era than we were in the 1700s.
Don't you realize that you're saying I love liberalism so much that I would be willing to dissolve liberalism to protect
That's
it?
not even what we're talking about.
That is what you're saying.
It's not.
We are 12 minutes over, and we haven't struck.
So this is frustrating because they're not doing what I said at the beginning. So where Hutch was on the right track. If you're saying this, you believe in full-on violent revolution, like you do. And the fact that like he's not actually taking him to that logical conclusion. He's not explaining how what he's saying blatantly entails that is really frustrating to me. I think I might just reach out to Rashad myself and have him on, because this is obvious. This is obvious to me, and I can see why. I can see why it's not to Rashad. I can see why, like, he's just saying, like, no, like, we just have to, like, do this stuff and that will help fix things. But I don't think it does. I think it is like, yeah, we're just fucked at that point. Like, that's the end of America.
Iran yet. We have not talked about Iran yet. Do we want to say something real quick and Google it? This could go on forever.
I think it's chicken shit. This is so.
Believe what? We need to hold Republicans accountable for crimes. No, that's not what they're talking about. That's not what we are saying. Like, we all agree that Republicans need to be held accountable for their crimes. Like, all of us are, like, staunch. Like, like, there needs to be aggressive prosecution against these people immediately. Get IRI in. IRI is in on that. He is in on that. Like, IRI does think there needs to be aggressive prosecutions. He has.
Well, I disagree with a lot of what Rashad said about the structural changes to liberalism as such. Spiritually, I'm with him on a lot of, like, the fight energy. I think that there are.
He's a Green Lantern lefty. He's a Green Lantern liberal, which is actually surprising. Like, we don't normally have Green Lantern liberals, but it sounds like he's been watching too much Kyle Kalinske. Like, it sounds like he's been watching too much Kyle Kalinske or some shit. Like, this is this does not logically make sense. It doesn't make sense. You can't make it make sense. Oh, okay. I wouldn't debate, or I wouldn't invite anybody else. I would just talk to Rashad myself.
Are Democrats who do that and have that energy. But here's one area where maybe I'll get spiritual agreement from Rashad. I think it's chicken shit when we have Democratic congresspeople who are like, we're not going to handicap Trump on his war with Iran. Like, why the fuck do we have someone like Jared Moskowitz, maybe someone tell me if I'm wrong, saying that he's not going to sign on to a war powers resolution to at least attempt to rein in the expansionist and vision of Trump in getting us into these wars that are unconstitutional, illegal, and almost certainly in the worst interest for the area and for the United States. I just think that it's chicken shit. We shouldn't have this kind of, like, go for it.
He's one of 214 Democrats in the House. We're going to have a variety of opinions. We're going to even have some Israel hawks in our party. Like,
fuck, I don't see him on my friends list. I might not have friend requested him, or I just don't know what his name is anymore. Because back when we first started talking, he went by a different name. It was like Black American or something like that.
I don't know, man.
Liberalism. I'm just saying, I'm going to call people. I hear you. I'm just saying he's like a rising star in the Democratic Party. I don't like Democrats when they. Yeah, I think he's a rising star. I think you would agree with that.
I think he's not in a position of power. He's on TV a lot. But my point is, he's one of 214. We're going to have some people with opinions we disagree with. I mean, I just don't see that as a huge deal.
I'm not saying that I would tell people not to vote for Jared Moskowitz in an election. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying there have been similar thing with Ossoff. Ossoff voted for the Lake and Riley Act, but and that was a mistake too. But I'm not saying I would never vote for John Ossoff. All I'm trying to say is we need to know the moment we're in, and that moment is going to, I think, be 99.9% of the time opposition to the Trump agenda. And in this case, when it comes to war with Iran, an illegal war with Iran that has not been authorized by Congress, that is being proposed, that it was already started and ended before. I think we should have unanimity against this kind of shit. And so, yeah, that's where I'm at. I think that the war would be bad, and I don't support it.
You don't support foreign wars? What's wrong with you?
I support some wars, not this one.
I think very few people. I think very few people would support a war with Iran, Pisco. I think it's pretty safe to say. Both sides.
I think Trump is just using like war as like an Epstein distraction. I think at this point he's just pulling out all the stops because like this is just crazy. Like, I don't even know what
I do think you're right about that.
Start a war with Iran to distract from his shortcomings. So
yeah,
he is projecting as he used to.
SoyPill, I put something in the private chat, like just to give you a sense of like where he's at. It's the.
Okay, is that the end of this? Is that the end of this part, or should I keep watching?
Saddest thing I've ever seen. He looks so deflated, completely low energy. Like it might be the most pathetic video of Trump ever.
Okay, let's see this.
He was sleeping at the Peace Council, which was, in my opinion,
Oh, this is. Okay.
I mean,
all right, you guys can see it.
Low energy.
Yeah.
Tom Holman.
It is low energy.
Christy Nome.
He's so quiet.
People, they've been incredible. The job they've done.
Just listen.
And they take nothing but abuse, but they're sort of pretty hard.
Yeah, Hutch recently, I heard him. I tuned in the other day and I heard him actually say that he was balding, and that's why he shaves his head.
To that, I think, because I know they're doing the right thing. It just amazes me that there's not more support out there. It's just we actually have a silent support.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Probably 85 million votes. They say 78 million. They cheated in this election.
So it's a silent support, guys. They're a silent majority. It's a bunch of people who are just super in favor of Donald Trump and all the things that he's doing. They just don't ever find them for the polls and for the approval stuff. They're scared too, because people say that they're gonna kill MAGA all the time. They say if you're MAGA and you're pro-Trump, they'll murder you. And so like, what are you gonna do at that point? Who would answer an anonymous poll? No way.
Oh my God.
It's bad, yeah.
It's
bad. It's bad. He's down bad.
This thing,
he is down bad.
Melania has me on it. It's called Ambien. She's putting one in every single one of my drinks.
Donald is the funniest motherfucker. He just gets up there and just lies. What the fuck is going on, dude?
It was 85, frankly.
I don't know. I don't know if I have strong opinions on the Iran situation. I don't know anything about it. I don't pretend to know. I don't know.
Yes or no? Would you support war with Iran if they were actively building a nuke and about to nuke Israel tomorrow?
I don't think you would need that, right? Like you just fucking drop some bombs again, right? I don't know. I mean, I feel kind of like ambivalent about the strikes that happened a few months ago. It seems like that was not necessarily a horrible thing.
I feel like it didn't work. Like I don't think it worked. Yeah. So I feel like the thing now is to really just like not give Israel any more impetus to try this. I think both Israel and Iran right now need to just cool the fuck off. Israel's, taking land up in southern Syria. So of course we know they're looking toward expansion. We know Iran is licking their wounds from those, horrible defeats with the Houthis and Hezbollah. So Trump right now should be the Prince of Peace he claimed to be, but instead, because the Epstein files are so horrid, he's now, map painting like he's in fucking a Paradox video game. So I don't know. I mean, like, I think this is an Epstein distraction. I think that's what it is. I can't imagine what else it could be. It's not because of the price of oil. That'll go down if he invades.
It's because he has like 17 worm tongues in Congress, like, Mitch McConnell and like the ghost of Rush Limbaugh and Lindsey Graham all whispering like bomb Iran, bomb Iran, bomb Iran. So,
It could be. I mean, I hate to be like the typical like leftist APAC, but I mean that's probably a part of it. I mean, like when an organization has thrown bans upon bans at people for enough time, like it's not really surprising. And of course, America's always been hawkish, and people want to stop geopolitical threats. But I think it's important to keep in mind that Israel could be a geopolitical threat in the future. We know Netanyahu has goals for the greater Israel, and we have to keep in mind that Israel is a nation with ambition.
I found him in one of my old group chats. That we were in together. And I clicked on his name and it said that it can't load his profile or badge or anything for some reason. And so then I clicked to open his profile, still won't load. But it shows a profile picture, his name, his tag and everything. So then I went to send a message to him. It said the message couldn't be sent. So then I clicked add friend, and it said it also can't add him as a friend. You're blocked. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, it still has him here. It still has him as though he exists. It's Rashad.
You know, with Netanyahu, in my opinion, nationalistic, fascistic ambition. So Iran is obviously not a sane, rational actor. I'm not going to give you like a leftist, like pretend Iran, they're all saints, but like, you know, this is clearly a geopolitical conflict that needs to simmer. Playing the long game makes more sense.
Tweet out Israel.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like Iran is more cold and ruthless, and
yeah, they're more deranged,
calculated than people. Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying I think that they're more calculated than people give them credit for.
Oh yeah, they are more. I think I've realized more recently that they are more rational actors than we might have given them credit for. Like their handling of Trump's little like tantrum bombing was actually pretty decent, and I think they realized that they lost.
I see. This is one of those arguments that I hate. This is a progressive argument. This is like a Kyle Kalinske-esque argument. This is the reason that they can't have nukes. This is it, right here. What is he's talking about? What they're calling rationale. This is force. That's what that is. This is force. This is why if you have a nuke, you are now a nuclear power in the United States, or sorry, in the world, and especially in the Middle East, you have way more fucking ability to do what the fuck you want. Like you're capable of doing what you want now. When this is why we have to stop them from becoming a nuclear powers, because or I guess nuclear power, but yeah, the fact that they like it, they can't do anything if we bomb Soleimani or we use bunker bombs in them. Like that's why they can't fucking do anything, is because they're not a fucking nuclear power. They can't go turn around and fuck with the United States and kill people and respond in any meaningful way, because they get fucked up. They don't have an option. But if all of a sudden now they got fucking nukes, now they're one of those countries that we also can't fuck with either. And so we can't take out Soleimani. We can't take out their fucking bunkers. We can't do any of this shit because they're a fucking nuclear power. Like we're just not able to do it. And so that's the whole idea. Like the whole idea is that yes, we have to stop them so that they can't ever do anything. They're just fucked. They're just stuck.
Israel won. They beat Hamas. They beat the Houthis. They beat Hezbollah. And right now, they're fucked. I mean, what else can they fucking do besides focus on the protests happening in their own country? I think 7,000 died. What I heard in the protest, Trump said 30,000. He makes shit up. But 7,000 is a lot of fucking people to get killed in protests. So there might be enough domestic upheaval to where we don't really need to throw gasoline on the fire. We could just sit back and watch. But I think Trump seeks to kind of cleanse his image through big accomplishments that no one gives a fuck about. So I built a ball.
Let's see. There's no way he blocked me, right? He doesn't have an Instagram anymore? I mean, he doesn't have a Discord anymore. I think we were on this together. Oh, never mind. You didn't link the video. All right. Well, yeah, it looks like he just doesn't have Discord anymore, but yeah, fuck. It has to be a small minority of people arguing for Iran to get nukes. It's not, I don't know anybody who's arguing for them to get nukes. Like the closest anybody ever comes to arguing for them to get nukes is when somebody says like, yeah, but you have to stop them from getting nukes, right? And they say, why? Israel has nukes. Why can Israel have nukes? And they don't even announce them, but Iran can't have nukes? Like, that's the closest argument that I ever hear to like people. Yes, Israel has it. Yes, that is the closest that anybody ever gets to like arguing in favor of them having nukes. But the issue is that they act as though like what Crenshaw is saying right now, where that's Trump's temper tantrum, and that they're so rational. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm not arguing against like, I'm not saying people think that they should have nukes, but I think the argument that they're like, the guys, like we bombed them and they didn't bomb us back. Like everybody acts like they're this crazy evil villain that's just they'll get nukes and they'll just go off and start murdering everybody, but they're not. And so like to be so afraid of them getting nukes is kind of weird when they seem to continuously act very rationally and very peacefully. It's like, you guys are so fucking stupid, dude. You guys are too fucking stupid, bro. That is not how this works. But all right. Let's see. What do we have?
What's your view on being persistent with a girl? I asked a girl for her number on Valentine's Day and said no. It's a social event where I'll be most likely to be seeing her monthly. Should I continue pursuing or move on to another girl?
Oh, brother. You're asking me
Kill
for
yourself.
dating advice? Why? I asked a girl for her number. She said no. Should I keep going? No, dude. She hates you. She hates you. No, because she's disgusted by you, and you need to move on. Pathetic. You'll be seeing her monthly. Should I keep pursuing her? Dude, let it go. No, absolutely.
Yeah, she's gonna drain you of everything you're worth.
If she shot you down, she's only hating you more if you keep going. It ain't a movie, kid. You're living in La La Land, kid, and not in a good way. Not in a good way. I mean, but by that I mean you're delusional. Not like you're in the best movie of all time. You're living in.
Yeah, so earlier, while we had Mantis on, Pisco had said, I don't know anything about that, but if this kind of snarking behavior with advocating that SoyPill kill himself is part of it, count me out. And Genghis said, come on, man, no one even remotely advocating for suicide, dude. Barely anyone uses that term like that. I think you know that too. He said, if you go on to Tom Foolery's stream, it was clear Mantis was not saying this hyperbolically. She said she legitimately would kill herself, and the implication is obvious, and any reasonable person would see that. I said, she literally said on my stream that she's a lib, so she would kill herself, but that Soy's farther left than her, so she isn't prescribing it because he'd want an audience like that, and she wouldn't. Why would you tell people to go to my stream just to see her explain how that's not the case? If you see that implied initially, okay, that's one thing. But to hear her explain it and double down makes no sense to me. He said, so Tom confirms she was not using the phrase hyperbolically, that she literally meant she would kill herself. This cope about, oh, it would just be appropriate for me, obviously isn't true because she hates communists and thinks all should kill, thinks all should think like her on that core. He says, it's also obvious that this is correct interpretation because she didn't say, oh, it's hyperbole or exaggeration. She said, oh, I just meant for me. LOL, it's insane the level of gaslight. He said, did you even finish reading the tweet? She literally said on my stream that she's a lib, that she would, so she would kill herself, but that Soy's farther left than her, so she isn't prescribing it because he'd want an audience like that. She wouldn't. They said, why would you tell people to go to my stream just to see her explain how that's not the case? Unk crashing out at 3 a.m. Go to bed, you sound insane. Sheesh. Bet Straighter Age snitched. No, he was in chat. Pisco was in chat while we were talking. I replied to him in chat. Oh wait, it's 3 a.m. for me? Yeah, it's 6:30 a.m. for me. So yeah, this was all being said as Mantis was on stream and we were talking. All this was happening. There are a bunch of people in the replies saying, like, she obviously meant it hyperbolically, dude. There are a bunch of people saying that, so that's why he's coming back with the, it's obvious hyperbole, bro. Did Mantis tell Soy to kill himself? Yes or no? Nice. Nice. Did she tell him to kill himself? Yes or no? She didn't say it as a figure of speech or exaggeration. Tom confirms this. Pisco, you are being retarded right now and it's making me want to kill myself. The implication, of course, being that you need to kill yourself. Mantis did not say the thing you think she did. The thing she did say does not imply the thing you think it does. Also, yes or no? You didn't ask a question. There's no yes or no question there. It's fucking brilliant. It's brilliant. I love it. 108 fucking likes on that, dude. Sheesh, dude. Dumb fuck. Mantis didn't say SoyPill is doing X makes me want to kill myself like you're saying. She said, if I had done what SoyPill has done, I'd kill myself. Very different and can very easily be interpreted as telling SoyPill to kill himself. Correct. That's what I said. Yes, it could be interpreted that way. It makes sense that somebody would see that as a as an inference, but that they would infer that from the tweet. But that's not what happened. That's she is clarified. End of story. That's it. End of story. She clarified. So that's that. Just because you can interpret it that way doesn't make it correct, you stupid cunt. Yes, that's my point. Is like, yes, to say you can interpret it that way, fair. That doesn't mean that's the correct interpretation. That is I just think it's funny that this is even like continuing to be argued about, because this is, I don't think that like a Pisco really thinks that she's telling him to kill himself or that he actually cares. I think this is good fucking memes though. Soy discussion activated. Hey, it's a conversation about soy, so the conversation is gonna be soy. That's the rules. Them's the rules, boy. And yes, when I call you boy, I'm being racist. All right, I'll be back on tomorrow. Tomorrow. Soy literally said he thought it was funny. That's fine, Mantis. There's black people who say it's okay to be racist to them. Do you think it's okay to be racist now? I don't answer that. Never mind. All right, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love ya. And I'll see you next time. Wicked, wicked. Later, fools. Whoa. Chill. Leave a comment. Leave a comment. Leave a comment. Leave a comment. Leave a comment on stream. Hang out. Wait. Whoa. Leave a comment.